Welcome to the show, everybody. You're listening to the Dance of Life podcast, and I'm your host, Tudor Alexander. Welcome to this very important episode, an episode that hopefully will be very edifying to you and very interesting, and will encourage and inspire you to go into some deeper dives on eschatology, on the end times, on learning about all of these things that we're talking about today. This will probably be one of my more important videos. Very, very important, so please pay attention. Some of you may panic. You may panic because maybe you were planning many, many years from now. Maybe you're planning your life out decades from now. Some of you may panic because you're afraid of the persecution and the ostracizing that is going to happen when God's word is going to be completely fulfilled with the mark of the beast, the image of the beast, all these things that we've been talking about quite a bit on this channel. Yet some of you, if you've moved past that stage and you've matured, you may rejoice. You may rejoice because it means that our true lives, our forever lives, our perfect lives are finally going to begin. And everything's going to be great forever. So that's my encouragement to you today, is if you are in the first group that panics, there's actually three groups. There's the ignorant group who has no clue. Then there's panic. And then there's rejoicing. My goal is to get you from either group 1 or group 2 all the way to group 3. So hopefully you will be in group 3 after this video. This video is not designed to make you panic. It's really not. That's never been my goal, to panic anybody. I'm not a fear monger. This video is designed to wake you up. If you still need waking, it's designed to wake you up and to frame things in the right perspective. As of the time of this video, I've finished all of my major works for my content library, and I'll be going more into a tactical mode with Ask Me Anythings, hopefully in the future, lives, these kind of things, response videos, news updates, maybe some interviews. We'll see how it goes. Again, I at this time, I don't really have a clear plan. I have an idea of how I want to structure these things, but I don't have exactly, I'm not frothing at the mouth yet to basically put all these things together. I'm just going to let God guide. But nevertheless, my goal going forward is to get the message that I've created, that I've labored earnestly and quite a lot, to be quite frank with you, quite a lot. In the last few years, I've labored a lot to bring this forward. God has done the work through me. Nevertheless, I've been there every day, grinding away till midnight, sometimes 1 a.m, putting these things together. So my goal going forward is to bring this message out into the world and to edify people with the truth. So unfortunately, most people in the world are deceived, and they're going to be deceived, and they're walking in the wrong direction. They're walking in the wrong direction because they don't have knowledge of the truth. People want to settle down. They want to have children. They're planning their lives into their 80s with their investments. They're anticipating an upswing in the golden age. They're going in the wrong direction, folks, because they don't have an understanding of the things that we've talked about on this channel and that we're going to be talking about today. They're going in the wrong direction. Now, I'm not saying it's wrong to want a family, so please don't get me wrong on this, because everything requires nuance and context. I'm not saying it's wrong to have a family. However, today, hopefully you will realize that the things that I just listed off are severely out of touch with reality. Severely out of touch with reality. If you were a farmer and you found out, or whatever, discerned that the next 6 months are going to be a drought, okay? They're going to be a severe drought in the land. You're not going to go and invest in things that you would invest in if you were going to have a very good season with lots of rain and, fertile soil and everything else, right? You wouldn't start, buying seeds and all these things and getting ready to plant when there's nothing to plant. There's going to be a severe drought, let alone if that drought is maybe a few years. And of course, most people do not understand the drought that is coming upon the world, the spiritual drought. And of course, the end of all things too. And they're ignorant of that. And because they're ignorant of that, they're walking in the wrong direction, because what you believe determines your actions, right? If you believe that the road continues, and you're looking on the road and, oh my gosh, it keeps going. I'm just going to keep going 80 miles an hour or whatever. But in fact, if that road goes off a cliff and you're not aware of that, then that's a real problem. So this is my goal today is to hopefully elucidate these things. Now, if all these things that I'm speaking of are new to you or they're scary, please don't despair. Please don't despair. Again, this is not about striking fear into your heart, but rather edifying you with the truth. And maybe you do need to get shaken up a little bit. Maybe you do. But this is not about striking fear into you or oppressing you with fear. This is about edifying you in the truth. And so I hope it inspires you, if you do get a little prick in your heart, to dig deeper, to learn the truth about the end times, about the eschatological view of the Bible, about the return of Christ. Please explore my 950 plus hour library and get edified on these things. I've done a lot of work. I've done hundreds and hundreds of hours of research and work. Never mind all of the editing of the videos and scheduling them, all the things that you have to do, because I'm a one-man show, at least at this point in time. I've done a lot of work so that you can do as little work as possible to obtain the same result as me in terms of finding out various things and researching and understanding without having to do all that work yourself. And all of that is available to you. Now, there's many ways. You can go on my website. You can watch things for free, ad-free. You have to deal with YouTube. If you like YouTube, then you might have to deal with ads, or you can upgrade and don't deal with ads. It's the nature of the beast. Or you can have all of my content for yourself on your computer in a nice, handy-dandy little shiny red box. This is what it looks like. Here's the branded nice little lid with a really cool 512 metallic black aluminum USB, very nice quality. And I'll mail that to you. There's actually two forms of the USB. There's an AI upgraded form that comes with hundreds and hundreds of JSON files that I painstakingly created using a transcription service. And then I had ChatGPT organize them in thought blocks. So they're basically meaningful blocks with timestamps and everything. Basically, it's all of my content transcribed in a way that other machines in the future could take and learn from it, so that when the technology to make this feasible comes about, you can train a machine on my content and have it as a glossary where you can look things up really quickly. Everything I've ever made, books, writings, whatever else, right? Audio, video, whatever. Or you can ask it questions and it can answer for you as I would answer. That's my goal eventually. At the time of this video, creating that has required a monthly cost. And so, I would want to make it free for people. And in order to make it free, it needs to be a minimal cost for me, not something that I would be spending a few $100s on. So anyway, that's besides the point. Until that point in time, I've created the infrastructure. So if you have the means that you want to try it yourself, you can feel free to have the AI upgraded version, but nevertheless, enjoy and use the work that I have created so that you're edified. Learn so that you aren't deceived, because most people will be. And also, very importantly, learn so that you can help others. This is not just about learning. If my channel has inspired you and has given you knowledge, please do something with that knowledge. That's how I know that what I've labored to do has actually been successful. If it has transformed you into a leader. I do not make content for TikTok brains. Hopefully you know that by now. I do not make content for people who are passive in their life. Okay? I enjoy making content. I want to edify people, but my encouragement always, with everything that I do, is to encourage you to take a step forward and be a leader. It doesn't mean starting a podcast like me, but it means taking a step with what you have and do something with it, whatever that happens to look like. Whether that's talking to one person in your family or your friends, and that requires a lot of courage, that's leadership. Okay, that's leadership. Or maybe it is starting your own podcast or whatever platform where you're talking about these things. Whatever that happens to be, but do something with it. So do something with the knowledge that you have. And of course, like I said, most people will be deceived. So it's very important that we get out there and are in action. Right now, 2025, as of the time of this video, the last 5 years since COVID has woken up a lot of people. It's been a shift, right? And it's truly amazing to think that COVID was only 5 years ago. What a thought, right? I mean, I don't know about you personally, but for me, the last 5 years has been just a roller coaster ride. Insane amount of growth and changes and life changes. And with all that, to think that we are yet still, as the time of this video, 5 years away from 2030. 5 years away, 5 more years at the rate of intensity that all of these things are happening all the time. It's a crazy thought. So things are moving very rapidly. Of course, they're getting more and more intense. There's more and more psyops. There's more craziness. The coming years are going to be very long, my friends. They're going to be very long. They're going to be very action-packed. So it's important to have a biblical worldview so that you are stable and standing on the rock. And you are not letting these things get to you, that you have endurance, that you have wisdom, that you have peace, and that you're able to interpret things correctly and also do battle. Because there will be a lot of battles. There will be a lot of battles. Now, I've studied these topics for many years, many hours. I've listened to hundreds and hundreds of hours of teachings and read articles and books. I've presented these things for hundreds of hours. I've studied these things quite a bit. And I've realized over that time that we are at the end of the end. We're at the end. We've been at the end since the cross, but we're at the end of the end. Now, this is a end times prophetic timeline that I created. You can get this in the store. Nice giant poster. Different kinds of posters. You can get the canvas. The canvas is my personal favorite. I think it's super cool. 3D, obviously. But you can get a lot of different orientations of this. This is a very nice poster that lays out all of the prophecies of Daniel and Revelation together on top of each other. So you can see how all of this that God has decreed goes throughout history. Really beautiful thing and truly a thing to marvel at. Not the actual timeline, but God's plan. God's plan, really profound. Now, the thing that I want to bring your attention to, if we just zoom in here and we go, let's say 200%. All right. Now I got to make sure I don't click on it because then it just zooms out. So here's the timeline. And if you just zoom in here, you can see this little "you are here" right at the end. This is where we are at the time of this video, 2025. This is "you are here" at the end of all of these things. Now, what you may notice very immediately is that if we draw a line with the "you are here" red arrow, most of the things are in the past. That doesn't make me a preterist. It just means that we're at the end of the end. Most of these things have been fulfilled. All of this action, if we go back and zoom out again, we zoom back out to 100%, all of this amazing action, empires upon empires, calamities, trumpet judgments, all of this action is done. It's in the past. Again, if you need clarity on these things, I have a whole walkthrough on Daniel and Revelation. I have many eschatological studies. So make sure you check those out. In fact, they're linked in this poster. If you buy them, you see the little QR codes. You can watch the various eschatological studies that are there. Very valuable. But all of these things are in the past. And here we are. Here we are in 2025. You are here at the very end of history. What a profound thought. So as you can see, most of the major prophecies of the Bible, as far as end times goes, are done with, and we're waiting on a few things. We're waiting on the image of the beast, which is the New World Order scheme, the resurrection of the papacy, the kings of the earth giving their power, and the enforcement of the way of worship on penalty of no buy, no sell, death, persecution, jail time, whatever, right? So we are at the end of the end, and like I said, the Bible has said that we're in the last days since the cross. That's a biblical statement. But we're in the last days of the last days. And that's the important point of today. And with that in mind, make sure you subscribe, like, share, leave a comment of what you learned, hopefully something edifying for somebody else, and help them wake up from the Christian nationalist golden age delusion that is coming on the horizon. Now, this video is just designed to pique your interest. There's going to be a lot that we're going to be going through this video to make the case for why I have titled it, Nevertheless, it's designed to pique your interest. I have many, many, many hours on eschatological studies. Please look at those. The End Time series, the Synagogue of Satan series, Great Delusion series, the Pope series, Dominum Deum Nostrum Papam, Daniel and Revelation walkthrough, the Sabbath series, the Lord's Day series, and the Venerable Day of the Sun news coverage. What matters more than knowing all of these things today that we're going to be going through, because we're going through quite a lot, is knowing why. Why are they happening? Why is the end times prophetic timeline arranged the way it is? Why do we interpret the Bible from a historical lens and not from a dispensational lens or from a preterist lens or whatever else? Why? Why is an important question. It's the most important that you'd always ask first. So get edified on these things, get edified on Bible prophecy, get edified on how to read the Bible, how to interpret the Bible, and how history specifically fulfills God's word through time. Because God is sovereign over the story. He's the author, and history has been decreed to confirm what he said originally with his prophets. That's why history is the second witness. Now, I want to talk about the return of Christ. Many people have asked me when I think Christ is coming back and how much time we have. You know, these kinds of questions obviously are very prescient on the mind. In my End Times series, toward the end of that series, I believe it's one of the final episodes, I have a video titled Timeline to the End. And that video is still valid. Everything that I said in that video is still valid. I wouldn't necessarily adjust anything there. So that's a great video. This is kind of connected to that. And I've said since I think maybe 2023, I said we've probably have no more than 10 years. I don't see the world going past 2034. I really don't. Could be, but I just don't. At the rate that everything's happening with technology, with the cultural shifts, I just don't see it going past 2034. I really don't. Like into the 2040s or 2050s, I don't see that. I really don't. I could be wrong. So I'm telling you that right now. I could be wrong, but I just really don't see it. And I think that there's a lot of evidence. I'm not basing that on emotion or how I feel about the 2030s or 2040s. I'm basing it on evidence. And my goal today is to present you the evidence so you can see why I make that claim, that supposition. Nevertheless, as I've researched more and more, I also realized that this decade, specifically the 2024 to 2034, has an incredible amount of historically and biblically significant anniversaries. Very, very fascinating. From a bird's eye view, if we just look at it from a bird's eye view, look what we're going to do today, it's truly fascinating. It appears to me like this crescendo before something really big. And of course, the only answer to that is the return of Jesus. I think it's very appropriate that 2031 specifically is the 2000th anniversary of the crucifixion, resurrection, and ascension of Jesus. That's a profound anniversary that we get to live through. And from the bird's eye view, again, it seems that things are really crescendoing up until that time and even slightly after it. So we'll see. Today I want to have a candid conversation with you about the end of the world. A candid conversation about the end of the world. Now, it's important to understand I'm not making any predictions. I'm really not. I've never made predictions. I don't care to make predictions. I go by the evidence. I'm merely presenting you the evidence and being honest with what I feel the evidence concludes. That's all I'm doing. I'm not making predictions. I'm giving you my best educated observation, and I'm presenting to you the evidence to support that observation. I think that as the time gets closer and more years progress, God is going to continue to grant us more and more awareness of these things, more understanding, because God is the one who incrementally reveals things to his people as time goes on. And the sense, quote unquote, of Jesus' arrival is going to become more and more obvious. I think that's just the way it's going to be. You know, like you're just going to have an increasing sense about this. Maybe revelations will come. We'll see how it goes. But nevertheless, as far as the actual day that Jesus will come, the reality, my friends, is that he has to come on one of the 7 days of the week. He has to. There's no 8th day of the week. There's only 7 days of the week. So he has to come on one of those days. And if I were to be a betting man, I've said this before, if I were to be a betting man, I would bet, right, that he would come on the 7th day of the week, on the Sabbath. So today I hope to make a very compelling case for you as to why that's true. And one of the main reasons is that there are many judgments on the Sabbath, and we'll look at that today, especially those that were typological of the final judgment, like the flood and Egypt. Egypt, there's a lot to go through. The Sabbath also is a picture of the gospel through the kingdom. When Jesus was working his ministry, there were a lot of deliberate things that he was doing as a revelation that the kingdom had come with doing things on the Sabbath. So the Sabbath is very, very interesting. I don't know which Sabbath Jesus will return on, but today I will make the case for you. I believe it's a very powerful case, very obvious and strong case that he will return on a Sabbath. So with that in mind, the first big judgment event is the flood. Everybody knows about the flood. The flood happened on a Sabbath, and it's a huge typology for the final judgment. We know that from 2 Peter 3, verse 5 through 12. For they deliberately overlooked this fact that the heavens existed long ago, and the earth was formed out of water and through water by the word of God, and that by means of these the world that then existed was deluged with water and perished. So Peter affirms to you a literal flood, not a symbolic flood. Something actually happened in history. Verse 7, but by the same word that the heavens and earth that now exist are stored up for fire. So water and fire are paralleled, being kept until the day of judgment and destruction of the ungodly. But do not overlook this one fact, beloved, that with the Lord 1 day is as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years as 1 day. Now this is not a literal statement in my mind. This is a poetic statement. However, it is interesting. It is interesting that we are on the second day coming up, 2031. So just an interesting thought with the parable of the Good Samaritan, where he gives them the 2 denarii and says, I'll come back for him in 2 days. A day with the Lord is 1,000 years. Interesting, just an interesting thought. Again, I don't take this literally. It's not my primary evidence, but just an interesting coincidence. Verse 9, the Lord is not slow to fulfill his promises, some count slowness, but is patient toward you, not wishing that any should perish, but that all should reach repentance. All here doesn't mean every person in history, just means all of the elect. If you have trouble with that, go watch my salvation series. But the day of the Lord will come like a thief, and then the heavens will pass away with a roar, and the heavenly bodies will be burned up and dissolved, and the earth and the works that are done on it will be exposed. Since all these things are thus to be dissolved, what sort of people ought you to be in lives of holiness and godliness, waiting for and hastening the coming of the day of God, because of which the heavens will be set on fire and dissolved, and the heavenly bodies will melt as they burn. But according to his promise, we are waiting for a new heavens and a new earth in which righteousness dwells. So, obviously, a lot of parallels between the flood judgment and the final judgment. Before the flood happened, Satan achieved his New World Order with the mystery religion, briefly, obviously, because God didn't allow it to just exist for hundreds and hundreds of years, with Nephilim and demigods and Atlantis and Lemuria and who knows, all kinds of crazy things that people talk about. These things existed to some degree. And the devil has been trying to get back to that ever since. And the Bible tells you that he will be successful at the very end in repeating this pattern of rebellion very briefly, because the technology will be able to enforce obedience very quickly, and some have to be left alive. So he'll come back to that point, but it's not going to be it's going to be short-lived. Nevertheless, that was a type, right? The old world order was being judged, and that is a type for the final situation. Now, if you look in Genesis, very interesting timeline that it gives you. Genesis 7, 1 through 4. Then Yahweh said to Noah, go into the ark, you and all your household, for I have seen that you are righteous before me in this generation. Take with you 7 pairs of all clean animals, the male and his mate, and a pair of the animals that are not clean, the male and his mate, and 7 pairs of the birds and of the heavens also, male and female, to keep their offspring alive on the face of the earth. Really quick pause. I remember seeing this Christian meme. It's like a meme that I saw where it's like a coloring book for kids, and literally there's like 2 male lions. The drawing has 2 male lions walking. It's like 2 by 2s, but there's 2 male lions. Like, uh-oh, that's not going to work now. Anyway, verse 4. For in 7 days I will send rain on the earth 40 days and 40 nights. Keep this in mind. This is really interesting when we get to Noah, or not Noah, Moses. For in 7 days, 7 days. Why that number? I will send rain on the earth 40 days and 40 nights, and every living thing that I have made I will blot out from the face of the ground. Very interesting, isn't it, that God appears to Noah and says, in 7 days I'm going to do this thing. In 7 days. Now, he could have said in 15 days, in 2 days, in 3 days. There was many numbers possible, but he gave 7. 7 days. Now, if you understand that people largely counted inclusively, today we don't count inclusively, but before they counted inclusively, meaning the day of the situation is counted as a day. So when God appeared to Noah and he said, hey, in 7 days, for us, for example, if somebody came to you and said, hey, in 7 days, I'm going to come to your house or whatever, right? You would count beginning with the next day, 7 days. That's not how people counted before. They counted inclusively, meaning they include the day of. So God appeared to Noah. In 7 days, I'm going to do this thing. Now, if you're counting that day of, right? What makes the most sense in your mind? Well, 7 is a weekly unit, so that's very deliberate usage by God, 7. We know that the 7-day unit is created by God. It's a unique signature of God that didn't arise naturally. There's no reason for it to arise. There's nothing based in the sun or the moon, even though a lot of people believe in the lunar Sabbath, which is totally wrong. There's no such thing. There's no connection to the sun and the moon. The weekly unit is a parallel unit to timekeeping systems like the sun and the moon and the stars. It's an invented, created unit by God. God created the 7-day unit to reveal various things. And when he comes to Noah and he says, in 7 days, I'm going to flood the earth. That means that he came to Noah on the first day. And on the 7th day, when Noah was tucked into the ark and he could rest, that's when judgment came upon the world. Judgment came with the flood on a Sabbath. God used the Sabbath as a picture of destroying the wicked and also saving people like Noah, humanity, simultaneously. Life and death, judgment and mercy, etc., etc. And you'll see this over and over again. Really, really fascinating. And also the 40 days that happens after, beginning with the 7th day, you will see in this next segment on Egypt and the covenant with Moses. There's 2 times that Moses goes up to the mountain for 40 days, and it all begins with the Sabbath, which is very, very interesting. So there's that with the flood. Now, let's talk about Egypt. Egypt and the Exodus are major typologies, right, for salvation, the gospel, the final judgment. A lot of stuff going on with Egypt. Very, very significant stuff with the Exodus and also the covenant. The bowl judgments on Mystery Babylon are also very similar to the plagues of Egypt, like with blood, with boils, darkness, these kind of things. So that tells us that there is a connection that's very intentional, right? They're not completely different plagues. They're very similar, meaning there's this connection typologically between the physical events of Egypt and their timing and the physical events on the final New World Order system that are coming. Even after they left Egypt, if you trace the timeline, which we're going to do very carefully, took me many hours and a lot of squinting and thinking. But if you trace the timeline, I think it's pretty fascinating what you can find. You can find quite a lot of very interesting things. So with that in mind, let's take a look at some basic things. Exodus 12, verse 2 says, "This month shall be for you the beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year for you." Now, very important. I'm going to preface this because I'm going to mention it over and over again. This is a can of worms, and I'm not going to go into it too much here because I have an entire 6.5-hour episode on this topic. But in the Sabbath series, there's an episode on the lunar Sabbath and God's true calendar. There's a lot of misunderstanding when it comes to the true calendar. This word here, month, if we just go to KJV Plus, maybe. I think it has it. It should. Okay. You see how it says chodesh? Chodesh. And of course, the definition they provide for you is the new moon, or implication, a month. But this is not accurate. This is Judaizing, Masoretic, Babylonian Talmud stuff. Chodesh doesn't mean new moon. It doesn't. It doesn't mean month either, because the concept of a month, as we have it today, is an invented pagan construct. The divisions that God created to divide the year, which is irregular. The sun's movement is, 365 days, 0.23 or something like that. So it's an irregular movement, which is very interesting because you can't just divide it with your own constructs. There are 12 divisions in the sky through the constellations. And if you rely on the sun's position in those constellations, you never have to intercalate. It's always 12 positions. And the moon is a second witness because when the sun is out, you can't see the stars, so you can't see where it's at. But when the sun goes down and the moon comes up, you can see where the stars are, and you can also triangulate basically where the sun's position is. And when you're agricultural and you're watching the skies all the time, this is an innate part of your life and your existence. So when God says this will be the first chodesh for you, the beginning of chodeshes, right? Chodeshim. It's not month as you and I understand it. So please understand that this is not a period of 30 days or 31 days as we have it today. It's a period of time, probably around between anyway, let's say 28 to 34 days, 35 days. I don't really know. We'll talk about that. But it's a period of time. And there's 12 of those periods in the year, exactly, all the time. No intercalation required. Nevertheless, this is the first month. So out of the Exodus, God basically gives Moses and reveals to Moses and the Israelites the true calendar. He puts them on the right clock. He aligns them with the beginning of things, with the seasons, right? Because the year begins with the spring, with life, not as we have it today with death in New Year's, like January 1st, which is in the middle of winter where everything dies. That doesn't make any sense. God is life. He begins with life and light. Let there be light, right? Everything makes sense. So the year actually begins with the spring, right? And it goes all the way to the next spring. And you have 2 seasons in the year. I talk about all this in my episode, but might as well just mention a couple things here. You have 2 seasons, not 4. You have the cold season and the warm season. And it goes between equinoxes. So from the spring equinox to the fall equinox, you have the warm season. And then what happens? It starts to get colder until the spring comes again. So you have 2, like yin and yang, right? Now, this is the pagans that have done these things have taken from the truth, folks. God is the inventor of yin and yang. He's the inventor of light and dark, male and female, up and down. Okay, so God is the one who created duality, and duality is a beautiful thing. It's the dance of life. When you breathe in and you breathe out, imagine the earth is doing that throughout the year. Life is breathing in, taking in energy, breathing out. Things are being exhaled. Things die, they pass away, they recycle, and so on and so forth. Very beautiful thing. Nevertheless, that's the natural calendar, and that was given to the Israelites because God doesn't do things that require intercalation. God wouldn't give them something that would require, hey, every 2 years, by the way, you got to add 5 days or 2 months or whatever. Like, it doesn't make sense, folks. It really doesn't. I talk about this in the episode I mentioned, but there's no 13th month in the year, ever. There's only 12, always specified. For example, in Chronicles, I forget, was it 1st or 2nd Chronicles, but the divisions of the military, 1 for each Chodesh of the year. Now, the moon, if you didn't know, has an irregular cycle, 29.53 days. That means that in a year, 12 cycles are about 354 days. You have a real problem. That's about 11 days shy, 11 and a half, of a year, a solar year. That means that every 2 to 3 years, you need to add an entire month. Now, very simple question. If that was the case, it's not, but if it was the case, don't you think that in the instructions on how to appropriate the military in Chronicles, 1, segment of the military for each Chodesh, don't you think that they would say, okay, every 2 years, we need to split the duty for this 13th month or have this, it's going to rotate. There's something. A 30-day period is very significant, especially every 2 to 3 years. Yet there's nothing. There's nothing about such a thing. And if you look at other things like Ezekiel's prophecy, where the timestamp in Ezekiel 1, and then, it's I forget which year it is, but, he gives you the year, the month, and the day. And then in Ezekiel 8, he gives you the year, the month, and the day again. And the period of time between these 2 timestamps is about a year and 2 months. And then in between that, in Ezekiel 4, he talks about a period of 430 days that he basically has to perform for Israel as a prophecy against them. But if that's the case, then you're dealing with a year and an extra period of 65 days. So the 2 months in question, on average, are actually 32.5 days if you divided it evenly. Or let's say 1 is 30, 1 is 35 days. Do you get it? They're longer than what we consider as months. Why? Because the sun's position in the constellations sometimes is a little bit shorter, sometimes a little bit longer. It's not 30 or 30. 30, the number 30 or 31, as we have it today, is arbitrary. It's arbitrary. It's a construct of the Roman calendar and trying to get things as accurate as possible with the sun. And there's still intercalation. That's why we have a leap year every 4 years. But that's not the true calendar. The true calendar doesn't require you to intercalate because God doesn't do things like that. God is perfect. He can't do anything less than perfect. So the calendar that he gave to the Israelites originally didn't require intercalation because it's based on the natural clock. You live in a clock, God's clock, that's unfolding prophecy with appointed times and moedim and events in the sky. This is a giant clock, folks. Very, very fascinating. Anyway, that's a tangent, but that's an important tangent because that we need to talk about that with all the stuff with Egypt. So the beginning of the year was given to Moses. The beginning of the year was given to Moses, which means, very simply, that very likely God began the year with the first day. Keep that in mind, because God is resetting things. Not that he's arbitrarily inventing time, but he timed it in such a way that he would release the Israelites at the beginning of the year, when everything started, so that everything could fall in a particular timeline. Keep this in mind. Now, Numbers 33, verse 3 says about the Israelites, they set out from Ramses in the first month, the first Chodesh, on the 15th day of the first Chodesh. On the day after Passover, the people of Israel went out triumphantly in the sight of all the Egyptians, while the Egyptians were burying all their firstborn, whom Yahweh had struck down among them. On their gods also Yahweh executed judgments. So the 15th of the month is when the Exodus began. That means the Passover was on the 14th day of the first Chodesh, the first period of the 12 periods of the year. Very interesting. Now, this means if God began the year with the first month and the first day, he was beginning things for these Israelites, the first month would have begun with the first day. That makes the most sense, right? Just like you begin creation week, right? This is a new creation. Do you understand? This is a new creation, just like salvation is a new creation. God resurrected on the first day. These are all in alignment, folks. Everything happens according to very precise times. God is very particular about times, obviously. So the first day is like the first day of creation. The first day of the Exodus was a new beginning. It was the first day of the week. That means, if you're following me, that the first Passover, not all of them, but the first Passover, because of the alignment, was a Sabbath. Being the 14th day of the first month begins with the first day. It's the first year, the first day. 2 weeks later, what do you get? You get a Sabbath. Isn't that interesting? That means that the final judgment on Egypt, which again is typological for the final judgment on Mystery Babylon, that final judgment was on a Sabbath, which was the 14th day of the month. It was the second Sabbath of the first month. Now, God does everything by the numbers. He does everything perfectly neatly. It is, in my opinion, not only very typologically appropriate for all these things to be the way that I'm describing them to you, it's also very, very unlikely that he would begin the Israelites' calendar with some other day, like the third day of the week or something like that. Do you understand? This is not just some arbitrary calendar decision. The Exodus is a typology of the gospel, which is a new beginning, a new life, a new creation. And all of these alignments happen, just like the creation week, just like the resurrection week on the first day. These are all aligning. So they're all happening on the first day because there's a new beginning. And what comes before the first day? It's the seventh day, which is rest. So you see the same situation. So going forward into all the things we're going to be talking about with the Exodus, my assumption is that the 14th day of the first month, because it was the beginning, as I've described to you, that 14th day was a Sabbath. I don't think going forward after that, it always occurred on a Sabbath, because things shift over time with various things. Even within the natural calendar, things are going to fall on different days throughout the year because that's just the nature of things. They fluctuate. However, the first was the beginning. And God did that on purpose because he was doing things deliberately to set a precedent. God is about precedents. He's the judge of the earth. Everything he does is according to precedents. When Jesus, that's why it's important to defend the truth that Jesus rested in the tomb on the Sabbath. The people who think, oh no, he died on a Wednesday and he rose whatever on several theories, okay? It's not true. Jesus was crucified on the 6th day of the week. 6 is the number for man and for sin. So he took that upon himself. He experienced death. He rested on number 7 in fulfillment of the creation typology, and he resurrected on day 1, which is also in fulfillment of creation typology. That doesn't mean you have transferred the day from 7th to the 1st to rest on the 1st day of the week. That doesn't mean that. But it is in fulfillment of typology. Everything is by the numbers, folks. So we have to insist on that because it's very important. With that in mind, another important fact, again, is that people counted inclusively. This means that they counted always the day that occurred as the first day of something. This is going to come in, again, very importantly as we discuss the plagues and the various things that are happening. Now, I discussed this in my Sabbath series on the episode on Jesus' crucifixion, because, for example, in the Gospels you have, like I think Mark says on the 3rd day or after 3 days. I forget which one. Mark and Matthew differ. Okay, Mark I think is on the 3rd day, and Matthew says after 3 days. These two things in our society are contradictory. They don't work. You can't say on the 3rd day, which would be after 48 hours, or after 3 days, which would be after 72 hours. Do you get it? Doesn't make sense in our way of counting. But in the ancient mind, which counted inclusively, these two statements are actually equivalent. So very, very important that we understand inclusive counting. Otherwise, we will not understand what's going on. An example would be Esther's fast in the book of Esther. She tells her women to fast, and after 3 days, fast for 3 days. And then on the 3rd day, she goes to the king. Well, like, wait a minute, I thought you meant them to fast for 72 hours and then you're going to go. Well, that's not how people thought. For them, that was an equivalent thing to where on the 3rd day, that is counted as a day of fasting that's completed, and she goes on the 3rd day to visit the king. Of course, which is typological of these things as well, with 3 being a very popular number in Scripture. Now, some more objective. So we got the first major foundation, which is the fact that very likely the 14th of Abib was a Sabbath. The first month. Maybe not after that, but the first Passover was a Sabbath. That's an important point. Couple more objective timestamps. Exodus 16, verse 1. Bread from heaven. They set out from Elim, and all the congregation of the people of Israel came to the wilderness of Sin, which is between Elim and Sinai, on the 15th day of the 2nd month after they had departed from the land of Egypt. Okay, so the next Chodesh, on the 15th of that Chodesh, that period, they had arrived at the wilderness of Sin. Month 2, day 15. Okay, it doesn't mean 30 days later, it just means month 2, day 15. Keep this in mind. We know a couple verses later in 5 through 7 that he gives them various food and provision. On the 6th day, when they prepare, they will bring in, it will be twice as much as they gather daily. So he's basically, they're grumbling against him. And then Moses pleads with God and says, okay, here's the deal. I'm going to give you quail. I'm going to give you bread, etc., etc. Right? You've read those verses before. So Moses and Aaron said to all the people of Israel, at evening you shall know that it was Yahweh who brought you out of the land of Egypt. And in the morning you shall see the glory of Yahweh, because he has heard your grumbling against Yahweh. For what are we that you grumble against us? So, a lot of grumbling going on. People are complaining. Now, another important timestamp is verse 21 through 23. We're still in the same scene in the desert. Morning by morning, they gathered it, each as much as they could eat. But when the sun grew hot, it melted. On the 6th day, they gathered twice as much bread, 2 omers each. And when all of the leaders of the congregation came and told Moses, he said to them, this is what Yahweh has commanded. Tomorrow is a day of solemn rest, a holy Sabbath to Yahweh. Bake what you will bake, and boil what you will boil, and all that is left over lay aside to be kept until the morning. So, very, very interesting. This is highly, highly important, because we have now some data points. They arrived on the 15th of the 2nd month. Okay, that 15th, we don't know what day of the week that was yet. But what are they doing on the 15th? Well, they're complaining against Moses. They're saying, we're hungry, we're going to die. You brought us out here to kill us, that kind of stuff, right? Moses, on that day, petitions God. God says, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to give them quail, which happens later that evening. And I'm going to give them manna in the morning. And you're going to gather it day by day, and et cetera, right? And on the 6th day, you're going to get double the portion so that you can keep it for the Sabbath. So now they get quail that evening, and then they gathered manna for 6 days after that. Do you get it? And then on the 7th day, they rested. This means, very simple math, that on the 15th of the month, the second month when they arrived, that 15th was a Sabbath. They arrived because then they complained, they had the whole quail thing, and then 6 days after that, beginning with the morning of the next day, they gathered manna, right? 6 days, and then on the 7th day they rested. That means when they arrived, it was a Sabbath. I'll show you all of this on a graph. When they arrived, it was a Sabbath. And then on the 7th day, they rested again. So the first Sabbath they really experienced was timed perfectly with their arrival out of Egypt. And if day 14 of the first month, first Hodesh, was a Sabbath, now we have some points to work with. A couple more important details before we look at all of this on a graph. Exodus 17 and 18, after this chapter, with chapter 16 with the bread and quail, you start seeing more issues. You see the water complaints, you see the battle with Amalek, you see Jethro's advice to Moses to basically, listen, have these things, delegate your stuff so you can have some help with judging cases. Moses is judging the cases. They start to depart in stages to go to Sinai. So there's a lot going on. Now, in chapter 19, it says, on the third, now this is translated, again, this is why I gave you all that context with Hodesh. This is translated incorrectly. It says, on the third new moon after the people of Israel had gone out of the land of Egypt, on that day they came into the wilderness of Sinai. But it doesn't say that, folks. If you go back to the KJV Plus, in the third Hodesh, oh, you can't really see it because this stupid alignment. Anyway, just trust me on it. You can go look in the interlinear if you doubt. But it says on the third Hodesh, okay, third Hodesh. The third Hodesh, after the people of Israel had gone out of the land of Egypt, on that day, meaning on the beginning of that period, they came into the land of the wilderness of Sinai. If you look at other translations, like let's try Young Literal Translation, in this day they have come into the wilderness of Sinai. The language, what's the point? The language here is such that it's like on that very day when the third Hodesh came, as in the first day of the Hodesh, they arrived at Sinai. Let's see, what does KJV say? The same day they came into the wilderness of Sinai. So KJV actually, I think, probably does a better job than these other ones. And in fact, they translate it as month, so KJV overall is superior on this particular verse because it is month. But again, in English came hundreds and hundreds of years, centuries after, thousands of years after, the Exodus. So our understanding of what month is, there's no equivalent concept in Hebrew. A chodesh and a month are two different things. They're very, very different. They're reckoned completely differently. So anyway, on the third month, on that day, on that very day when it entered into that period, they came there. That means they came on the first day of the chodesh. So, what's the point? Now we have several little points that we can map. All of the events after the first Sabbath, with the manna and everything else, and Jethro's advice, the water complaint, the Amalek, all that stuff, all of that occurred during the period of the 23rd day of the second month to the end of however long that month was. Because remember, they arrived on the 15th day of the second month. In the second month, that 15th day was a Sabbath. They complained. They got quail that evening. On the next day, they began the 6-day period of collecting manna. and they experienced their first Sabbath on the 22nd day of the second month. Then, from the 23rd, the next day, all the way till they arrived at Mount Sinai on the first of the next Chodesh, all those things happened. Moses was judging Amalek, the water complaint, etc., etc. The question is, how long was that second month? We don't know, that second Chodesh, because you're not dealing with 30-day increments or 31-day increments. You're dealing with periods of time that we haven't used for, thousands of years. Now, if we look at what this looks like on a chart, okay, boy, that's annoying. I don't know why. Even with Google Chrome, I used to deal with this all the time on Mozilla Firefox because it had some cookie issue, and so it'd sign you out constantly. Really super annoying. Anyway, this is the chart, okay? This is the chart. So these are just like little Excel cubes, little Excel squares to visually show you all of this, okay? So this is our first chart. The top is the month of Abib, which is the only named month they were given. That's an important point. Just like the days of the week were not given names other than the Sabbath. The only month, Chodesh, that was named for the Israelites was the first one. So you know when the beginning of the year is, when the barley sprouts, around the equinox, because that's when the life happens. So, month of Abib, that's the first month. And again, we're operating under the assumption that the 14th was the 7th day of the week. Okay, 7th day of the week. They left on the 15th, which was the first day of the week. Now, the question is, we don't know how long this first month was. And I'll show you why there's this optional extra week here. Okay, it doesn't really matter, but it's just there for visual sake. Because if we go to the second month, here's the second month. It doesn't have a name. They arrive on the 15th day of the month, right? They have the quail that evening. Then they begin to collect the manna for 6 days. On the 7th day, they rested. That was their first Sabbath. That was the 22nd of the month. That means if you count backwards from 15, knowing that they arrived on the Sabbath, 14, 13, 12, 11, etc., you go back to the first of that month was a Sabbath. So it began with a Sabbath, they arrived on the Sabbath, and they rested on the Sabbath. Whoops, wrong click. So it began with a Sabbath. That means that the previous month of Abib ended, whatever the last day was, with a 6th day of the week, because this one begins with the Sabbath. Does that make sense? Very simple. The question is, how long was it? Now, the two options are, I believe, 27 days, because it ends with the 6th day of the week, assuming a Passover on the, go back here, assuming a Passover on the 14th, right? And the beginning is on, the first day of the week is on the 15th. Assuming that, which I think is a valid assumption, the only options are for it to end on the 6th day of the week is 27 days or 34 days, because they both end on a 6th day of the week. I think 27 is pretty short. I could be wrong. I haven't used Stellarium and tried to graph the position of the sun in, I don't know if it was Aries or whatever it was at that point in time, and see how long it would have taken in that particular day, like, in 1500 BC or whatever. I haven't done that, so I don't know. I'm just an educated guess. I'm leaning more towards 34 days because 27 strikes me as just a little bit too short. But I could be wrong. I could be totally wrong. So nevertheless, it doesn't matter. It ended on the 6th day of the week. The second month begins on the 1st. They are journeying for a couple more weeks. And then on the 15th, which is Sabbath, they arrive. They start complaining on the Sabbath. Very important. And God provides them with provision. And then they collect manna for 6 days. The Sabbath happens. And then in this period of time, however long this is, we don't know yet, this is where Jethro is giving him advice. People are complaining about water. They're fighting Amalek. They start moving to Sinai. A lot of things are happening here until you get to the first day of the third month. Makes sense? So there's that. Now, we'll come back to all this stuff later because I have several charts I want to show you. But hopefully that helps you visualize it. There's many important things that happened after they arrived at Sinai that are also in alignment with Sabbath typology, the return of Jesus, etc., etc. If the 14th of Abib, which is the first month, was a Sabbath, like I say, and the 10th plague was on a Sabbath, we can see other important Sabbath judgments and events in this entire narrative, which is really fascinating. And this part took me quite a lot of work, so I hope that you enjoy it because it was actually kind of tricky to go through this biblical timeline. So, if we look at the judgments of Egypt, my presentation to you, my theory that I'm putting forward, is that the judgments spanned 3 Sabbaths, 7, 7, 7. Very interesting. And the way that works is it's over the course of 21 days if you look at all of the events. So day 1 would be, I would call it plague 0. It wasn't a plague, but it was a demonstration of power and sort of a judgment. And that judgment happened in Exodus 7, verse 12 to 13. With the snakes. For each man cast down his staff, and they became serpents. But Aaron's staff swallowed up their staffs. Still Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he would not listen to them, and as Yahweh said. So, the first issue is the snakes. That's the first judgment, and saying, look, your sorcerers can have these powers, but my God is more powerful. Pharaoh's heart was hardened. So that was plague 0. That happened on a particular day. We don't know yet what day of the week that was, but it happened day 1. Of this event, this narrative. Verse 14 says, Then Yahweh said to Moses, Pharaoh's heart is hardened. He refuses to let the people go. Go to Pharaoh in the morning. By the way, notice that all of these are happening in the morning. If the day was reckoned with the evening, we should expect evenings, but there's no such thing. It's always in the morning or early in the morning. Why? Because the morning is the beginning of the day. Anyway, I have a whole episode on that in my Sabbath series. Go watch it if you disagree and you are aligning with the Talmud. Go to Pharaoh in the morning as he is going out to the water. Stand on the bank of the Nile to meet him and take in your hand the staff that turned into a serpent. So the next day, which is day 2, plague 1 happened, which is where the Nile was basically turned to blood. And if you go to verse 25, it says, 7 full days passed after Yahweh had struck the Nile. Now, 7 full days would be the way that the wording there, when, again, you're dealing with people who count inclusively, right? If it had just said 7 days, then it would give you the idea that when the next event started, they're starting on the 7th day. Because remember, people count the day of as a full day. However, there are times, like for example, later when it says 40 days and 40 nights, or 7 full days, where the language there is explicitly delineating to you that 7 full days occurred, and then whatever happens after that is on the 8th day, beginning on the 8th day. So they're not counting the last day of that as an inclusive thing because it's a full day, day and evening, okay? However, because it is inclusive counting, and all of these things happened, then what's likely, and we'll come back to this, folks. We'll come back to this because there are a few places in this narrative that could fluctuate like by a day or two. So this is all with a caveat, but nevertheless, I think what I'm presenting to you here is very, very interesting. So 7 full days, beginning with the day that the Nile was struck, because it's an inclusive counting. The Nile is struck, and then that day begins the 7-day period. So when I read that originally, I'm like, there's got to be something more here. Because God, again, is using the 7-day pattern. He's using the 7-day pattern. This is really, really interesting. And it really dug at me. I'm like, I've got to learn more about this. I got to piece together this timeline and see what I can find. This is very, very interesting because the number 7 is being used. It's not an arbitrary number. It's a very aligned number with other times that God uses, like the 7 days before the flood. 7 is a very biblical number. So I'm like, there's got to be more to this. So this is what I found out. So 7 days pass, meaning from day 2 now where the Nile was struck, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now on the 8th day is the 7th day of that group. Then therefore the 9th, day 9 is when the new event starts. So again, day 2 is when the Nile gets struck. That's the first day of the 7. Then we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 7 days. You can see, if you're listening, then I've got my fingers up. It's 7 days up to day 8. So that means day 9 is when we see the next events begin with the frogs. That's Exodus 8. Then Yahweh said to Moses, go into Pharaoh and say to him, thus says Yahweh, let my people go that they may serve me. But if you refuse to let them go, behold, I will plague all of your country with frogs. The Nile shall swarm with frogs that shall come up into your house and into your bedroom and on your bed and into your houses of your servants and your people and your ovens and your kneading bowls. The frogs shall come up on you and on your people and on all of your servants. And Yahweh said to Moses, say to Aaron, stretch out your hand over your staff over the rivers and the canals and over the pools and make frogs come up out of the land of Egypt. So Aaron stretched out his hand over the waters of Egypt, and the frogs came up and covered the land of Egypt. But the magicians did the same by their secret arts. This is important because the devil has the power to reproduce some supernatural things. Very, very relevant to our day and age. And made frogs come out of the land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh called Moses and Aaron and said, plead with Yahweh to take away the frogs from me and from my people, and I will let the people go to sacrifice to Yahweh. Moses said to Pharaoh, be pleased to command me when I am to plead for you and for your servants and for your people, that the frogs may be cut off from you and from your houses and be left only into the Nile. And Pharaoh said, tomorrow. Moses said, be it as you say, so that you may know that there is no one like Yahweh our God. So the frogs happened beginning on day 9, right? And Pharaoh says, and Moses says, when do you want me to plead for the frogs to go away? And he says, tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow he'll plead. So day 10 is when the frogs are removed, and then you have plague 3, which is the gnats. Then this is verse 16 of chapter 8. Then Yahweh said to Moses, say to Aaron, stretch out your staff and strike the dust of the earth, so that it may become gnats in all of the land of Egypt. So of course gnats come. It's a very quick plague, very intense insect activity, and that whole thing occupies the day. Then you have the next day where plague 4 is announced. This is in verse 20 through 23. Then Yahweh said to Moses, rise up early in the morning. So this is still happening on day 10, where the gnats basically were going on. And God says to Moses, rise up early in the morning, day 11, and present yourself to Pharaoh as he goes out to the water, and say to him, thus says Yahweh, let my people go that they may serve me. Or else, if you will not let my people go, behold, I will send swarms of flies on you and your servants and your people and into your houses, and the houses of the Egyptians shall be filled with swarms of flies, and also the ground on which they stand. But on that day I will set apart the land of Goshen, where my people dwell, so that no swarms of flies shall be there, that you may know that I am Yahweh in the midst of the earth. Thus I will put a division between my people and your people. Tomorrow this sign shall happen. So, very important timestamps here and very important typology. Important that it says, I will put a division between my people and your people. If you are alive, when all of these things start coming down on the earth, people bust out in sores, the waters turn to blood, there's darkness, you will be kept safe. There's no condemnation for the elect. So if Egypt was divided, right, the people, the Israelites did not experience the plagues. They could see them from afar, but they weren't experiencing it directly. The same thing, I imagine, will happen at the very end. So take heart. Nevertheless, he says, rise up early in the morning, and say to Moses, that's basically on the 11th day, go tomorrow. So they're on day 10. The gnats just happened. God says, rise up early in the morning, go on day 11, and announce to him that the next day after that, tomorrow, I'm going to bring flies upon you, if you don't repent. So that means that day 12 is when the flies happen. And we see that in Exodus 8, verse 24 to 32. And Yahweh did so. There came great swarms of flies into the house of Pharaoh and into his servants' houses and throughout all the land of Egypt. And the land was ruined by the swarms of flies. Then Pharaoh called Moses and Aaron and said, go sacrifice to your God within the land. But Moses said it would not be right to do so, for the offerings we shall sacrifice to Yahweh our God are an abomination to the Egyptians. If we sacrifice offerings abominable to the Egyptians before their eyes, will they not stone us? We must go 3 days' journey. Again, there's the 3 days, which is interesting. Into the wilderness and sacrifice to Yahweh our God as he tells us. So Pharaoh said, I will let you go to sacrifice to Yahweh your God in the wilderness, only you must not go very far away. Plead for me. Then Moses said, "Behold, I am going out from you, and I will plead with Yahweh that the swarms of flies may depart from Pharaoh and from his servants and from his people tomorrow." So tomorrow, again, we have another timestamp. And again, remember, throughout all of this, that when they say tomorrow, they mean early in the morning. That means that the day is reckoned by the morning. Only not let Pharaoh cheat again by not letting the people go to sacrifice to Yahweh. And I believe we're going to go to 32. So Moses went out from Pharaoh and prayed to Yahweh, and Yahweh did as Moses asked and removed the swarms of flies from Pharaoh, from his servants and from his people, and not one remained. But Pharaoh hardened his heart this time also and did not let the people go. So again, same old pattern. The plague is removed, and then Pharaoh hardens his heart, and the whole thing is going to happen tomorrow. So the pleading for the flies to go away is the next day. Remember that the flies happened on day 12. So on day 13, the flies are removed. And then, of course, on that day, the next plague is announced. The 5th plague, Egyptian livestock die. Then Yahweh said to Moses, "Go in to Pharaoh and say to him, 'Thus says Yahweh, the God of the Hebrews, let my people go, that they may serve me. For if you refuse to let them go still hold them, behold, the hand of Yahweh will fall with a very severe plague upon your livestock that are in the field, the horses, the donkeys, the camels, the herds, and the flocks.'" This is a lot. This is a pretty significant plague in terms of disrupting activity. So keep that in mind. But Yahweh will make a distinction between the livestock of Israel and the livestock of Egypt, so that nothing of all that belongs to the people of Israel shall die. Again, another important point, folks. Remember this. Remember these important verses as things start to get worse and worse around us. And Yahweh said at a time, saying, tomorrow, Yahweh will do this thing in the land. So, on day 13, the flies are removed. Moses announces the 5th plague. And then day 14, which is the next day, is when the 5th plague comes. Verse 6 says, "And the next day, Yahweh did this thing. All the livestock of the Egyptians died, but not one of the livestock of the people of Israel died." So on the 14th day, the livestock was struck. If you keep reading verse 8 through 12, you see the next plague with boils. So the 6th plague. "And Yahweh said to Moses and Aaron, take handfuls of soot from the kiln and let Moses throw them in the air in the sight of Pharaoh. It shall become fine dust over the land of Egypt and become boils breaking out in sores on man and beast throughout all of the land." So they took soot from the kiln and stood before Pharaoh, and Moses threw it in the air, and it became boils breaking out in sores on man and beast. And the magicians could not stand before Moses because of the boils, for the boils came upon the magicians and upon all of the Egyptians. But Yahweh hardened the heart of Pharaoh, and he did not listen to them, as Yahweh had spoken to Moses. So, on day 13, the flies were removed. Moses announces the 5th plague with the livestock. The next day, when it happens, the 5th plague kills all of the livestock, the camels, the donkeys, the cows, everything, right? Really, really bad plague. The reason why I put the boils on day 15, this is one of those areas that could be on the same day, because the text doesn't explicitly say on the next day, tomorrow is the boils. However, considering the heaviness of the livestock plague, which is a very heavy plague, and I believe you'll see it's on, I think on a Sabbath, that I believe was very significant, and that occurred on the whole day. So the boils would be the next day on day 15. Now, on that same day of the boils, the 7th plague is also announced. Verse 13 through 18. "Then Yahweh said to Moses, rise up early in the morning." Right? So early in the morning, there's no such thing as early in the evening, folks. We use that expression here today because we have a 24/7 lifestyle, but people didn't do that when they didn't have lights, okay? They had the sun and the moon. So early meant early in the day. "Rise up early in the morning and present yourself before Pharaoh and say to him, 'Thus says Yahweh, the God of the Hebrews, let my people go, that they may serve me. For this time I will send all my plagues on you yourself, and all your servants and your people, so that you may know that there is none like me in all the earth. For by now I could have put out my hand and struck you and your people with pestilence, and you would have been cut off from the earth. But for this purpose I have raised you up, to show you my power, so that my name may be proclaimed in all of the earth.'" Boy, is that insulting to the modern mind. that God decrees evil, that God raises up powers just to destroy them so he can reveal his own power. That is a foundational teaching of soteriology, and I have a lot of hours in my salvation series on these topics, so please get edified on the truth of that. Nevertheless, verse, where are we at? 17 and 18. You are still exalting yourself against my people, and will not let them go. Behold, about this time tomorrow, I will cause very heavy hail to fall, such as never has been in Egypt from the day that it was founded until now. So, again, the boils happen on day 15 after the livestock. Moses, on that same day, is also told to go into Pharaoh after the boils have basically affected these people. It's like, look, do you give up already, or what's going on? So he's talking to them on day 15 and announces the plague of the hail because Pharaoh is just being hard-hearted. But he's, of course, destined to be hard-hearted because he's a villain of the story, and God is revealing and setting precedents through Pharaoh. So day 16 now comes with plague 7, which is the hail. This is in verse 23 through 24. Then Moses stretched out his staff toward heaven, and Yahweh sent thunder and hail, and fire ran down to the earth. And Yahweh rained hail upon the land of Egypt. There was hail and fire and flashing continually in the midst of the hail, very heavy hail, such as had never been in the land of Egypt since it became a nation. So very extreme hail. On the same day, Moses announces the 8th plague. If we go to, I guess that finishes the chapter. Yeah, there's a whole dialogue that happens between them. But of course, as usual, Pharaoh is still being stubborn. But on the same day, if we go to the next chapter, Exodus 10, verses 1 through 6, then Yahweh said to Moses, Go into Pharaoh, for I have hardened his heart and the heart of his servants, that I may show these signs of mine among them, and that you may tell in the hearing of your son and of your grandson how I have dealt harshly with the Egyptians, and what signs I have done among them, that you may know that I am Yahweh. So Moses and Aaron went into Pharaoh and said to him, Thus says Yahweh, the God of the Hebrews, How long will you refuse to humble yourself before me? Let my people go, that they may serve me. Now, really quick point. It's interesting that it's Yahweh, the God of the Hebrews, okay? If you are familiar with archaeology, there's a very, very old discovery called the pillar of, oh gosh, I'm totally forgetting the name of it now. Something with an S. I wanted to say Sennacherib, but it's not Sennacherib. The Soleb inscription, I think, the Soleb pillar, the Soleb inscription. Very, very old pillar dating to around the time of the Exodus, 1400, 1500 BC. And the pillar describes a shasu, the people of Yahweh, the shasu of Yahweh. And they're like a nomadic group of people with herds, and, they're following Yahweh. Very, very interesting that Yahweh, the God of the Hebrews, was basically put in stone by these Egyptians. The people that had their God is Yahweh. Very, very interesting. Evidence of the Exodus. Verse 4, For if you refuse to let my people go, behold, tomorrow I will bring locusts into your country, and they shall cover the face of the land so that no one can see the land, and they shall eat what is left to you after the hail, and they shall eat every tree of yours that grows in the field, and they shall fill your houses and the houses of all your servants and all of the Egyptians, as neither your fathers nor your grandfathers have ever seen, from the day they came on earth to this day. Then he turned and went out from Pharaoh. So tomorrow, the locusts are going to come if you don't repent. And of course, we are on day 16, right? The hail is on day 16. Hail is decimating Egypt. He comes back probably towards the evening and says, hey, what's going on? Have you repented? No. Okay, tomorrow there's going to be a bunch of locusts that are going to devour everything that the hail has not destroyed. And of course, tomorrow comes. The verse 13 says, where is it at? So Moses stretched out his hand over the land of Egypt, and Yahweh brought an east wind upon the land, so that day and all night, so the rest of that day was happening. When it was morning, the east wind had brought the locusts. Now, this is an interesting situation because, again, this is a point of variance that I think there are some points of variance here that you can still maintain the 21-day narrative. There could be a situation where, I'll explain this later, but keep this in mind, okay? Because it says here, so Moses stretched out his staff over the land of Egypt, and Yahweh brought an east wind upon the land all that day and all that night. Okay. All that day means that it wasn't necessarily the evening when Moses was announcing the plague, or basically the plague maybe was the blowing of the locusts could have occupied an extra day. So my point is, this timeline is slightly fluid, and you'll see why when we sum up all these points, because I've placed the hail on day 16, right? Obviously the hail happens, it decimates a lot of things. Moses goes and announces the next plague, which is the locusts. I'm guessing that happened in the evening. Like, hey, the hail is decimating your country. What say you? Are you repenting? No? Okay, well, tomorrow, basically, they're going to come. Now, the trouble with coming in the evening to Pharaoh, the trouble with that is that this wording here, if we look, for example, let's check other translations. Septuagint says, Moses lifted up his hands towards heaven, and the Lord brought a south wind upon the earth all that day and all that night. The morning dawned, and the south wind brought up the locusts. So all that day and all that night, I think actually somebody's here for a package. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. That was quite the adventure. So trying to get my train of thought back. So we're talking about the hail and the locusts. We're pretty much at the end here. So we're in chapter 10, and the hail just happened. There was a lot of dialogue after the hail. And then chapter 10 opens with God basically telling Moses to go and announce the locusts. In verse 13, it says, so Moses stretched out his staff over the land of Egypt, and the Yahweh brought an east wind. And interesting that the Septuagint says south wind, I believe. Let me see if that's correct. Yeah, it says south wind. That's interesting. There's a difference there. Wonder if there's an interesting reason for that. But either way, east wind or south wind, there's a wind that comes upon the land, and it blows all that day and all that night. You'll see in just a little bit that this is another point of variance where we could either have it on the same day or it could be on 2 different days. Either Moses goes and basically says, okay, this thing is going to happen tomorrow, and this is already a day after the hail. And he's in the morning, he's going to visit Pharaoh and saying, I'm going to bring locusts upon the land. And then he says, okay, you don't want to repent? Fine. He waves his staff. There's a wind that blows all that day, because the language there says all that day, which seems to imply a full day. The hail was pretty devastating, and there was a lot of dialogue going on, a lot of back and forth, going out of the city, come back in. So it just doesn't make sense to me that Moses would have all that, and then the wind would be blowing all that day, because that day was already done. Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. We'll have a visual for it as well. Nevertheless, all that day blows. The locusts come. Obviously, they devour everything. And then you have plague 9. Now we're towards the end, basically day 18 through 20. Plague 9 is on Exodus 21 through 20, chapter 10, verses 21 through 23. Then Yahweh said to Moses, stretch out your hand toward heaven, that there may be darkness over the land of Egypt, a darkness to be felt. So Moses stretched out his hand toward heaven, and there was pitch darkness in the land of Egypt 3 days. They did not see one another, nor did anyone rise from his place for 3 days, but all the people of Israel had light where they lived. Again, you see a distinction between God's people and the wicked. So there's going to be a distinction. There's nothing to frighten yourself when you read about the bowl judgments and the judgments that are coming up on Babylon. It's something to rejoice, because when those things happen, you know the time is very short. They're not going to last months and months, folks. They're not. They're going to last. If Egypt lasted 3 weeks, approximately, I imagine it would be the same with the bowl judgments. And then, of course, the final plague, Exodus 11, 4 through 5. So Moses said, thus says Yahweh, about midnight, right, after the 3 days are done, now we're on day 21, I will go out in the midst of Egypt, and every firstborn in the land of Egypt shall die, from the firstborn of Pharaoh who sits on his throne, even to the firstborn of the slave girl who is behind the handmill, and all the firstborn of the cattle. So Passover, very, very significant final judgment, and that's day 21. And because day 21 happened to land on the 14th of Abib, and there's multiples of 7, I said, I wonder if there's a correlation here, and we're dealing with Sabbath judgments. And of course there is. So if we look at the chart, this is chart number 2. This is couple options. There's many ways that this could go. There's many permutations, but to keep it at 21 days, there's a couple of options. So the first option is that the snake miracle happens on day 1. Then you have, and these are not all the options. We'll talk more about these as we go along, but I just want you to see how this works. There's a snake miracle on day 1. Then day 2 begins with the Nile plague, and that lasts 7 full days. And you can see this is inclusively counted because the day that this begins also counts as the first of the 7 days. That's why it's organized in these little boxes. Then day 9, you have the frogs. Then day 10, the frogs are removed. The gnats come. That's the rest of the day. Then on day 11, the flies are announced. On day 12, the flies come. On day 13, they're removed. The livestock plague is announced. The next day, it happens on day 14. That obviously takes a full day because it's very economically impactful. There's a lot of, cleaning up they have to do. I'm assuming the boils happen on the next day. We'll talk more about this. Then the hail and the locusts are announced. The locusts happen on day 17. Then you have darkness for 3 days, 18 through 20, and then plague 10 is on day 21. 7 times 3 is 21. Another way that this could go would be snake miracle. Day 2 through 8 is the 7 full days of the Nile. Day 9, the frogs are removed. Day 10, then day 9, the frogs come. Day 10, the frogs are removed and the gnats come. Day 11, the flies are announced. Day 12, the flies come. Day 13, the flies are removed. Livestock plague is announced. Day 14, livestock plague and boils happen on the same day because the boils is a really quick narrative. So there's an argument that it could happen on the same day. Then the hail comes the next day. The next day, the locusts are announced and the wind blows all day because these two are separate. Whereas you see the difference is, how do you see some of these things? Are they happening on the same day or different days? So there's multiple ways that it can go. You can still preserve 21 days, but there's some room for interpretation here. So the second option is that the livestock and boils happen on the same day. The hail obviously happens on its own day. Compared to option 1, in option 1, the hail's happening and then the locusts are announced and the wind blows the rest of that day. That's option 1. I think option 2 is actually a little more feasible because the hail is very destructive also. And then the next day, basically you have all day for the wind to blow because it says all day and all night. And then the next day after that, day 17, is the locusts, then 3 days of darkness, then the plague. So these are some ways to visualize it. Conclusion, as you can see that the events in Egypt are very, very interesting, and they happened over the span of 3 Sabbaths. If this is correct, they happened over the span of 3 Sabbaths. Now, a couple of important caveats with all of this and assumptions with these various timelines. Number 1, I count the 7-day period of blood inclusively, but the 3-day period of darkness as the next day, as beginning the next day. There's a reason for that. It says 7 full days were fulfilled after God struck the Nile. In the Hebrew mind, because they counted inclusively, the plague happened in the morning. It was early in the morning when Aaron came and he raised the staff and everything else, right? So the plague happens, was it Moses that raised the staff? I forget. Anyway, when the plague happened early in the morning, it was the very beginning of the day. And in the Hebrew mind, when they say 7 full days, they would include that first day, plus another 6 full day and evenings. And then on the 8th day is when the narrative begins again. That's, I think, pretty straightforward. I don't think there's a case to be made that the events of the Nile happened and then the 7 full days begins with the day after that. I don't think that's the case. However, for the days of darkness, this follows a previous plague. Do you understand? The Nile is the beginning. Is the beginning of events. And so it makes sense to count it inclusively. The days of darkness follow the previous plagues of hail, locusts, etc., right? The Nile begins the narrative with the 7 days as part of that plague. The 3 days of darkness follows the locusts. So there's like a natural sense of closure there and then the next chapter. Another important textual clue, Exodus 10, verse 22 through 23 says, "So Moses stretched out his hand toward heaven, and there was pitch darkness in the land of Egypt 3 days." Now, it doesn't say like three days and 3 nights, 3 full days. It doesn't give you that kind of clue, but it does give you some clues. It says in verse 23, they did not see one another, nor did anyone rise from his place for 3 days. But all the people of Israel had light where they lived. So this is a very important clue because it's qualifying the nature of those 3 days. The locusts were pretty devastating. Okay, the locusts were pretty devastating, just like the livestock. Obviously, by the time that was consumed, it was like the evening. Okay, the majority of the part of the day with daylight had expired. Let's say early afternoon, evening, whatever. The day had been gone. It doesn't make sense for them to say in verse 23, nor did anyone rise from his place for 3 days. Because rising from your place means going to work, right? Going to work, doing things that you need to do. So if we're counting the 3 days of darkness inclusively, like the Nile plague, it doesn't make sense. Do you get it? Because the locust happened, that's taking up the whole day and shenanigans and doing all kinds of damage. And then by the time that's over, let's say afternoon, evening, that's already a day. So when you say that nobody rose from his place 3 days, that's indicating an appeal to like economic working activities. There was no work done for 3 days after that. That's why I count the 3-day period, not inclusively. There certainly would be a reason to if there weren't any textual clues, but because of these textual clues, again, the fact that it happened after the locust and the locust probably consumed the whole day, literally, right? And the textual specification that nobody rose from their places for 3 days. I think that's a very good reason to judge that this is a 3-day period beginning after the plague day of the locusts. So I don't count it inclusively. And that's very important because, again, considering the timeline of the locust, the 9th plague, the darkness, would have started in the late afternoon on the same day. And that doesn't make sense because people were already retiring for the evening. They aren't going to work in the evening. So anyway, that's point number 1. So I counted the 7-day period inclusively. I count the 3-day period not inclusively. And there's very important reasons why. Point number 2, I count the boils occurring after the livestock plague in the original count. The narrative here involves a lot of work because of the livestock being affected. Like gnats and other things like that, they're pretty annoying. But when you strike down the livestock, camels and cows and goats and stuff, that's a really hard blow to the economy. And it disrupts people's lives. They have a lot of work to do to clean that up. Also, there's a lot of going back and forth, like Pharaoh sends errands to examine the land. They report to him that all the livestock has died. You got to remember, they didn't have cell phones, okay? They had like manual stuff that they had to do. This is actually one of the good reasons with the episode on Jesus' crucifixion. If you actually analyze the timeline, the Gospels are just relaying to the important events. They're not relaying to every minute what's happening. But if you piece together the information there, it's very clear that the events took way more than like 2 or 3 hours, which refutes the evening Sabbath. Because if Jesus was crucified at 3 p.m., he died at 3 p.m., there's no way possible during Passover, a major holiday, lots of traffic, for all of the things for Josephus, or not Josephus, Joseph of Arimathea to go talk to Pilate, to set an appointment, to go back, for Pilate to send an errand boy to see if Jesus was dead, etc. There's not enough time for that to happen in 3 hours before the Sabbath, quote unquote, supposedly came in the evening, which is nonsense. They were working until like 2 or 3 in the morning, and then the sun was starting to come up. Like, all right, we better go home because the Sabbath is starting. So anyway, that relates to this because Pharaoh had lots of errands to do, right? To go and check, send errand boys, come back. So that took, I'm guessing, the whole day. So I'm counting the boils on the very next day in the very beginning with power, sudden. It's got a sudden effect because the livestock occupied the whole day. And then also the boils happen, and then God talks to Moses, telling him the next day to rise up and announce the hail. So there's a lot that's happening in that little segment of time. It seems like there'd be way too many things happening in a single day. For example, the livestock dies, then the boils happen, and then on top of that, dialogue. There's additional dialogue with Moses saying, hey, tomorrow, go and do this thing with the hail. I don't see all of that happening all in one day. I think that you're spacing it out between multiple days. Likely, the livestock was struck. That was a major blow. And you'll see, I think that happened in one of these models that happened on a Sabbath, which is very interesting. But the livestock was struck. People were cleaning up after Pharaoh confirmed everything. People were cleaning up all day. It took the whole day. The next day comes, the boils happen just without warning, just boom, immediately because of lack of repentance. They obviously take up the whole day. People are crying and screaming and, there's this whole thing. And then towards the afternoon and evening, whatever, God comes to Moses and says, hey, tomorrow, go and talk to Pharaoh because he's unrepentant. Hail is coming tomorrow. I think that's a more reasonable way to look at it. Very important to understand. A couple of caveats with all of this so you can see how this is slightly fluid. If the plague of darkness was reckoned beginning with the day of the locusts, then this removes one day. I don't think it was, because again, the textual clues would imply that it's not being inclusively counted. You have to understand, most of the time, timestamps like these are inclusively counted. However, that doesn't mean that they're always inclusively counted, because there are textual clues when people were trying to express, hey, this is actually a full period of time, or it began the next day. These kinds of things are very obvious through textual clues, because people were very particular about their language when it came to time and timekeeping. I think that's the case here. Nevertheless, if the darkness period is reckoned from the beginning with the day of the locusts, as they're being cleaned up for whatever reason, this removes a day from 21 to 20. If the boils struck the Egyptians in the evening, after Pharaoh's refusal, despite the livestock plague, and on that same evening, God talks to Moses to go tomorrow to announce the plague, then you condense it again, and you get like 19 days. If the 7 full days after the Nile started after the plague day, right, so they're not inclusively counted, this could add a day. I don't think there's a good hermeneutical reason to do that, but that could add a day. If the hail took a whole day and the locusts, basically Moses came the next day after that to announce the locusts to Pharaoh and waved his staff, and the wind was blowing all that day, and the locusts came the day after that, so 2 days later, then you get another day back. So I think 21 days is very defensible. There's room to change these things slightly around depending on these various minor changes. My general hermeneutic is that if it's a narrative, it's generally continuous action, unless there's a specific time, like tomorrow, 7 days, 3 days, etc. And even those have to be taken in context. I think overall the plagues happened over the course of a very quick period of time, 3 weeks, which again is another sign that the bowl judgments at the very end are not going to take months and months and months or years. They're going to take very short amount of time. Once people start busting out in sores for taking the mark, we're looking at probably a few weeks. Who knows? I can't tell you how long that's going to take. There's no indicator as far as that goes, right? It just seems to be happening very quick. There's no timestamp, so that means these things are not interpreted historically, but rather they're just quick in succession. There's also a lot of language in Revelation that suggests a sudden judgment. Woe is Babylon, in an hour all her plagues have come. Obviously, I don't think that's a literal statement, like that's all going to happen at the same time. But it's like, look at you, Babylon. Now you're going to be judged, and it's going to be sudden and swift and powerful. So again, once these things happen, it's not much time, folks. It's not much time. So rejoice. The joy of the gospel is that it inverts the inversion. It inverts the inversion. Don't give too much credit to the devil as being the inverter. God is the inverter, okay? Now, before you throw stones at me, you have to understand what that means. God is the one who inverts. The devil counterfeits that and tries to parade around as the inverter, but God is the one who inverts. He inverts death to life. He makes evil things good. He is the inverter. And the gospel gives you the profound joy to be able to face death, to face suffering, to face losing everything, and yet rejoice. And you see the world around you crumbling, and you rejoice. That is a profound inversion, and that comes from God. So that's a very profound thing. Now, let's look at the next chart. This is chart 3. So there's a couple columns here, or rows. The first row is day of the week and day of the plague. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, etc. And then the day of the plague from 1 all the way to 22. Okay, 22 days total. On the 22nd day, they leave. On the 7th, or on the 21st day of the plague, which is the 7th day of the month, or is the 14th day of the month, but it's the 7th day of the week. I have like 3 rows here. So the bottom row is the day of the week, the one that is not colored, okay? The 2 top rows are the day of the plague and the day of the week. So day of the week, maybe I should just write here, day of the month, day of month, just so we are clear here. So anyway, day of the month, okay? Day of the month, day of the week, day of the plague. A lot of days to keep track of. So there's 2 options here that I've outlaid for you. And again, I'm not trying to be dogmatic about this. However, I think the 21-day pattern is defensible. I'm leaning towards option number 2, but they're both relatively feasible. I think that it's very feasible and defensible that this happened over the course of 21 days, which means 3 Sabbaths. And that's a very interesting thing. However, option 2, you'll see, has 4 Sabbaths. So option 1, you start with the snake event on the first day of the week. We don't know what day this was according to the month previous to this, because this was the 12th month. It was the end of the 12th month that this was happening. And anyway, that was the first day of the plague. Then you had the 7, days of the Nile, and that goes through the first Sabbath. Then you had the frogs, okay? Then you had the gnats. There's a repose day where there's a warning, and then you had the flies. Then the flies get removed. Then you had the livestock on a Sabbath day, and then you had the boils on the next day. Then the day after that is the hail, and then there's the the locusts after that, because again, in this model, the warning for the locusts and the wind blowing happen on the same day as the hail. I don't think that's the case. I think the next option is a little more accurate, but again, just going with it. Then the locusts happen. Then the 3 days of darkness, because nobody got up from their place to do anything. So 3 days, full days of no working. And then the Passover, which falls on the Sabbath. And then the first day of the week, they begin in typology of the new creation, everything else, right? That's option 1. And that, again, there's notes here. It says the Nile blood is counted inclusively. The boils and the announcement of hail are apart from the livestock, okay? I tried to color these like appropriately. Like boils, they're kind of like dark purple bruising, whatever. Livestock, I think of like brown cows or something. Anyway, so they announce the hail apart from the livestock, and the announcing of the locusts and the wind blowing are all on the same day. So again, the boils and livestock are different. Hail is on its own day. What you don't see in here is the fact that the locusts were announced and the wind was blowing to bring the locusts, and then the next day the locusts happened. That's how this would be explained. Now, the next option, which again, I'm leaning a little more towards, actually, I think is very, very interesting. That option actually begins with a Sabbath, is when the snake event was happening. That happened on a Sabbath. And then the next day, which is the first day of the week, the beginning, right? The beginning is the, basically, well, I actually may put 0 here because this is the day of a plague. So day of plague 0, right? So day 0 was the snake thing, but that happened on a Sabbath. Then the Nile happens, and it begins with the first day of the week, which I think is appropriate because it ends on a Sabbath. That's why when I saw that 7-day pattern, I'm like, there's got to be something to this, man. There's got to be something to this. Because again, God is very deliberate. So I think this is a little more accurate. It's a little interesting that it begins with a Sabbath. The Nile plague event starts on the first day of the week, which would make sense, ends with a Sabbath. That's the second Sabbath now. Then you have the frogs, then you have the gnats, then you have the day of repose and the warnings and everything else. Then the flies come, then the flies get taken care of, and then the livestock hits. On day 7, you have the boils, which is another Sabbath. Then the next day, you have the hail. You have the hail. The hail takes up a whole day because it's a very, arduous process. Moses talks to God that evening, and, God tells him, hey, go the next day and warn Pharaoh. And so he goes the next day, and that wind blows all day and all night. So it's a full day of wind blowing to set up the locusts. Then you have the locusts. Then, of course, those take up the whole day and devour everything. And then you have 3 days of darkness. And now you're on day 21 with the Sabbath yet again. And they leave on day 22. So in this model, of course, they actually would leave on day 23. This would be, because it starts on day 0, right? And they would leave on day 23. Because if you counted it this way, there would be 23 days total of judgments. Actually, it would be 22, because, the 23rd day would be when they're leaving. It's still, the day of the week is still the same. It just depends how you begin the count. You see what I'm saying? Because we know that the 14th, here's the 14th of Abib, is a Sabbath. Okay, that's the 14th. That means that Abib always begins on the first day of the week. Okay, here's the first day of Abib. Here's the day of the week. That's number 1. Same thing in this model, by the way. First day of the month, first day of the week. That's true. The question is, how do these plagues line up? Okay, if it began on a Sabbath, and then you have 7 full days, then the total time of this entire adventure is 23 days. If you condense that a little bit, and you see, again, there's no preparation here for the locusts. I don't have that here. Again, I'm leaning more towards the second one. But if you condense it a little bit, then everything is pushed around. You get it? It begins on the first day of the week with the snakes, and then the blood basically continues and so on. I think this is the more accurate one, to be honest with you. And you've got 4 Sabbaths, like 4 corners of the earth, 4 gospels. 4 is a very interesting number also that's used in scripture. So whether it's 3 or 4, I'll let you be the judge of that. I think this is all quite interesting. 3 is a very biblical number. It's often used for important repetition. When something is repeated 3 times, that's very maximal, right? Like 666, maximal sin, rebellion. Those are important things. 4 is also a biblical number. God uses a lot of 4s for completion, for stability. So 4 is very interesting also. Considering the Sabbath is shown as a day of judgment for the wicked and a day of repose or rest for God's people, I think that the use of 3 or 4 Sabbaths for Egypt's judgment definitely fits the precedent of finality, right? Again, this is very typological for the final judgment. So there's a lot of typologies there for the Sabbath. Now, whether this is 100% true or not, I don't really know. I've presented to you the most amount of work and research I could possibly do with this. Again, I'm leaning more towards the second option where there are 4 Sabbaths. What matters is that at the very minimum, regardless of what you believe about these things, the Passover was likely on a Sabbath, which represents simultaneous final judgment on this evil system and salvation for God's people. Very, very interesting. The people who were under the sign, right, of the Sabbath, the blood on the door, they were under the mark, under the sign, they were saved. The last day in Egypt was also the last day of the week. The last day of history is the last day of the week. The new journey of the Exodus towards the Promised Land begins on the first day of the week in the creation typology. And of course, when Jesus returns after the last day, what do you get? Well, you have the beginning of the new creation in the physical sense, right? I'm sure that we'll still have days. We'll still have like 7-day units, but you have the new eternal creation beginning on the first day of the week. So I think all of that really is building a very strong case for the first Passover to have been on a Sabbath. But there's more. After the Israelites leave the next day, which is on the 15th of the first month, which is the first day of the week, there are many important things that happen in their journey with the 10 Commandments, etc., etc. You'll see again that the Sabbath is intimately involved with this journey. Very, very interesting, because God has put everything on appointed times. So let's review so that we are aware of what happened after the Exodus. In Exodus 16, they set out from Elim, and they got to the wilderness of Sin on the 15th day of the second month. Okay, we covered that. Then they complain on that day. In verse 5 through 7, they get quail and manna on the 6th day. When they will prepare what they bring in, it will be twice as much as they gather daily. So people are complaining, and then the promise is given, listen, we'll give you quail this evening, and then going forward for the next 6 days, you will gather bread magically from heaven, and on the 6th day, you're going to collect extra of it, and then rest. And then, of course, verse 21 to 23, morning by morning, they gathered it. Again, morning by morning. This is day by day. This is an equivalent statement, because the day is reckoned by morning. Each as much as they could eat. But when the sun grew hot, it melted. On the 6th day, they gathered twice as much bread, 2 omers each. And when all the leaders of the congregation came and told Moses, he said to them, this is what Yahweh commanded. Tomorrow is a day of solemn rest, a holy Sabbath to Yahweh. Bake what you will bake and boil what you will boil, and all that is left over lay aside to be kept until the morning. Why? Because the Sabbath is coming with the morning, folks. It's so simple. Please just be honest with what the Word of God says and stop Judaizing. Nevertheless, you see that they arrive on the 15th. Immediately the narrative ensues with complaining, then the 6 days, and then the first Sabbath is kept before Mount Sinai, which tells you that the Sabbath is apart from the covenant of the ceremonial system. Nevertheless, they gather it for 6 days, they rest on the 7th, and then you have the whole first Sabbath situation. Then you have Exodus 17 and 18, where there's the water complaining, the battle with Amalek, Jethro's advice. Moses judges cases, they depart in stages, a lot of things happen. We don't know how long that took. We can speculate in just a little bit. But basically on Exodus 19, verse 1, they arrive on the first day of the Chodesh, not new moon. This is a wrong translation, ESV. Shame on you, but nevertheless, what can you do? This is the problem. They arrive on the third month, the third Chodesh, on that day, meaning the language, again, do you see the language cues that people had idiomatically to indicate when something would happen? On that very day is the idea here. As in when the first Chodesh came, there came right at the very beginning, meaning on the first day of the month that they came. So the question is, how long is the second month? We don't know. Again, if we go back to our chart 1, this is the month of Abib. They left on the 15th of the month. There it is, 15th of the month, which was the first day of the week, because the first Passover was on a Sabbath. So I'm leaning more towards the fact that this month was 34 days. This Chodesh was 34 days, because otherwise it'd have to be 27 days. Because again, it has to end with day 6, because the second month begins with day 1. Why? Because day 15 was a Sabbath. We know that because 6 days later was collecting, and then the 7th day they rested. So the 22nd of the month was a Sabbath. That means the 15th was a Sabbath. That means the 8th was a Sabbath. And that means that the very beginning was a Sabbath. The first day of the month was a Sabbath. That means that the month of Abib ended with the 6th day of the week. And that only gives you 2 options, and as far as I'm concerned. I don't see the month going to 40 days long. It could be, maybe, but likely it's either 27 or 34 days. So now the question is, how long is this period after this first Sabbath was kept, which again was outside of the ceremonial system, so that tells you the Sabbath is eternal. God is just reminding them of this pattern as soon as they come out of the Exodus. In fact, it started with the Exodus, with the Passover, so very interesting, because they were in their houses doing nothing, resting. So how long is this second month? How long is this second month? That's the question we want to answer. Now, once they arrive at Sinai, people do some things. They make camp that very day, and Moses goes up to the mountain. If we go to Exodus 19, 1 through 8. Israel at Mount Sinai. On the third Chodesh, after the people of Israel had gone out of the land of Egypt, on that very day they came into the land of the wilderness of Sinai. They set out from Rephidim and came into the wilderness of Sinai, and they encamped in the wilderness there. There Israel encamped before the mountain, so we're still dealing with the same day, while Moses went up to God. So this all happened on what? On the first day of the third month. Yahweh called to him out of the mountain, saying, "Thus you shall say to the house of Jacob and all the people of Israel, you yourselves have seen what I did to the Egyptians, and how I bore you on eagle's wings and brought you to myself. Now therefore, if you will indeed obey my voice and keep my covenant, You shall be my treasured possession among all the peoples. For all the earth is mine, and you shall be to me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. These are the words that you shall speak to the people of Israel. Verse 7, so Moses came and called the elders of the people and set before them all these words that Yahweh had commanded him. All the people together said, all that Yahweh has spoken, we will do. And Moses reported the words of the people to Yahweh. So there's action going on. They're camping. Moses goes up to the mountain. He talks to God. God instructs him in various ways. Moses goes back to the people, talks to them. So there's dialogue that happens. And then God commands a purification ritual to happen because something very important is going to happen on the third day. So verse 9 through 11. And Yahweh said to Moses, behold, I am coming to you in a thick cloud, and the people may hear me, that the people hear when I speak to you, and may also believe you forever. When Moses told the words of the people to Yahweh, Yahweh said to Moses, go to the people and consecrate them today and tomorrow, and let them wash their garments and be ready for the third day. Very interesting. For on the third day, Yahweh will come down on Mount Sinai in the sight of the people. Okay, so there's a very important situation happening on the third day where God comes down and displays his power. Very, very interesting. Now, remember that people were using inclusive counting. So this is a narration of an event that happened. God is talking to Moses and he's saying, purify the people, consecrate them today, as in, and tomorrow, so 2 days. On the third day, I'm going to do this thing and appear and be very marvelous so you can marvel at me. And that way people can believe you as being, my prophet, my voice. Now this particular visit, if you read about it, is very, very big, very interesting. And I thought to myself, there must be something here. There's got to be something here. Verse 16 says, on the morning of the third day, again, how are they reckoning the days, folks? By the evening? No, by the morning. There were thunders and lightnings and a thick cloud on the mountain and a very loud trumpet blast so that all the people in the camp trembled. Now, what does that remind you of? If you said Revelation, then correct. Ding, 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 Fennec Fox. A word. Verse 15 through 19. Then the seventh angel blew his trumpet, and there were loud voices in heaven saying, the kingdom of God, the kingdom of the world has become the kingdom of our Lord and of his Christ, and he shall reign forever and ever. And the 24 elders who sit on their thrones before God fell on their faces and worshiped God, saying, we give thanks to you, Lord God Almighty, who is and who was, for you have taken your great power and begun to reign. The nations raged, but your wrath came, and the time for the dead to be judged, and for rewarding your servants, the prophets and the saints, and those who fear your name, both small and great, and for destroying the destroyers of the earth. Then God's temple in heaven was opened, and the ark of his covenant was seen with his temple. There were flashes of lightning, rumbles and peals of thunder, an earthquake, and heavy hail. So the trumpet, the lightning, the thunder, the return of Christ, all of that is very, very much in view. I hope you see that. In my end time series, I talk about the alignment of the trumpet, seals, bowls, and the third woe. You have 777, 3 sevens aligning, and a 3 for the third woe. If I can actually go to it here, where are you? There we go. Okay, so this is a chart that you have in the End Time series. You can download it yourself. Let me see if I can just, yeah, you can see it just fine, I guess. So here's the timeline, okay? Here's the timeline. 31 AD, the church age begins at Pentecost. And 20XX, whenever that's coming up in the next 10 years probably, the church age comes to an end with the first bowl judgment because there's no more people to save. The bowl judgments aren't about, saving anybody or repentance. They're about judgment. So the church age has come to an end. There's no more elect to save. That's it. It's over. During the church age, you have the seals 1 through 6. You have the trumpets 1 through 6. And you have also the first and the second woes. Very interesting. At the very end, of course, this is magnified between the church age ending and the first bowl beginning and Jesus returning. This is not representative, okay? The time period from here to here is exponentially larger than the period from here to here, but for the sake of space, you just deal with it, okay? So the space here is, we're talking like weeks, okay? The space here is like centuries. So anyway, during this space between the first bowl judgment and Jesus returning on the 777 and 3, third woe, 7th bowl, 7th trumpet, 7th seal, during that space, you have the bowl judgments. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then of course on the 6th bowl, Satan is released to execute God's judgment on the wicked by deceiving them. It's a deception. It's a judgment that's as a deception into fighting against Jesus' return. Jesus comes and destroys them. But Jesus comes on the seventh bowl, the third woe, seventh seal, seventh trumpet. Okay, so 777 plus 3. 7 and 3, very important numbers to God. So very, very interesting. Very important day that now we go back to Exodus. And what do you have? You have the third day. And also this is a display that seems to really bring in the second coming in view. And I wondered to myself, could this be a Sabbath? Could this be a Sabbath? And of course, I bet you that it was. If we go to chart number 4, here we go. Chart 4, can you see it? Yes, you can. Here's the month of Abib, okay? Again, this optional week doesn't matter, doesn't change anything. We just know that the end of the month ended with a 6th, the 6th day of the week. So, if we go to the second, oh goodness, I'm trying to use like a million keys here. The second month begins with the first Sabbath, or the first day of the month is a Sabbath, okay? Because the last day of Abib was on the 6th day of the week. We know that because the 15th was a Sabbath and the 22nd was a Sabbath, as per the, calendar issues that we just discussed. Now, we know that they arrived on the first, when they arrived on the first day of the month, of the third month, okay? Now, they did the camping on that day. Moses goes up to the mountain. There's all that dialogue. He relays the information back to the people. And God tells them, listen, today and tomorrow you need to consecrate yourself. Why? Because on the third day, I'm going to come down on the side of the people. There's going to be this great thing, etc., etc. Now, again, in my mind, I think if I were to pick any day of the week and I was a betting man, I would say that would probably be a Sabbath. So far, I think that's perfectly in alignment. Why? Because of all the things we've talked about with judgment, with revealing God's power, revealing God's mercy, glorifying God, everything else would happen on the Sabbath. So if I were a betting man, my guess is that that was a Sabbath. The third day was a Sabbath. And that means that the third month, the beginning of that month was on the 5th day of the week. Because you have 5, 6, which were the 2 days of consecration. They arrived on day 5. They camped. Moses went up. They consecrated day 5 and day 6. Day 7 is the appearance of God, which again is typological for the second coming. That means that the previous month, now we can count backwards, ended on a 4. Okay, so it ended on the 4th day of the week because the next Chodesh has to begin on day 5. So again, you're dealing with a situation where there's an optional, end to the month. Now, again, I think what's more likely is that this Chodesh was longer, on the longer end, 33 days, rather than 26 days. Those are the two options. Because 26 to me is way too short. Again, I could be wrong. I'm not a stellarium expert. I haven't graphed these things, but it just seems a little too short. But there are different size constellations, so there is variance. I'm not sure what that variance is, so I'm being honest with you about that. But I'm just guessing that the likely length was maybe 33 days. Again, not a big deal, but this is about the time that we have after that first Sabbath that they were celebrating. I'm guessing it's, another approximately 2 weeks, give or take, because you have this Sabbath, and then they're journeying for the latter part of the second week, and then they have a Sabbath with the third month. That's my guess. So either way, the meeting, they were glorifying God. He was appearing in great power. A lot of parallels to the end. And if that meeting was a Sabbath, then that means that they basically arrived on the 5th day of the week, and the previous month was likely 33 days long. Now, moving on. God tells Moses to go back down and bring Aaron with him. This is in Exodus, I didn't link it. Exodus 19, verse 24 through 25. And Yahweh said to him, go down and come up, bringing Aaron with you, but do not let the priests and the people break through to come up to Yahweh, lest he break out against them. Very interesting that God is speaking of himself in third person. Very strange. But of course, if you have right Christology, then it's not strange at all. It's a mystery. Verse 25. So Moses went down to the people and told them. So this is all happening on a Sabbath. Okay, so God appears. There's fire and lightning, trumpet blasts. Very interesting. All on a Sabbath. Aaron comes back up. People are told, hey, do not come up the mountain. You're going to get destroyed. Don't do this. And then you have Exodus 20, 21, 22, and 23. All of these chapters, if we go, the Ten Commandments are commanded on this day. This is all happening on that day, on the Sabbath. Okay? It's all happening on the Sabbath. So you have the Ten Commandments, you have laws about altars, you have various other laws about slaves, all of the laws and things that are happening. So the Ten Commandments were given on a Sabbath. Isn't that interesting? Now, Exodus 24, verses 1 through 4, Moses writes these words down, he communicates them, he builds an altar. All of this happens on the next day, which is the first day of the week. Then he said to Moses, come up to Yahweh, you and Aaron and Nadab and Abihu and 70 of the elders of Israel, and worship from afar. So he goes on to says, Moses alone shall come near Yahweh, but the others shall not come near, and the people shall not come up with him. Moses came and told the people all the words of Yahweh and all the rules, and all the people answered with one voice and said, all the words that Yahweh has spoken we will do. And Moses wrote down all the words of Yahweh. He rose early in the morning, there it is again, and built an altar at the foot of the mountain and 12 pillars according to the 12 tribes of Israel. So on the next day, early in the morning, on the first day, because Moses was there on the Sabbath, he got all of these instructions. And then on the next day, he does this thing where he builds the altar at the foot of the mountain, and so on and so forth. Now, verse 5 through 18. The people are consecrated, the elders get to see God, and Moses goes up to the mountain again. So verse 5 says, and he sent young men of the people of Israel who offered burnt offerings and sacrifices, peace offerings of oxen to Yahweh. And Moses took half of the blood and put it in basins, and half of the blood he threw it against the altar. Then he took the book of the covenant and read it in the hearing of the people. And they said, all that Yahweh has spoken we will do, and we will be obedient. And Moses took the blood and threw it on the people and said, behold, the blood of the covenant that Yahweh has made with you in accordance with all of these words. Then Moses and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel went up. And they saw the God of Israel. There were under his feet, as it were, a pavement of sapphire stone, like the very heaven for clearness. And he did not lay his hand on the chief men of the people of Israel. They beheld God and ate and drank. Yahweh said to Moses, come up to me on the mountain and wait there, that I may give you the tablets of stone with the law and the commandment, which I have written for their instruction. So Moses rose with his assistant Joshua, and Moses went into the mountain of God. And he said to the elders, wait here for us until we return to you, and behold, Aaron and Hur are with you. Whoever has a dispute, let him go to them. Then Moses went up on the mountain, and the cloud covered the mountain. The glory of Yahweh dwelt on Mount Sinai, and the cloud covered it 6 days. Remember, we're on the first day of the week still. The first day of the week where he built the altar and all these things were happening. Then he goes up to the mountain, and the cloud covered it another 6 days. On the 7th day, seeing a pattern, he called to Moses out of the midst of the cloud. Now the appearance of the glory of Yahweh was like a devouring fire on the top of the mountain in the sight of the people of Israel. Moses entered the cloud and went up to the mountain, and Moses was on the mountain 40 days and 40 nights. Again, we have a textual clue that this is dealing with 40 full days. Beginning with, just like the 7 days of the Nile plague, beginning with the day of, which was a Sabbath. Again, so the cloud covered it 6 days, from day 1 all the way to day 6, because there's inclusive counting. On the 7th day, something, again, big happens, a display of God's power. And Moses is called up to come to God. And beginning with that day, the Sabbath, you have a 40-day period, a 40-day flight. And that's, of course, counted inclusively because you're dealing with a narrative and then something happens for 40 days. It ends with the 40th evening, and then the 41st day is when the next begins because it's 40 full days. So if we read it plainly, basically the 7th day is when this happens, and this confirms our timeline. Put a pin in all this. We're going to come back to a chart. I'm just going through a bunch of things textually here. We'll come back. We'll see it visually, I promise. Exodus 25 through 31 ensues after this narrative situation. And of course, this is more laws about the sanctuary, the ark, the tabernacle, etc., etc. Now notice though, if we go to 31, 31 I believe is the last thing that they talk about in this 40-day period is what? The Sabbath. The Sabbath is the last thing that they talk about. Very interesting. After that, Moses returns, and that return is very typological of the return of Jesus. People were doing what? They were mixing truth with error with the golden calf incident. They were worshiping falsely. And of course, at the end, what's going to happen when Jesus returns? People are going to be worshiping God falsely. Very, very interesting. The last issue before Moses returns is the Sabbath. That's what's on the table. They're talking about the Sabbath. And of course, the last thing before Jesus returns is going to be the Sabbath, if you've watched any of my content on the issue. Now, Exodus 32, 1 through 6 is the golden calf issue. When the people saw that Moses delayed to come down from the mountain, very important, this is so typological. The people gathered themselves together to Aaron and said to him, "Up, make us gods who shall go before us." Now, this is translated poorly. Another mistake for the ESV. They should not say gods, because it's not like people suddenly saw all of the glory of God. They were rescued, they were provided for, and now suddenly they're saying, you know what, we give up on this. Make us like we're polytheists again, or whatever. We want multiple gods. This is not the right word, folks. Because the original language says Elohim, and Elohim could be a god, the god. It could be rulers, it could be multiple gods, it could be angels, it could be a lot of different things. So the translation here is actually incorrect. It says, make us a god, make us the god to go before us. As for this Moses, the man who brought us up out of the land of Egypt, we do not know what has become of him. So what's going on here really quick before we continue? What's going on? What's going on is they're getting impatient. They're becoming synergistic. We need to bring the kingdom of heaven to earth. Can't wait for Jesus to do that. You got to vote. You got to fight out the devil. You got to fight the deep state. You see the parallel? Their desire to bring about the outcome is what led them into error. It's not make us gods and they became polytheists and they started worshiping multiple gods. That's not what's happening. In their mind, they said, if we can make this giant altar, we can kind of coax God to come down on it. Because Moses, maybe he's dead. Maybe, who knows, maybe he messed up. Maybe he pissed God off and God killed him. And now we don't have a God. We're stuck in this wilderness. So they doubted. And so they said, if we just do this thing, maybe God will come down to us. We can force him to do that. We can make him react to us and basically go before us, because in their mind, the image would be the carrier, the throne of the God. So it wasn't that they suddenly became polytheists. This is a very important point, folks. A lot of people think this is polytheism because of these translations. That's not what's happening. In their mind, they were trying to bring Yahweh back by carnal means. They were very carnal minded. And of course, the point of all of this, typologically, is that people were trying to worship God in a very carnal, materialistic, wrong way. Does that sound familiar to you today? Does that sound familiar in terms of the horizon that we're looking at in the near future? Of course it does. So there's very typological relationships there. Either way, the golden calf issue continues. Verse 2. So Aaron said to them, "Take off the rings of gold that are in the ears of your wives and your sons and your daughters and bring them to me." So all the people took off their rings of gold that were in their ears and brought them to Aaron. And he received the gold from their hand and fashioned it with a graving tool and made a golden calf. And they said, "These are your gods." They should say, "This is your God, O Israel, who brought you out of the land of Egypt." Now again, do you think these people thought that some multiple gods brought them out of the land of Egypt? No. They said, "Here's God, here's Yahweh. We gotta bring Yahweh back." That was the point. When Aaron saw this, he built an altar before it, and Aaron made a proclamation and said, "Tomorrow shall be a feast to Yahweh." And again, the text is very clear, folks. If they're giving a feast to Yahweh, the translation gods here does not make sense. That is a mistake. The point is that they were trying to worship God, Yahweh, by building this altar and forcing him to come back down because they were unsure what happened to Moses. So they're doing a feast to Yahweh. So it's syncretism. Do you understand? This is idolatry done in the name of God. Idolatry, golden calf, done in the name of God. It's not worshiping other gods. It's trying to worship God in your own way, in a very carnal, idolatrous way. It's exactly what's going to happen before Jesus returns. So tomorrow is the key timestamp. Tomorrow shall be a feast to Yahweh, and that's when Moses comes down. That means the 40-day period has come to an end. And they rose up early in the next day. Again, early doesn't come after evening or before evening because they counted by the morning. They rose up early in the next day. Why? Because early in the next day when the sun came was tomorrow. That's how they reckoned tomorrow. It's so obvious, folks. It's so obvious. And people still insist that the day is reckoned by the evening. It's so stupid. Anyway, the next day and they offered burnt offerings and brought peace offerings, and the people sat down to eat and drink and rose to play. So there's this whole thing happening. And that means that the tomorrow for these people was the 41st day of Moses' journey, because that's when he came back. The 40 days were over. And then the 41st day, which was the tomorrow for them when they were playing, after they had built the calf, that day is when Moses came back. Verses 7 through 14 in this, I'm not going to read them, but Moses basically implores God not to destroy the Israelites. God relents, which of course is setting a precedent for Jesus as the intercessor. Then you have verse about 19 to 29. There's judgment on the people who rebelled by the sword. The tablets are broken. The idol is burned. People are killed, etc., etc. Then you have verse 30 through 35, where he goes again to intercede the next day for Israel, and a plague falls on Israel. The next day, so remember, day 41, Moses comes back from the mountain. All the things I just explained to you happened. The next day, Moses said to the people, "You have sinned a great sin, and now I will go up to Yahweh. Perhaps I can make atonement for your sin." So Moses returned to Yahweh and said, "Alas, these people have sinned a great sin. They have made for themselves gods of gold, a god of gold, an Elohim. But now if you will forgive their sin, if not, please blot me out of your book that you have written." But Yahweh said to Moses, "Whoever has sinned against me, I will blot out of my book. But now go, lead the people to the place about which I have spoken to you. Behold, my angel shall go before you. Nevertheless, in the day when I will visit their sin upon them." Then Yahweh sent a plague on the people because they had made the calf, the one that Aaron made. So the next day, there's another judgment on the people. There's a plague, and it kills even more people. Now, Exodus 33 is the next chapter, and that's the command to leave Sinai. Yahweh said to Moses, "Go from here, you and the people whom you have brought up out of the land of Egypt, to the land of which I swore to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, saying to your offspring I will give it. I will send an angel before you," etc., etc. So there's a lot going on in this chapter. There's the command to leave. There's the tent of meeting. This is not chronology being relayed to you. It's kind of just commentary of the things that were there. There's the command. There's the tent of meeting, describing Moses' intercession for the people and kind of how that works. Very interesting that in verse 14 of Exodus 33, he says, "And he said, my presence will go with you and I will give you rest." This is Moses saying, "Therefore, if I have found favor in your sight, please show me your ways that I may know you in order to find favor in your sight. Consider too that this nation is your people. So show me your glory, God. Show me who you are." And God says, "My presence will go with you and I will give you rest." What an interesting statement. Very, very interesting, because Jesus says the same thing practically in verse 28 of chapter 11 of Matthew. "Come to me all who labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest." Now, for all you Unitarians and subordinationists, I can guarantee that when you read these two verses together, you're going to twist your mind and your neck and your body like this and say, "No, that's not really what's happening there. That's not really what's happening there. It's, it's just symbolic or whatever," rather than seeing this as a plain statement that Jesus is the presence of God, divinity, fully God, fully man, which results in a mystery. It results in two mysteries, actually. The mystery of the incarnation and the mystery of the Trinity, which a lot of people, unfortunately, are rejecting these days. But nevertheless, back to Exodus 33, very interesting, because verse 20 also says, he said, "You cannot see my face, for man shall not see me and live." So this is a very important statement, because there is a sense of unity with God giving Moses his presence, right? My presence is going to be with you. There's an angel. I'm there with you. It's not like God is not this distant God like the Gnostics believe, and he's just there in the ether. He's there with you. He's intimate. his presence will give you rest. However, because we're in the Old Testament with Moses and there's typology for the law and the Old Covenant and the New Covenant, all this stuff going on, there's this already not yet feeling of, yes, God is there giving them rest and his presence is there, but you can't see my face and live. So there's this division that needs to happen so that you understand that God is holy and that there's a longing that needs to come forward. Like, yes, there's God, but we're still like apart from God. Even though God is there with us, there's a covenant. He's obviously very present with the Israelites. There's this longing for the incarnation. There's a longing for unity with God. There's a longing for a way that we can be with God like the 70 elders. Remember how many procedures there were for the 70 elders to come to see God. Of course, he was in his glorified form on his throne with the sapphire pavement and everything else that people like Ezekiel saw and so on. Isaiah, John, they all see the same thing. So the point is that there's an already not yet. There's a longing for the incarnation because there's the desire to have the intimacy with God, but there's the problem of God being holy. And if you see God's face, you have to die. That's the problem. And that problem is resolved with the New Testament. Because if you've seen me, you've seen the Father. What a thought. Obviously, the whole point is to see Jesus both spiritually, so you can see him physically and live. And that's the whole point of the gospel. Now, verse 34, or chapter 34, the narrative resumes after all of these commentaries. And now we're back in the chronology, and we're on day 6. And Yahweh said to Moses, cut for yourself 2 tablets of stone like the first, and I will write on the tablets the words that were on the first tablets, which you broke. So be ready by the morning again, and come up in the morning to Mount Sinai and present yourself there to me on the top of the mountain. So the narrative resumes, and we're back on the 6th day, and that means that Sinai number 2 begins on the 7th day yet again. Again, you see, verse 28, 40 days and 40 nights. So where's verse 28? Verse 28, where is it at? So he was there and with Yahweh 40 days and 40 nights. He neither ate bread nor drank water, and he wrote on the tablets of the words of the covenant, the 10 commandments. Again, on the next Sabbath, he goes up for another 40 days, and that's when all of these things happen yet again. Verse 29 through 35, Moses comes back. His face is shining. And then the first thing that happens in chapter 35 is the talk about the Sabbath. So the first time, the last thing that happened before he came back down was the Sabbath. The second time, the first thing that he does when he comes back after everybody understands the punishment for disobeying God, they talk about the Sabbath. Again, very, very interesting. And of course, the arrival of Moses coming back and shining in a glorified state is, again, typological of Jesus' return at the second advent. And then, of course, you have chapter 35 through 40, where there's more narrative about building the various components for worship, the tabernacle, the ark, and so on. And then Exodus 40 concludes with it saying that in the first month in the second year, on the first day of the month, the tabernacle was erected. So if you do the math, this means it took them, again, depending on how long some of those months were, because there's optional times, we don't really have an idea, but it took them about 200 days after the events of arriving at Sinai. It took them about 200 days to finish all of these things and erect the tabernacle for the first time. So it took them 200 days to build all these things, to put them together and so on. So if we go to chart number 5 now, here's all the months, okay? Here's the month of Abib, right? He leaves on the first day of the week, which is the 15th of Abib, okay? We don't know how long this month was. Could be 27 days, could be 34. Who knows? The second month begins on a Sabbath. They arrive there on the second Sabbath, or I should say the third Sabbath, which is the 15th of the month. That's when the manna happens. And then they have their first Sabbath outside of the covenant, where, the manna is being collected and so on. Again, this month could be 26 days or it could be 33 days. I think likely it's 33 because 26 to me seems a little short. Then you have the third month, okay? The third month, because of the Sabbath issue going on the third, remember, they arrive on the first day of the month. They get consecrated for 2 days. And then the big reveal happens on the third day. And my assumption, again, just a educated assumption, is that this day is a Sabbath. Very, very important. Why? Because it's confirmed by the fact that the next day, there's all those dialogues and things that happen, and then the 6 days follow, and then again on the seventh day, Moses goes up for his 40-day flight to Mount Sinai to receive all the commandments. So that confirms that indeed I was right about the fact that this third day was a Sabbath, which means that they arrived on the 5th day of the week when the month began, and that means that month 2 ends on day 4. So it's either 26 days or 33. My guess is it's 33. Just an educated guess. Again, I could be wrong. So there's the big reveal. There's the 6-day period. Then the 7th day, Moses goes up and begins, because it's inclusive counting, begins the 40-day period. And if you can see, let me just see if I can, it doesn't fit in one screen. Here's the day of the week. Here's the day of the month. Here's the 40-day period. Okay, this is the 40-day period underneath, just so you can see it visually. So those 40 days goes through several weeks. Now, on the 40th day is when the golden calf issue and them getting impatient happens. Which, who knows how long this I believe they're already in the 4th month now. I don't know. I'm just arbitrarily saying the previous month was 30 days. I don't know how long the 3rd month is. We have no clue. But they're in the 4th month some point in time, because now we're after 40 days. We're at the end. The golden calf happens on that day. This is also the day they're talking about the Sabbath. And then Aaron says, give me all your stuff. We're going to put in the golden calf. Tomorrow we're going to have a feast to Yahweh. Tomorrow comes, that's the 41st day. And that's when Moses goes down, breaks the tablets of stone. The judgment happens on them by the sword, etc., etc. There's more intercession. And then the next day there's another plague on the people for their idolatry. And that's day 6. See the point? Because again, if you count all this out by the day of the week, by the time Moses comes back on the 41st day of the period, after the 40 days is complete, he comes back on the 41st day, they're having their feast, he breaks the tablets, all that is happening on the 5th day of the week. They're having judgment on that day with the sword, the idol is destroyed, and then the next day, Moses again intercedes, and there's a plague on the people, and that plague is on day 6. That means that the next day is what? It's a Sabbath. It's a Sabbath, my friends, and that Sabbath begins the next 40-day period. Do you see how God timed all of these situations to be on the Sabbath? Isn't that profound? Of course, there's the 2nd day, 40-day period, and then again, he comes back on the 5th day of the week. They talk about the Sabbath, and of course, the Sabbath happens right after that, pretty shortly. So they have a Sabbath rest. So all of this is very, very interesting. Exodus, I think, is a major, major typological narrative for the gospel, for the final judgment. The Sabbath certainly is intimately involved in this narrative in many, many ways. If I'm correct, then the judgments in Egypt covered a span of at least 3 Sabbaths, maybe 4. I'm leaning towards 4. I think that's really very interesting. The final judgment was on the Sabbath with the Passover. I think that one we can definitely have a very strong case for regardless. So that's a typology of deliverance, a final judgment on the final system happening on a Sabbath. The arrival into the wilderness of sin and the first provision was in perfect timing for the Sabbath. Because again, if we go to, which chart did I have it on? Yeah, so they arrived on the Sabbath, on the 15th of the 2nd month, and the first Sabbath was celebrated after that. This is the weekly cycle that God is putting them into and timing it perfectly. So they arrived in the wilderness of sin, and the first Sabbath happened outside of the covenant. The revelation of Yahweh on the mountain with thunder and lightning and trumpets, typology of the second advent, that was also on a Sabbath. Both 40-day periods where Moses was receiving the commandments happened on the Sabbath. So again, you notice that there's, again, 3 Sabbaths. I didn't think about this time, but now I'm seeing it, just laying it out. If you go back to this chart, this is the big reveal, right? They arrive on the 3rd day, the first day of the 3rd month. They're consecrated, then they consecrated for 2 days, and then the big reveal, okay? But the big reveal is when the 10 Commandments are originally given on that first Sabbath, the first Sabbath of that month, the third month, where God is being revealed and he's giving the 10 Commandments. And then, he comes up to get the tablets and so on, and that's another Sabbath period where is the chart? Yeah, here we go. So here it is. Here's the big reveal. Then 6 days later, the seventh day again is when the 40-day period, the first 40-day period begins, where there's laws being written down and so on and so forth. And more things are given to it on the Sabbath. So both of these 40-day periods happen on the Sabbath. They begin with the Sabbath. And then afterwards, the plagues happen right at the end of the week, and then there's a Sabbath rest for the people who made it. There's no 7 here. If I draw a 7, if you see this as, here's the 40th day of Moses, the 41st day is when they were partying and they came down and destroyed their stuff. There was judgment by the sword. Then there's judgment by the plague. And then what do you get? The 7th day is resting for the people who made it. Do you get it? The people who were loyal to God, who came to Moses when he said, if you're for Yahweh, come to me, and repented. Those people got to make it. They got to enter God's rest. They survived the judgments. Are you seeing a common thread? And of course, that Sabbath was the beginning also of Moses' next 40-day period, and beginning that final 40-day period. So the very last thing to be discussed before the golden calf was the Sabbath. The very first thing to be presented and discussed upon the second return was the Sabbath. Right before Jesus returns, the Sabbath is going to be the issue of the day, folks. Who do you trust to give you rest? Do you align with the world system and just go with that? Or are you going to stand on the truth? When Jesus returns, the very first thing we're going to experience is rest, the eternal state. So all of these things are completely in alignment, I believe, typologically. You can see that the Sabbath is all over this narrative, this crucial event in history, this crucial narrative of the Exodus. The Sabbath is all over as a marker, as an important marker. It took me a lot of work to dig through these timelines because it's not necessarily obvious. You have to really plot these out and think about it. And you can be the judge if these things are correct or not. Examine them for yourself with the text. Either way, most of these things are correct, I believe, because the text is explicit in several key markers because it has timestamps. So I think these things show you that God is very, very deliberate about the Sabbath. Now, just when you thought that we're done, there's more. Jericho happened on a Sabbath. Joshua 6, verse 15 through 16. On the 7th day, they rose early at the dawn of the day. You seeing a pattern? And marched around the city in the same manner 7 times. It was only on that day that they marched around the city 7 times. And at the 7th time, when the priests had blown the trumpets, Joshua said to people, shout, for Yahweh has given you the city. So the 7th time, the 7th trumpet, you see the judgment happening, and that's also happening on the 7th day, which is early in the day, which is a Sabbath. That was the Sabbath. David's child of adultery was killed on the 7th day. As a punishment, on the 7th day, this is 2 Samuel 12, verse 18, on the 7th day, the child died, and the servants of David were afraid to tell him that the child was dead, for they said, behold, while the child was yet alive, we spoke to him, and he did not listen to us. How then can we say to him, the child is dead? He may do himself some harm. Now, of course, this is not a major event. However, I would say it could be typology because this child was a product of adultery. And you can see that Mystery Babylon has a lot of themes of spiritual adultery, because spiritual adultery is believing the wrong things and worshiping idols and seducing people into her fornications. So that adultery is going to be punished on the 7th day, which is very interesting that was punished on the 7th day. But David was kept alive. Very interesting. Judgment on Assyria also happened on the 7th day. 1 Kings 20, verse 29, and they camped opposite one another 7 days. Again, there's no reason to use this number unless you're counting the weekly unit and you're beginning with the first day and ending with the 7th day. On the 7th day, the battle was joined and the people of Israel struck down the Assyrians, 100,000 people in one day. So again, big judgment happened on the 7th day. The first and second temple also happened on a Sabbath. 2 Kings 25, 8 through 9, in the 5th month, on the 7th day of the month. That was the 19th year of King Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon. Nebuzaradan, and captain of the bodyguard, a servant of the king of Babylon, came to Jerusalem, and he burned the house of Yahweh and the king's house, and all of the houses of Jerusalem, every great house he burned down. Now, the rabbis will say in their Talmud and their commentaries that this was the first day of the week because it was in the evening, because they reckon from evening to evening. But this is wrong. You've seen that very clearly. The day was reckoned from the morning. So you were still on the Sabbath day when this was struck down. The Sabbath is when God judged the rebellious Jews and Israelites. The second temple obviously is not written in the Bible, but you can confirm that with history. Josephus and many others testify that this judgment was on a Sabbath. And of course, between the period of 200 BC and 70 AD, there were other judgments and attacks that were done on the Jews that were on Sabbath days because they knew that the Jews were idle on that day. They were not working. And so God punished the Jews for their hypocrisy because they're claiming to keep, like the Jews today, like, oh, I can't do this little switch, but I can, if I touch it this way, then I can turn my light on. It's just such nonsense. So for their hypocrisy, the Jews were punished with many judgments on Sabbaths. But the second temple especially was also destroyed on a Sabbath day. This is why, interestingly enough, Jesus warns about the Sabbath being a day of judgment. Matthew 24, verse 20, pray that your flight may not be in winter or on a Sabbath. Now, he's talking to people that are going to be saved. He's talking to the elect here. He's not talking to rebellious Jews like the Pharisees that are not going to listen to him and are going to be destroyed. So why would he be warning Christians in the far future, 40 years from his crucifixion and ascension, about the Sabbath if people didn't keep the Sabbath? I wonder. Another judgment on Egypt, Ezekiel 30, verse 20 through 22. In the 11th year, in the first month, on the 7th day of the month, the word of Yahweh came to me. Son of man, I have broken the arm of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and behold, it has not been bound up, to heal it by binding it with a bandage, so that it may become strong to wield the sword. Therefore, thus says the Lord God, behold, I am against Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and I will break his arms, both the strong arm and the one that was broken, and I will make the sword fall from his hand. So there's a judgment on Egypt, and this judgment is revealed on the 11th year in the first month of the year on the 7th day of the month. Now, again, I think that's a very interesting timestamp. It could be a different day of the week, but considering it's the first month again, and the 7th day of the month, likely that first month of the first year begins with the first day. Likely, I'm just hypothesizing. And that 7th day seems to have been a Sabbath, if that was the case. There's other very important historical dates that we can review. This is what happened on September 4th, 476 AD. Well, the fall of Rome happened. And that fall of Rome was on what? It was on a Saturday. It was on a Sabbath. Famous date, 476 September 4th, that was a Sabbath. The Great Schism of 1054, that happened on a Sabbath. On Saturday, July 16th, 1054, as afternoon prayers were about to begin, Cardinal Humbert, legate of Pope Leo IX, strode into the Cathedral of Hagia Sophia, right up to the main altar, and placed on it a parchment that declared the Patriarch of Constantinople, Michael Cerularius, to be excommunicated. He then marched out of the church, shook its dust from his feet, and left the city. A week later, the Patriarch solemnly condemned the cardinal. So this happened on a Sabbath, was the Great Schism. And of course, if you know much about the Great Schism, one of the major issues behind the differences between the two churches was the Sabbath. Of course, today the Orthodox have forgotten about that and they keep Sunday holy. But the church kept the Sabbath and Sunday as 2 days of worship, and the Sabbath was a day of not working. It was a day of rest. The great earthquake of Lisbon in 1755, which is part of the 6th seal, happened on a Sabbath. 1755 Lisbon earthquake, known as the Great Lisbon Earthquake, hit Portugal and the Iberian Peninsula, yada, 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 Saturday, November 1st, on the Feast of All Saints around 9:40 local time. This was a huge earthquake. It was a magnitude 7.7 approximately, and I talk about it in my End Time series, its connection to the 6th seal. So we are definitely in the past. That's in the past. We are past that. We're waiting on the 7th seal, the 7th trumpet, and the bowl judgments, and so on. The Cuban Missile Crisis, these you can check for yourself. The Cuban Missile Crisis, that was on a Sabbath on October 27th, 1962. The Chernobyl reactor happened on a Sabbath. That was April 26th, 1986. John Paul II died on a Sabbath, April 2nd. That was a major inflection point for the Roman Catholic Church. In February 7th, 2009, you had the Black Saturday brush fires in Australia. They were the worst in Australian history. The Hamas attacks, quote unquote attacks, happened on the Sabbath of October 7th, 2023. Of course, these are, we know that these are staged. We know that they were not stages and fake. I think people actually were killed brutally, but they were allowed to happen so that there was a precedent. However, you have to remember that beyond these schemes of the devil, God is sovereign, and he uses the wicked to judge other wicked, okay? There is a judgment that is coming upon Zionism. Zionism is going to crumble. It's going to be undone. Judaism is going to collapse. The Jews are going to be converted. Judgment is coming. And judgment is going to come, at least in part, a great part, by deception. God is authorizing the devil to deceive these people. Most of these people will be deceived. They will convert to Catholicism or to lukewarm, New Age Christianity. And they'll be deceived for all of their idolatry. All of the homosexuals and perverts in Tel Aviv, they're ripe for the picking to swing from atheistic, totally hedonistic to, conservative, deceived, charismatic Christian. They're ripe for the picking because you go from one imbalance to another, and that's going to be their judgment. They're going to be deceived and destroyed. They're going to suffer the great delusion. So judgment has begun on Zionism, and it will collapse, folks. It will collapse, and that judgment began on a Sabbath. Because that event on the Sabbath of the October 7th, the Day of Atonement, I believe, that began this process of people waking up to the whole Zionist issue, and it's going to collapse. It's going to collapse. It might take, at the time of this video, another year or two, who knows, but it's going to collapse. I don't see Zionism lasting for another, 5 years. Nevertheless, conclusion from all of this. As you can see, there's many precedents for judgment on the Sabbath in Scripture. The major judgments that typify the final judgment, like the flood in Egypt, are all highly associated to the Sabbath, very intentional planning, because the Sabbath is a picture of the gospel, of life, of God's mercy for those who believe, and of course it's also a picture of divine wrath, because, again, if you aren't entering God's rest, then what do you have? You have destruction. You have death and destruction. So the Sabbath is a dividing line in history. The Sabbath is a dividing line. Even in Egypt, you saw the divide between God's people and the pagans. So it's a physical picture of life and death. It's a picture of the gospel. It's a dividing line. It's very typological. In the first Sabbath that was ever instituted in the creation week, God is resting with Adam and Eve, which is a picture of God resting with man in paradise. You also have simultaneously God resting in the tomb as Jesus Christ for the remission of sins. So you have, in the first Sabbath ever instituted, you have the double advents revealed. You have the first advent, which is God resting in the tomb, and you have the second advent where God is resting with mankind forever in eternity. You have two advents pictured in the first Sabbath. I discuss all these things in great detail in all of my various series, like my Salvation series, my Lord's Day series, my Sabbath series. So you have lots of significant details there. You also have lots of significant historical events, like I just outlined, that all fall on Sabbaths. And of course, don't be dogmatic about these things, but all of these things together, I believe, are overwhelming evidence that the Sabbath is an intentional part of God's reckoning, is an intentional part of God's judgment, and revealing the plan of salvation, which involves judgment for the wicked, folks. The gospel can't be divorced from eschatology and from judgment and wherever else, right? The gospel is good news because Jesus is returning to judge the world, which is bad news. So the gospel and eschatology and the Sabbath are all interlinked. That means the Sabbath isn't going anywhere. It's a timepiece. And I believe, again, that this confirms that Jesus is going to return on the Sabbath. Now, another thing that's important with all of this is the Sabbath and the kingdom. Jesus made it a very deliberate point to heal people on the Sabbath and reveal the kingdom. Unfortunately, many people today believe that this was to, quote unquote, rebel against the legalistic Jews or against religion and break the Sabbath and show them, basically stick it to them. But that's nonsense, folks. Jesus never broke the Sabbath. Jesus kept the Sabbath. If Jesus broke the Sabbath, he was sinning, and therefore you don't have an atonement. But he didn't break the Sabbath. He revealed how it's supposed to be interpreted, to use right judgment, and he also was setting precedents for God's kingdom. Jesus could not break the Sabbath, folks. You have to get that out of your mind. Jesus was showing you what is the spirit of the law and how to glorify God and not be trapped in legalism, because these things are about matters of the conscience, and there's a dance. There's a dance. You know the rules about the Sabbath. At the same time, there are things that require better judgment. Like if somebody needs help, or there's somebody poor that you're helping, or whatever else you're preaching. These things are lawful and good to do. So Jesus was showing you how to use the right judgment, how to use the spirit of the law, how to interpret the law appropriately, especially the Sabbath, because the Sabbath is such a unique command. He was also setting a precedent. Again, just like the Exodus, where my presence will go with you and I'll give you rest, there's an already not yet component, right? The already is God is here, he's with us, he's made a covenant with us, but we can't see his face, and he'll kill you if you go up the mountain. So there's an already not yet component. That's supposed to make you long for the incarnation. The incarnation itself, even though God is fully present in Jesus, he's there with the people, there's now an intimacy, there's more intimacy that's fulfilling the previous already not yet, simultaneously sets up another already not yet. Do you get it? The kingdom is here. That's it. God has been made manifest in the flesh. And yet, there's still evil and disease in the world, and not everybody was healed. And, God is not here in glory on his throne. There's the already not yet component that's supposed to make you long for the resurrection. There's always a longing through already not yet. So the Sabbath was deliberately used to set this pattern of already not yet, which is a very important pattern in salvation and the kingdom and everything else. But nevertheless, many of these things were expressly written about on the Sabbath. The gospel writers didn't have to include these things. And yet, the Holy Spirit guided them to write these things down because they were very deliberately done. Luke 13 is an example, verse 10 through 17. Now he was teaching on one of the synagogues on the Sabbath, and behold, there was a woman who had a disabling spirit for 18 years. She was bent over and could not fully straighten herself. When Jesus saw her, he called her over and said to her, "Woman, you are freed from your disability." And he laid hands on her, and immediately she was made straight, and she glorified God. That's what it's about. But the ruler of the synagogue, indignant because Jesus had healed her on the Sabbath, said to the people, "There are 6 days in which work ought to be done. Come on those days and be healed, and not on the Sabbath day." Then the Lord answered him, "You hypocrites, does not each one of you on the Sabbath untie his ox or his donkey from the manger and lead it away to water it? And ought not this woman, a daughter of Abraham, i.e. an elect person who God has chosen to save, because she's by faith, whom Satan bound for 18 years, ought not she be loosed from this bond on the Sabbath day?" Do you notice the intentional nature of this? He could have said, "What do you care when I'm doing it? Ought not she be loosed from this prison either way, because she's been bound for 18 years?" Which would have been it would have been a rational thing to say. It wouldn't be out of place. And yet he goes a step further and says, "Out of all the days of the week, you hypocrites, isn't it most appropriate that now the kingdom of God has come, and this woman who's been struggling, that she is released on this day, because this day is a picture of the gospel of the kingdom? Isn't it most appropriate that on the Sabbath day this happens?" So these things are very, very deliberate, because the Sabbath is not just some arbitrary day. It is a picture of the gospel. That's why the Sabbath is not going anywhere. Remember, though, the gospel and eschatology cannot be divorced. So the reason the gospel is good news is because Jesus is returning to judge the world as the judge of the earth, which is bad news. Bad news for people that don't believe. So judgment and mercy can't be divorced. They're part of the gospel. Eschatology and soteriology cannot be divorced. These two things go together. That means the Sabbath is intertwined with both. It's intertwined with the gospel, and it's intertwined with judgment. It is the dividing line. I hope you see the connection between all these three things. So, summing all of this up, the Sabbath was instituted at creation, and it was a picture of the both advents. It played an intimate role in God's appointed times throughout time. The Sabbath is the last day of the week, so it's appropriate that God would end history with the last day, right? The last day being also the last day of the week. I think that's very appropriate. The Sabbath was a time for judgment of God's enemies who don't enter God's rest, and it was a time for rescuing God's people who do enter God's rest. The Sabbath is called the Lord's Day, right? Isaiah 58. Mark 2, other places. Watch my Lord's Day series so you understand. And it's also a judgment, which is often called the Day of the Lord. So, Day of the Lord, Lord's Day. Very interesting parallel. The Sabbath was a picture of the eternal state. It was a picture of the kingdom. It was a picture of the gospel coming into the world. So, with all of this context, my friends, if I were to be a betting man and pick any day of the week, because he has to return on one of the 7 days of the week, if I were to pick any day of the week that Jesus would have to return, my guess would be a Sabbath. I could be wrong. Could be wrong about this. I really could. I'm not saying I'm right, but I think that the evidence is most in favor of a Sabbath. I don't see evidence of another day of the week. I think God is extremely deliberate. And of course, if I'm right, then every Sabbath going forward, and especially as things get crazier and crazier, are going to be more and more meaningful. Until one day, you're going to look up on the Sabbath, if you're still alive, and you're going to hear probably a much stronger trumpet than that, but you're going to hear that sound and you're going to rejoice. Either way, beyond that, I don't know what year or month Jesus will return, and I'm not going to make any such prediction ever. Maybe at some point right before, maybe God will reveal that, who knows, but I don't see that ever happening. I do believe that we do not have more than 10 years, and I do not honestly see the world lasting beyond 2034. Maximum 2035, something like that. I just don't see that happening. Again, I could be wrong. I'm not claiming I'm right with this. I'm just looking at the evidence and being as honest as I possibly can with the evidence. I don't see things going on long into the 2040s, 2050s, and so on. So, my goal today is not to dazzle you with calculations and predictions, but simply to look with you together and marvel at God's plan. Marvel at God's plan and marvel at history, marvel at the story that he's decreed as the author, and marvel at the fact that he has chosen you to be alive during this amazing time. What an amazing time to be alive. It truly is. And that's my goal today, is to give you hope, to give you encouragement. And if I'm right that Jesus is going to return in our generation, we are the most fortunate generation in history, my friends. There have been, I think, crazy times at any point in history. Just imagine you're Adam and you're living to be 900 years old and there's giant dinosaurs and giants and Nephilim and all this stuff, or Noah, or the Israelites or Abraham. There's all the time in history has always been crazy because Satan's been loosed in the world and doing his thing. God is doing his thing. It's a crazy time to be alive ever. However, if I were to pick, I would pick the generation that God has put me in. I don't want to be in another generation. To learn all the truth that I've learned and to think, well, now I just grow old and just live here and die and then you'll see you on the other side. That would be horrible to me. It really would. At least I'm either going to get killed or I'm going to make it and I'll be alive. And Jesus will come and rescue me while I'm still alive and rescue you. And that's it. It's over. Don't have to grow old. Don't have to go into my 80s. Don't have to be, being senile or whatever else. I don't deal with all the things that Genesis cursed. Either you're going to get killed or you'll get rescued. Either way, you're going to be rescued. But that's my point. This is a unique generation, folks. A unique generation. And I hope that you share my joy and my encouragement and my gratitude for God calling you into existence in this generation. What a thought. What a thought. I don't mean that what I just said in a morbid way. I don't mean that, I can't wait to have all this over. I really don't. I mean it in a very encouraging way. And hopefully you pick that up because I think that there's genuine hope for our generation to be rescued by God. What a thought that is. That you might live to see that final Sabbath where the trumpet is blowing, that the firmament is cracked open, there's lightning, you get raised into the air. I mean, what a thought. Either way, you're going to be raised into the air if you're resurrected. But the point is just to see all of it go down, man, to see all of it fulfilled and to have at your fingertips the entire story. We can look at the entire story and like that end times prophetic timeline and see all of it. I can see all of it. People in the Reformation saw some things, but they didn't see all of it. They didn't have the internet. They didn't have the ability, the AI. They didn't have all these things, the tools to be able to dig and reveal the wisdom of God, to reveal the plan of God. And today you have that ability. What a thought. And what a joy it is to be able to marvel at that I think it's a very special thing to be in this final generation. So today is more about marveling and hope. It's not about calculations. It's not about predictions. It's not about these types of things. It's more about marveling and gratitude. Now with that, a little quick break for me, and we'll come back and talk about the last decade. All right. Well, welcome back to the journey. I want to look at the last decade. I want to look at the years 2024 to 2034, now that we have some important context to see all of the major anniversaries and important events that are happening between now and that time. It took me a lot of time to come to these conclusions because this is the result of studying all of these things many hours and many years, and then putting it all together in a bird's eye view. So I hope that you enjoy it. But the point is not so much to be legalistic with these things, but rather just to see them in their entirety, to see how they all coincide with the real main anniversary of 2031, which is the 2000th anniversary of Jesus being crucified, ascending, and taking power and resurrecting. So very, very important time. And we're going to go right from the beginning. 2024 was a big year, obviously, for many things. It was the 490th anniversary of the Jesuits' inner circle forming. You can find that about, like on this website on Ignatian Spirituality, 1534. Ignatius and his companions went to the Church of Saint-Pierre in the village of Montmartre, north of Paris, and took their vows to work together as a company. It was an important moment because this band of brothers soon became the first Jesuits. So the Jesuit inner circle was formed in 1534. So 2024 is the 490th anniversary, which of course 490 is a meaningful number because it's 70 times 7. And it's also a counterfeit of the 490 years of the prophecy of Christ coming into the world. So after a 490-year period of the Jesuits being initiated, now we're really at the end of the end. They've done a number on the world, and the world is ready to serve the beast. 2024 was also a key election year in the U.S. Obviously, the U.S. is the false prophet. So there was a major flip with Trump from dark to light. The liberal order was officially crushed in the re-election of Trump, getting him back into office. Today, if you look at the Project 2025 calendar, we're approximately 50% of the way through that agenda, which of course that agenda is a Heritage Foundation, Council for National Policy Foundation, Koch Foundation, John Birch Society type of situation to bring America under the beast, to make it Catholic, and to bring Catholicism to the rest of the world. Talk about that in many places, but nevertheless, 2024, huge flip year in terms of cultural realities and also the second beast and its dealings in the world. It was also the 160th anniversary of the Syllabus of Errors, if you know what that is, by Pope Pius IX, around Vatican I approximately, condemning various heretics and Bible colleges and secularism. Basically, the Pope standing up for what the beast believes about itself. Papal supremacy was really important around that time in the 1860s. And the fact that why is that important? Well, the fact that we've gone from that, which is very obviously in one direction, very hardcore conservative, very revealing that the beast believes itself to be God on earth. You better listen and bow down, otherwise you're destroyed. We've gone from that to liberalism, okay? The last 150 years or so have been very liberal. And now we're exiting liberalism, folks. We're exiting liberalism and we're going back to religion, back to conservative values, quote unquote, back to all of these things and fascism and everything else and union of church and state. This shows you some very, very important precedents that we're coming back to the end. Because Vatican I and the statements like the Syllabus of Errors is nothing new. Like, it's a continuation. If you've read documents from the Inquisition, from the other times in the history of the beast, it's all the same stuff. They don't contradict themselves. What happened with Vatican II and the liberal world order is that the fangs drew back a little bit. Oh, come on, we don't have fangs. Come on over. We're very friendly. And, we want to reunite with our long lost brethren, that kind of thing. But the fangs the Bible tells you the fangs are still there. They're not going anywhere. And they're going to come back once everybody buys into this reality. So Vatican I shows you a continuation of the beast's morality after the mortal wound. And then there's this period, this little short period of a liberal season, liberal situation. And now we're exiting that season, which means that we're coming back to acknowledging the power of the Pope, acknowledging that if you don't believe this, you're a heretic, et cetera, which very much aligns with the end of the end, with the image of the beast, the mark of the beast, and so on. 2024 was also the 210th anniversary of the restoration of the Jesuits in 1814. They were restored after a few decades of basically being banned. The reason that the French Revolution happened was because the papacy banned the Jesuits. They sided with the monarchs, and so they said, okay, we'll show you. So they assassinated the Pope. I forget, it was Clement the 14th or something. And then eventually in 1814, they were reinstated. And of course, the papacy played along, and all of Satan's ducks were much more aligned and working together. But the 210th anniversary of the Jesuits being restored tells you that they've been back to work very much in the world. And of course, if you look at the fruits around us today, it's very clear that the Reformation is over, and you're going to hear this point over and over again. The fact that the Jesuits were reinstated, and that was 200 years ago, and if you know anything about the Jesuits and how busy they've been, it tells you that we're at the end of the end, and it confirms other things too. So, very big anniversary. 2024 was also the 800th anniversary of St. Francis of Assisi's Stigmata. There's a lot of supernatural false signs and wonders that are associated to this final system coming into reality again. Excuse me. And of course, we know that that system, some way, somehow, will be Catholic, essentially. And Catholicism is the mystery religion, and it has a lot of, excuse me, throat is just catching something. I'm not sick, but there's just something in my throat. Catholicism is a mystery religion, is the mystery religion of the ages, but it has a lot of mysticism in it also. So we can expect a lot of actual false signs and wonders, Eucharistic miracles, healings, all kinds of things. So documenting the anniversaries of these things is very important because it shows you how the devil works through time. 800 years before 2024 was the stigmata of St. Francis of Assisi, which of course, if you know what stigmatas are, they're just these demonic manifestations of blood coming out from hands, supposedly. I doubt that all of them are actually happening. I'm sure some of them are because these people are dealing with demons, but nevertheless, that was a miracle, and it set precedents for many others, to marvel at these things and to have more and more of these types of miracles throughout time. And of course, today you have a wide plethora of miracles and things that are celebrated to prove, quote unquote, to the carnal mind that Catholicism is the true way. 2024 was also the 200th anniversary of the death of Anne Catherine Emmerich. If you know who that is, she was basically this very disturbed woman, probably possessed. She was a nun that wrote some things, and Mel Gibson was basing his movie The Passion of the Christ on, which, by the way, is, I think the new one is set to be released in 2027, so that'll be right in time for all these things to flip. Nevertheless, the Passion of the Christ, the first one, was heavily inspired from Anne Catherine Emmerich. I talk about that in my, I believe, Image of the Beast episode in the End Time series, and you can learn all about how crazy she was and how much Catholic propaganda is in that movie, The Passion of the Christ, and once you see it, you don't ever want to watch it again. Nevertheless, God uses it for the good. If you didn't know that, then that's okay. You don't feel like you've sinned or anything like that, but just be aware. 2024, another anniversary, is the 380th anniversary of the end of the 2300-day period in 1844. So, actually, that's not the 280th, that's the 180th anniversary of the end of the 1844 period, not the 308th. I misspoke. I was looking at something else. So 180th anniversary of the 2300-day period. So, of course, if you have studied these things, you know that Adventists are very much what's the word I'm looking for? They're adamant. Adventists are adamant about the 1844 having to deal with their religion and their investigative judgment, prophecy, and all these stupid things that they believe in. Of course, these things are wrong. Watch my series on Adventism. Ellen White is a false prophet. If that offends you, just deal with it and get the evidence in your face so you can see for yourself that she's a false prophet. Investigative judgment is nonsense. Nevertheless, the 2300-day period does end in 1844. And so there are many other explanations as to what happened then, because the 2300-day period is just one period. It's not mentioned anywhere else. So it's an appointed time. But that appointed time, the point is that appointed time is now gone. It's over. It's past. We're 180 years after it. We're 180 years after it. And of course, what that means is that there's a lot less time left, isn't there? A lot less time left. In reality, the longest appointed time in Bible prophecy, in all the prophecies, 2,300 years, is over. It's well in the past now. We're 180 years in the past of that. So this means that there's not a lot of time left. We're not looking at centuries, because the longest power has already, the fifth empire in Daniel has already ruled for, hundreds and hundreds of years, over 1,000 years, which is longer than any other empire. So the point behind that anniversary is that there are not centuries left, but potentially decades and probably years. Okay, we're not looking at centuries, that's for sure. Like I've seen some people say, oh, Jesus is going to return 2434, and there's this calendar date and it's happening. I'm like, bro, you look around. Like, do you see where the world's at? Do you think the world has another 400 years? I don't think so, man. Anyway, onward to 2025. That's the 1700th anniversary of the Council of Nicaea. Very important council. Very, very ecumenical opportunity. This is from the papacy, publication of the document, 1700th anniversary of the Ecumenical Council of Nicaea, 325 to 2025. On May 20th, 2025, the Christian world will commemorate the 17th anniversary of the opening of the Council of Nicaea, which took place in Asia Minor in the year 325. This was the first ecumenical council in history, and it produced the creed that complete by why is this not wrapping the way it's supposed to? Let's see if we can make it bigger. No, that's worse. That's worse. Well, all right. Completed by the First Council of Constantinople in 381, has become the distinctive expression of the Church's faith in Jesus Christ. This anniversary occurs within the Jubilee year, which is centered, now Jubilee is a Catholic Jubilee, so remember that, which is centered on the theme of Christ is our hope, and it coincides with the common celebration of Easter by Christians of both East and West. A lot of ecumenical flirtations going on this year. As Pope Francis has emphasized in his historic moment marked by the tragedy of war along with the countless anxieties and uncertainties, what is essential, most beautiful, and most attractive, and also most necessary for Christians is precisely the faith in Jesus Christ proclaimed at Nicaea. Indeed, the proclamation of this faith is the fundamental task of the Church. So lots of things going on between especially the Eastern and Western Orthodox Church. If you've followed the news in the Middle East with all of these shenanigans that the Zionists are doing, they're bombing both Catholics and Orthodox. And of course, there's a lot of solidarity going on, a lot of dialectics and shenanigans going on to eventually unite these two churches again, because these two churches have to be united. I covered an article previously where the Pope, this Pope, Leo the 14th, is abandoning or stepping away from papal supremacy. Of course, when you see these things, you have to remember, like, the Pope is the man of sin, folks. The popes are never going to repudiate a previous doctrine. They're not. They're not going to repudiate a previous doctrine. But they operate by deception, okay? So when the Pope is saying, oh, we're more of a brother among equals, we're not really, this papal supremacy stuff is old news. It's not true. They still believe themselves to be the presence of God on earth. But in order to have ecumenical relations with the Orthodox, there needs to make it seem like, listen, I'm just a brother like you, but, I'm the Pope, so I'm a brother among equals, but I'm, superior as well, right? Basically like a chairman of the board type of situation. And that's, I think, the avenue that they're going to have with the Orthodox. Never mind all these other things. So that's a very interesting marker. 1,700 years since the First Council of Nicaea. And around that time, of course, was also many other important anniversaries. 2025, we're still in 2025. 950th anniversary of Dictatus Papae, which is a document, one of many countless blasphemies of papal supremacy that have been in history. Let's see if we can reload it. Okay, Gregory the Seventh was the one. I believe he's outlined in my papal series. There's one of those Gregories, or maybe more. Where is that? Here you go. Historians are fortunate to possess from Gregory The seventh, an official papal register, a unique survival from the 11th century papacy in which the development of events and ideas often can be followed in great detail. In the register, under March 1075, appears a series of 27 epigrammatic statements that were drafted by Gregory and his advisors, the so-called Dictatus Papae, dictates of the Pope, perhaps as titles for a new canon law collection where texts would have been presented from the canonical tradition to support each proposition. The unusual form and special content of these texts has received much attention from historians, for contained therein is a series of strong statements, that's keeping it lightly, asserting the superiority of ecclesiastical power over secular authority and the absolute authority of the Roman Church and its bishop over all churches and bishops. Here is found, for example, in number 12, the statement that the Pope may depose emperors, and in number 27, the claim that the Pope may absolve subjects of unjust men from their fealty. Yeah, I covered this one in my Pope series. So basically, the Pope gives you, listen, if you are loyal to me, I absolve you of sin of being a traitor and backstabbing whoever you're loyal to, if you're loyal to me, that kind of thing. From the outset of his reign, therefore, Gregory VII was concerned not only to advance policies to bring about Puritas Ecclesia, but also as a part of a larger plan, as he was eager to define and command obedience to the policies of the Roman Church. Really, the obedience to the policies of the Roman Pontiff is what that should be saying, because the Roman Church does what the Roman Pontiff says. The Church is just a mask for the man of sin to say, oh, well, the Church decided this, but really the man of sin decided it. You're following the word of the Pontifex. Nevertheless, that's 950 years ago, and of course, these are significant things because Daniel and Revelation give us a period of 1,260 years of papal supremacy, of the power that comes out of the fourth beast, the fifth power, and that rules until Jesus' return. In Daniel, you're given a 1260 period of that power. That's very significant. In Revelation, you're given a qualifier that after that period comes to an end, there's another period of being wounded, seemingly wounded, mortally wounded, and then a resurrection. And all of that fits into this final period of time that this power is ruling. So that's really significant because we know, first off, that the period of wounding is going to be much shorter than the 1260 years. That's important. We know that based on various times and dates that the 1260 period began in 538 AD when Justinian raised the papacy to the corrector of heresies. And that means that it ended in 1798. So that means that the resurrection of the beast is right on the horizon because this is already 950 years of papal supremacy. Of course, that count began much earlier than Gregory VII, but it shows you that it was very much well alive and active. And they show the precedent that the beast is setting and what it really wants and what it really thinks of itself. Again, remember, folks, the papacy is never going to repudiate a previous pope. The pope that comes, whether he's liberal or conservative, he's always going to uphold the doctrines and the movements of the previous men of sin. Francis, for example, is very liberal, but nevertheless, everything he did was continuing the previous papacies, and it moves like a snake, right? So if every pope was a vertebrae on the vertebrae of a snake, that's what you got to think of it. So the snake, when it curves, it takes many vertebrae to curve and go in a different direction. You understand? Every man of sin that comes is a vertebrae on the snake, okay? And they move in different directions, but they're all part of the same, backbone. Nevertheless, the fact that you have the 1260 period pretty much over hundreds of years ago, that's a big deal. Now, you also have the 810th anniversary of the Fourth Lateran Council in 2025. The Fourth Lateran Council was very significant because it established the doctrine of transubstantiation, and it accused anybody of denying that as heresy. Of course, today these are important precedents because transubstantiation and the literal body and blood of Christ, the Eucharistic Christ, these things are going to be coming full swing into our day and age very, very soon. So be prepared with that. 420th anniversary of the 1605 gunpowder plot. Jesuits tried to kill all of the English Parliament, and the king, at the same time that they failed miserably. They were discovered. And of course, today people celebrate Guy Fawkes Day, not realizing with their little masks that they're paying, or the anonymous mass, that they're paying homage to a Jesuit plot that wanted to kill the monarchs and install a Catholic vassal state. Tells you how far we've come in 400 years. The 350th anniversary of the Great Marian apparition of the Sacred Heart to Margaret Mary in 1675. So there's another false sign and wonder that really set a precedent. It's also the 60th anniversary of Vatican II coming to an end in 1965. Major positional shifts for the Roman Catholic Church happened during Vatican II. And of course, those shifts were for the last leg of the journey. For the last, 1,500 plus years, whatever, of the Catholic Church, most of that history, if you examine it, including up until, right before Vatican II, the beast was very clear what it believed about itself. Very conservative, hated anybody outside the church out of its command. If you deny my command, then you are a heretic that needs to be persecuted. That's been pretty consistent. Papal supremacy. And now suddenly you're telling me that 1,500 years of satanic tradition suddenly becomes nice and doesn't have any more teeth? Or is it repositioning to make itself inviting and ecumenical, to bring everybody in with deception, and then once the stragglers that have been identified that don't want to come in, then it will be easy and justified to persecute these people because everyone is going to agree and support it. So Vatican II is the last leg of the journey. People think the Vatican II, oh my gosh, so the church is liberal and now and whatever. Yeah, that's by design. The Jesuits also wrote Sedevacantism, the book on Sedevacantism, same time that they published Vatican II. So these two dialectics happened at the same time, the hardcore conservative and the liberal in the church, same as they did everywhere else. But it tells you also very importantly that we're at the last leg of the journey. Vatican II was very central to all of the beast agenda with ecumenism, Catholic charismatic renewal, the charismatic movement, very pro-Jewish, very highly pro-Jewish, to align with all the Zionist crap going out in the world at that time. And of course, all of these things with Vatican II reached their maximum with the first Jesuit pope in history, which is Pope Francis, which shows you that the agenda had been complete, and now we're swinging back in the opposite direction. The current pope is more conservative, although he's a very double-minded person. He's not like hardcore traditionalist. He's more conservative, but he's maintaining the agenda, and he's a bridge builder. He's a bridge builder between both sides. He's trying to placate the traditionalists, and he's trying to gather up the liberals and everybody into one synthesis. The devil created duality, okay? He split people into two so that they could be manipulated. Well, if you want to be worshipped, then you have to integrate these people somehow. And the devil can't change people's hearts and get them on the same page that way, but he can deceive people. He can deceive them into a false reality where they are all in agreement. So that's what he has to do. He has to deceive and unify and synthesize the dialectic. And that's what you see in this Pope Leo XIV. He's the synthesizer. So he's the one that's bringing things together. I've thought about this, and again, I could be wrong on this, something you'll have to observe, but the timing just tells me that there is not another pope after this one. I think this is the last pope. I could be wrong, but I don't see a hardcore militant right-wing pope taking over. I don't. I said that the pope after Francis has to be conservative. He has to. It just logically had to follow. I was expecting him to be a little more conservative than Leo, but now I understand why Leo is the way he is. Because, think about it. You got to think about this rationally, okay? We've been under a liberal world order for the last 80 plus years with ecumenism, charismatic stuff, very Zionist, Christian Zionist, a lot of like dark liberal things, okay? The liberal world order after World War II. People are not going to, millions of people are not going to suddenly become radical traditional Catholics. They're not. The radical traditional Catholics were there to push and push and push and be a resistance to the necessary liberal rise that they had to bring so that there would be a swing in the opposite direction. You always need a counterweight, right? You need to have the weight and you have the counterweight. But what's actually going on is the synthesis in the middle. So the traditionalists will be there. They're going to be shaping culture. Nick Fuentes is getting more and more popular, obviously. But I think what you're going to see is a synthesis. You're going to see a synthesis. In the US, people are starting to lose faith in this two-party system, all by design. Biden was a joke, and the liberals got sick of Biden and got sick of their own kind. Well, guess what? The MAGA conservatives are going to get sick of their own kind too, with all the Israel stuff and with all the, stuff that Trump is doing with Palantir and, excuse me, and all the shenanigans that are going on. The political system that we have is going to be exposed as stupid and meaningless. People will want a king. They will want monarchies again. They have to. We have to go back to monarchies. And you're seeing that push right now, which tells you again that we don't have too much time. So the current Pope is a bridge builder, and the devil needs to unite these people all into one system. The Bible says that the little horn is going to destroy many by peace, right? He destroys by peace. So the current Pope is very much a peacemaker for everyone. He's trying to make everybody at peace. He's a very calm speaking. He seems very humble, and he's very meek, pandering to both sides with the traditionalists. Recently, as the time of this video, he placated them by having Cardinal Burke lead the Latin Mass, and he's all about the Latin Mass now. And of course, the traditionalists love that. And then, he's at the same time, he's recently also, as the time of this video, he declared that Mary is not co-redemptrix, which of course it was never really Catholic doctrine, folks. It was never Catholic. It was never official, like a council that declared these things. These were colloquial things that people were using, especially hardcore traditionalists like Mel Gibson, by the way, who in his statements believes that Mary is co-redemptrix, and if you refuse that, then you're going to hell. So this was a very hardcore traditionalist thing. And of course, that's a real problem for ecumenism. If you want to bring people into your thing and you want to synthesize into this one world, resurrected, lukewarm, visible church, you have to, make things seem like, hey, we're all the same. And the co-redemptrix thing is a real problem for the Protestants. So, of course, we have to repudiate that and say, well, that's not official doctrine. Mary is still very honorable. You can still pray to Mary. She can still intercede for you, but she's not co-redemptrix. So you see, they're not really actually saying, oh, we're sorry. This is actually truly blasphemous, and we're turning around that. No, they're not. They're saying it's a better thing to have it this way and that way. Well, that's all I hear whenever I hear these things. You just hear the snake. So don't think that they're changing their doctrine. They're not. The devil never repents. The devil never asks for forgiveness. The devil never, undoes what he did before. And in that sense, he doesn't, call himself a failure. He doesn't say that he made a mistake. He's going to weasel his way because this is a tactic to bring people to the church, to make them any. So on one hand, he's pandering to the traditionalists. On one hand, he's not, so that there's ecumenical purposes. So all of this is very much alive and well. And again, the whole brother among equals things with the Orthodox. So all of these things are happening right now with the current Pope. I don't see this Pope like having a few years and then there's another Pope. Like I just don't see that. And this guy's really uniting both sides. So I see a union, I see a synthesis by way of delusion and peace that's going to bring in the one world system. And of course, the traditionalists and the people who are extreme are going to help, because they're going to be the ones pushing for people like you and me who reject the system to be killed. So the traditionalists will have their purpose, but I don't see a traditionalist Pope. I don't see things going back and swinging all the way hardcore right. They had the right, they had the left, and now it's time for synthesis so you can bring everybody into this false reality. Leo is more conservative, but he's very cunning. He's, like I said, he's very duplicitous. So he's playing both sides. There's also the climate issue is still very much alive and well. And now it's become a moral issue. It used to be secular. For decades, it was secular. The environmentalist movement was a secular thing. And now it's become a moral thing. Climate change is a moral thing that we got to do for God. So that's very much been roped into the beast agenda, which tells you very significantly, because of the Climate Sunday, the Green Sunday thing, that we are getting close to the very end. The Bible speaks that there will be an enforced morality on you on penalty of no buy, no sell. And the world in general has become more and more concerned with morality, which is a very, very different pace compared to the French Revolution and, the pace that we've been at over the last, however many, 80, 90 years, where it's been atheistic in the United States, very secular, and now everything's becoming moral. So very, very, very interesting stuff. Now, Jubilee is also another thing that's happening in 2025 as the Jubilee year for the Catholic Church. And they're all about their Jubilees. So if we go, spes non confundit, hope does not disappoint, the bill of injunction of the ordinary Jubilee of 2025. So of course the Catholics have a Jubilee on 2025, and that's a big year for them. And there's a lot of things, with that. There's like right now this year, the what do you call it? The Shroud of Turin has been really going on into the world. Pilgrimages, opening the sacred door and portals. I mean, there's a lot of things that are happening with 2025. There's also the year of the snake that's happening with the Chinese zodiac. Of course, we're not into astrology here. We don't do astrology. But nevertheless, it is important to understand because Aleister Crowley supposedly said that the year of the great work would begin in a year of the snake. So at one point when the year of the snake would come, the year of the great work would happen. Now, it's hard to find good sources for that particular thing, so I'm just putting it out there. I'm not saying that that's an official thing that I'm going to defend, but supposedly that's what he said. Aleister Crowley, I know for sure, this I can defend, that he had lots of connections to the occult Catholic orders, to the Jesuits. I've documented that quite a bit in, I believe, my Synagogue of Satan series. Many have also interpreted Alice Bailey's idea of the externalization of the hierarchy beginning in 2025. So 2025 is a very important year for the occult, for the Catholic Church, which of course is all the same thing, but a lot of people have interpreted her writings as the beginning of this externalization into the New World Order begins with 2025. So that's all very interesting. 2026, the 250th anniversary of the Illuminati. The Illuminati, of course, everybody knows about the Illuminati. This is the Bavarian Illuminati. It was founded in 1776 by Adam Weishaupt. Now, that's a very significant thing because it times perfectly with the rise of everything else. Of course, during this period of time, the beast was wounded, right? 1798 and onward. We're in the wounded phase where it went underground and its tentacles came up. It went underground and its tentacles came up. Secret societies, Jesuit orders, Templars, Knights of Malta, infiltrations, Rothschilds, all of the formula for basically the shadow government that's been ruling the world up until now to bring everybody back to Rome so that Rome can throw her tentacles down and bring her head back up and everybody can marvel after Rome. So this is the 250th anniversary and a lot has happened in 250 years. If you understand that they've been very busy, that means we're really close to the end. I don't see another 250 years of these secret societies running the world because they're in a hurry to bring things under their, system. It's also the 250th anniversary of the false prophet, the United States. That's very important for several reasons because it times perfectly with what you see in history right now with the rise of nationalism, the rise of religion, and we know that the false prophet, the United States, is the role of that prophet is to deceive the nations into bringing them back to the beast and worshiping the beast and participating in this religious delusion. In order to do that and to convince people that this is a good idea and to build the image, which is the New World Order system, people have to be religious again. They have to be nationalistic again, etc. So when you start seeing these things happening, that's why I said 2024 was a very significant year because of the election, the dark to light flip. That means we're getting close to the end. You're seeing Bible prophecy being fulfilled. Now, there's a video here. That's right. This is a very interesting little thing on empires collapsing that fits a very similar pattern. So let's refresh it and see if we can stop it right away.
There's a pattern that has destroyed every major empire in history. Not conquest, not invasion, not revolution. Economic collapse. Specifically, currency collapse. And it happens the exact same way every single time. Rome, the empire that ruled the known world for 5 centuries, collapsed when its currency became worthless. Spain, which controlled more gold and silver than any nation in history, went bankrupt repeatedly until its empire dissolved. Britain, which dominated global trade for 200 years, lost its empire within a decade after its currency collapsed. 4 times in recorded history, a dominant empire has followed this exact pattern. Military overextension, unsustainable spending, currency debasement or money printing, inflation, loss of confidence, collapse. And every time, the people in power believed they were different, that their empire was special, that the old rules didn't apply to them. They were wrong, every single time. And right now in 2025, the United States is following that exact same pattern. Step by step, warning sign by warning sign. The only question is whether we're near the beginning, the middle, or the end. This is the story of how empires destroy themselves through their own currency. How it happened to Rome, Spain, and Britain, and why every warning sign says it's happening again. Let's start with Rome, the empire that dominated Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East for over 500 years. At its peak, Rome controlled 60 million people across 3 continents. Its military was unmatched. Its infrastructure was the most advanced on Earth. Its currency, the denarius, was trusted everywhere, from Britain to Egypt. The denarius was a silver coin introduced in 211 BC. It contained about 4.5 grams of pure silver. For centuries, it held its value because the Roman government maintained its purity. When you received a denarius, you knew exactly what you were getting. Pure silver, real value. This created trust, and trust allowed Rome to fund its expansion, pay its soldiers, and build its infrastructure. But empires are expensive. Every generation, Rome's borders expanded. Every expansion required more soldiers, more forts, more roads, more administration. And eventually, more money than Rome actually had. So they did what every empire does when it spends more than it earns. They debased the currency. Emperor Nero, ruling from 54 to 68 AD, was the first to significantly reduce the silver content of the denarius. He needed to fund his lavish lifestyle and expensive military campaigns. So he ordered the mints to reduce the silver content from 100% to 90%. That extra 10%, pure profit for the emperor. He could mint 11 coins with the silver that used to make 10, more coins in circulation. Same amount of silver, that's inflation. But 90% silver was still substantial. The real destruction came later. By the time Emperor Caracalla ruled in 211 AD, the denarius was down to 50% silver, half real value, half base metal. By 265 AD, under Emperor Gallienus, it had fallen to just 5% silver. A coin that was once pure silver was now 95% worthless metal with a thin. There's a pattern that has destroyed every.
So it doesn't continue, unfortunately. I don't know where this video was posted, but the point I think is very valid, is that when a empire debases its currency and other things follow, expansion of territory, over expansion, all kinds of things, then you have a real problem. So this is what's happening with the United States. The United States has been doing this now very much so, especially with the Federal Reserve, we got central banking after the Civil War. These are patterns that have followed every empire, folks. And as of the time of this video, inflation is off the charts. The government spending, we have like, what, $35 trillion in debt or something stupid. It's going to be reset. And that's very significant. It's going to be reset. It's very significant. Of course, the beast, the false prophet is, the role of the false prophet is to lead people back to the beast. That's important. That's biblical. However, it's also important to understand that the false prophet, in doing so, has to be subjugated to the beast itself, because the beast has to be on top of everything. The kings of the earth will give their power to the beast. One of those kings belongs to the false prophet. Do you understand? So there's a transition that we will see in America, where America is no longer going to be the superpower of the world, but rather, I mean, it'll be a power. I don't see America collapsing. I see just it being reoriented. However that's going to be, I don't have a clear picture of that yet, but it's going to be reoriented, and it's going to be basically put under the beast. Because you have, in the Revelation 17, you have the 7 heads of the beast. And the 7 heads that Mystery Babylon rides are the various empires throughout history. 5 have fallen, 1 now is, 1 comes for a little while, and then the 8th, the beast that comes back, the resurrected beast, is the 8th head. So 5 now have fallen: Babylon, Persia, Greece, Rome. Papal Rome. 1 now is, meaning the vision that John saw when he was seeing this was during the wounded period, where the shadow government was ruling. And then, of course, at that time, also around that time, right after it, is the rising of the false prophet, the 7th head, the one that rules for a little while. Well, that little while is coming up to an end. We're at the 250th anniversary next year in 2026. And all of these things are happening. The USA is collapsing. It has to be reset. Again, I don't see the Americas going anywhere, but they're going to be reintegrated, synthesized, and because the baton has to pass from the 7th head, which is the United States, which, by the way, also tells you where at the end, because he rules for a little while, from that 7th head to the 8th head, which is the New World Order beast, the world marveling after the beast. So again, all these things are very clear timelines that we're at the end of the end. 2026 still, we're at the 500th anniversary of Tyndale's New Testament. Tyndale was the first to print the New Testament in English, which was a major revolution against the beast and the beast's control over people's minds. Now that we can document on the digital commons, dawn of the Reformation era, Sola Scriptura. Here's the picture of it. History: William Tyndale holds the distinction of being the first man to print the New Testament in the English language. Early in the 16th century, Tyndale was forced to flee England because of the prohibition of printing the Bible in the English common language of the people. The Catholic Church and the Church of England wanted to control access to the scriptures and its interpretation while in exile in Europe. Tyndale printed the first English language New Testament in 1525. The thousands were smuggled back into Europe, made more possible because of the small octavo format. Many of the copies were confiscated and burned, and those who possessed them risked death by burning at the stake. Tyndale was eventually captured in Belgium and in 1536 was strangled and burned at the stake. His translation work and printing the Bibles opened the floodgates of new versions, and most of the English translation work in the remainder of the 16th century and early 17th centuries was based largely on his work. Today, there are only 2 known copies left of Tyndale's 1525 first edition. Any copies printed prior to the 1570 are extremely rare. So, 500 years ago, 1525, 1526, Tyndale basically published his first Bible, and of course, in 2026 will be the 490th anniversary of his death, being persecuted for writing that first translation. And that's really significant because today we've come a really long way with having personal Bibles. And that means that also fulfills God's word, because in Daniel it says many will run to and fro and knowledge will increase. We have gotten to the point now where you have a Bible and a translation machine and a Bible app that you can compare translations in your pocket, which is insane because that also, the knowledge increasing is a measurement of how close you are to the end. Okay, knowledge is going to increase. And of course, today you have knowledge in the palm of your hand, literally. And so that means we are very, very close to the end. It's also that we're in 2026, the 810th anniversary of the Dominicans being founded, which of course they were integral in the Inquisition. Today, we are getting ready for the digital Inquisition on the horizon, so very important. 130th anniversary of the Olympics, which of course was a Jesuit-invented ecumenical idea. You can read about it here on Wikipedia. Pierre de Coubertin, Charles Pierre de Frédéric Baron Coubertin, yada yada, born on 1st January, whatever, was a French educator and historian and co-founder of the International Olympic Committee and its second president. He is known as the father of the modern Olympic Games. He was particularly active in promoting the introduction of sport in French schools. Now, he was born into an aristocratic family. You know what that means? He was a noble, and you know what nobles do in forests with children. But let's look for Jesuit. There you go. You can always find a Jesuit if you look deep enough. People say, why are you using Wikipedia? Wikipedia is great, man. You just got to know how to eat the meat and spit out the bones. In October 1874, his parents enrolled him in a new Jesuit school called Externa de la Rue de Vienne when he was still under construction for his first 5 years there. While many of the school's attendees were day students, Coubertin boarded at the school under the supervision of a Jesuit priest, so he had a Jesuit mentor, which his parents hoped would instill in him with a strong moral and religious education. There he was among the top 3 students in his class. So of course he was very, very loyal and very good at what the Jesuits were having him do, and was an officer of the school's elite academy made up of its best and brightest. This suggests that despite his rebelliousness at home, Coubertin adapted well to the strict rigors of a Jesuit education. Now, today there's nothing different, folks, because things like Georgetown University and all these other universities, they're just recruitment grounds for these people through various programs so they can see who's performing, who's obeying, who's hungry for significance. And that's how they find you. And so, of course, you can tell from just this little bit on Wikipedia, if you have discernment, that Coubertin was a Jesuit-trained operative. And of course, the Olympics, I've talked about these before, but the Olympics were a Catholic endeavor to rope people into this ecumenical, carnal, let's all celebrate sport, the Greco-Roman ideal, because you're dealing with Greco-Romanism, the continuation of these pagan empires. So this is what you're dealing with, and the Olympics began 130 years ago in 2026. And that's a very significant anniversary because in 2028, you'll see that they're in the United States with a lot of other things. 2026, 120th anniversary of the Azusa Street Revival. That was a major milestone in the Pentecostal/charismatic delusion history. Very important for things that came later, like Jesus revolutions, lukewarm Christian, realities, ecumenism, false signs and wonders. Of course, the modern NAR has taken over, and it's, the expression of that. But it all started a long time ago. And of course, even before that, but around that time, you had Catherine Kuhlman, who was a major figure in the healing movement, who inspired the next generation of people like Benny Hinn. And she was a papal puppet. You can look her up. So that was very important because, of course, today, the charismatic delusion, the NAR, all these things are playing their part to unite people together under the beast. The Sphinx with Regulus, which is a star, it's the king star, has a very significant alignment for the occult, although it's debated. So I'm not presenting this as actual fact. I'm presenting to you what the occult, the New Age people think about it, because these people are deceived. And so we can probably expect to see some false signs and wonders. And this is from CBS 42, Guardians of New Earth Day to be celebrated globally on Easter Sunday, April 5th, 2026. Celestial alignment of Regulus and the Sphinx on April 5th marks the return of the Guardians and the awakening of the planetary consciousness. So there's a lot of New Age mumbo jumbo here. The point is that these people are very much obsessed over this date in 2026 with the Sphinx and common consciousness. I mean, look at this. This is like, these are like Roman soldiers, bro. Like, what's going on here? Anyway, they're really obsessed over this. And so the idea originates from a prophecy by a man named Chris Bledsoe. He supposedly got a vision from the lady, if you know who that is, in 2013. And it links to other prophetic spiritual ideas, like things like the Hall of Records, if you know what that is, under the Sphinx. With Edgar Cayce, he claimed to have seen that. And of course, now they're saying that we've discovered all these things under the Egyptian pyramids and so on. And so this is really hyping people up for something to happen in 2026. So we'll have to watch that. False signs and wonders. Modern astronomers say there's nothing really special going on, but nevertheless, these are being hyped up, and they align well with the whole externalization of the hierarchy thing with 2025 and Alice Bailey. 2026 is also the 80th anniversary of Babylon Working. That was a very satanic ritual by Aleister Crowley, Jack Parsons, and L. Ron Hubbard in 1946. Very, very satanic to basically usher in the physical incarnation of Mystery Babylon. And this whole thing, you can read about that in my heliocentric conspiracy series. There's also the 400th anniversary of the New Atlantis. That was a book published by Francis Bacon. Very occult book, basically painting America as this beacon of occult false light. They'll bring the false light to the world, which of course fulfills the Bible's words. The false prophet will deceive the nations into building an image of the beast and paying homage to the beast that way. So very interesting that the 2026 is the 250th anniversary of the false prophet, 250th anniversary of the Illuminati, 400th anniversary of the Atlantis. All of these things are coming quite together. Now, really quick break for me, and I'll be right back. And we're back. So 2027 now. That is a very, very important anniversary because it is the 2000th anniversary of the beginning of Jesus' ministry on earth in 27 AD. Now, if you want a very specific reason as to why that's 27 AD, I encourage you to watch my 70 Weeks episode, Daniel's 70 Weeks. In the End Time series, I go through very, very detailed historical, it's a 3.5-hour episode, very, very detailed historical analysis as to why Jesus was born in 3 BC and began his ministry at about 30, as Luke says, in 27 AD. And that is in fulfillment of the 70 weeks of Daniel, beginning with 457 BC, with Artaxerxes' second decree, and ending in 34 AD. 31 AD was the crucifixion, midway in the week. Anyway, that's a very significant anniversary, and I'm sure there'll be lots of shenanigans by then. 725th anniversary of Unam Sanctam by Boniface VIII, one of the most blasphemous and obvious claims to papal supremacy. I've documented this before. We're not going to read all of it, but we are going to read this part right here. And let's, for the sake of seeing, let's magnify it. Here we go. Therefore, if the terrestrial power is in error, it will be judged by the spiritual power. But if a minor spiritual power error, it will be judged by a superior spiritual power. But if the highest power of all error, it can only be judged by God, and not by man, according to the testimony of the apostle. The spiritual man judges all things, and he himself is judged by no man. This authority, however, though it has been given to man, is exercised by man, is not human, but rather divine. Granted to Peter by a divine word, and reaffirmed to him and his successors by the one whom Peter confessed, the Lord saying to Peter himself, whatsoever you shall bind on earth shall be bound also in heaven. Therefore, whoever resists this power, thus ordained by God, resists the ordinance of God, unless he invented like Manichaeus 2 beginnings, which is false and judged by us as heretical, since according to the testimony of Moses, it is not in the beginnings, but in the beginning that God created heaven and earth. Furthermore, we declare, we proclaim, we define that it is absolutely necessary for salvation that every human creature be subject to the Roman pontiff. Now, the Catholic Church has never repudiated these words, and some Catholic apologists will find many weaselly, snaky ways to say, well, he wasn't really speaking ex cathedra, meaning like in his official, it was just, a writing that he wasn't official doctrine. But you look in history, the popes have always believed these things about themselves, folks. And I have an 18-hour series on the Pope's blasphemies, 20 plus popes, and their various statements to papal supremacy and what they thought of themselves and how they were worshipped. So give me a break, you Catholic apologists. It's very clear when you look at history. The only problem is that the culture right now is not there yet. So they have to deceive people into this synthesis and, of course, bring people back to this reality where this is being expressed in the world. Maybe not in such a identical way, but in such a way through deception where people are marveling after this power and completely struck in delusion by what's happening. We'll see how it all plays out, but nevertheless, the fact that it's the 725th anniversary tells you exactly where we're headed, because again, we're exiting liberalism and coming back to religion and politics being united, monarchy, monarchical style ruling, people going towards Catholicism, orthodoxy. Very, very interesting, and that's certainly in line with all of the history that we've been covering. 2027 is also the 720th anniversary of the arrest of the Templars. And of course, the Templars began many important events in history. We'll discuss them in a future segment here. It's the 310th anniversary of the first Grand Lodge of Freemasonry in 1717. It's the 500th anniversary of the sack of Rome, which was by Protestants in 1527. The sack of Rome is an attack on the city of Rome in May 1527 by the forces of the Holy Roman Emperor, King of Spain, Charles V. Charles' victory over the French at Pavia in 1525 had left his armies dominant in Italy. After ravaging the countryside, Charles' forces stormed the city of Rome and embarked on an orgy of destruction and massacre, terrorizing the population and humiliating Pope Clement VII. Pope Clement had unwisely formed an alliance, the League of Cognac, to challenge Charles' supremacy in Italy. Rome was not, however, attacked on the emperor's orders, but on the initiative of imperial troops, angry at not being paid. These ragged and hungry soldiers, including German Landsknecht, mercenaries, and Spanish infantry, mutinied and marched on Rome under the command of the renegade French aristocrat, the Duke of Bourbon. The walls of Rome were poorly defended, the city's garrison numbering only 8,000 men, including 2,000-strong Swiss Guard. Among other defenders was the artist and goldsmith Benvenuto Cellini, whose autobiography recounts his shooting two noblemen among the invaders. On May 6th, the rebellious imperial army launched an assault in the face of a cannon and arquebus fire. Arquebus, never seen that word before. The Duke of Bourbon was shot dead, but the men he had led swept into the city, killing everyone in sight, armed or not. The Swiss guards fought bravely to defend St. Peter's Basilica and created enough delay to allow Pope Clement to escape down a tunnel into the fortress of the Castel di Sant'Angelo. There he was besieged while the city was laid waste. The Protestant Landsknecht, can't pronounce that word, recently converted to Lutheranism, felt particularly hatred for the Catholic Rome and its idolatrous Renaissance treasures. They stabled horses in St. Peter's, but the Catholic Spanish equaled them in cruelty and destructiveness. In the end, it is estimated that half of Rome's population died either as a direct result of violence or in the famine and epidemics that followed or fled from that city. Clement pretty big judgment on Rome 500 years ago. Clement surrendered in June, agreeing to pay a huge ransom and cede substantial territory to Charles V, who, although embarrassed by the brutal conduct of his troops, was happy to accept the advantage he had gained. The sack of Rome shocked Europe and for decades afterward was but a byword for wanton brutality, just as it took Rome decades to rebuild. The event can be understood as an episode in the then growing war between the Catholic Church and the forces of Protestant Reformation, one that raged for nearly 2 centuries. It is also considered to mark the end of the Renaissance in Italy. There were about 1,000 Swiss Guard lost and 25,000 civilian casualties. As far as the Holy Roman Empire, it is unknown how much they lost. So this was a big deal, very big deal. This is the 500th anniversary, and that's in 2027. And obviously a major judgment on Rome, part of a series of events around that time that catalyzed the need for the beast to fake the mortal wound, to bring about the Jesuits, to do all the things that it was doing. You also had the Ottoman Empire. You had the printing press emerging, Martin Luther with his theses in 1517. People were basically moving across the ocean to America and everything else, which, by the way, 1517 in 2027, that's the 510th anniversary of the Martin Luther's theses that he pinned, the 95 theses that he pinned to the door. So today, the point is this, folks, and you'll see these points again and again. It's not so much about the anniversaries themselves, although they're very interesting. Today, 500 years later, where are we with this? Where are we with the Reformation and the Catholic-Protestant relationships? Well, Protestantism is practically dead. Protestantism is dead and it's over, and that's a huge marker for the end because it means that we have not progressed but regressed. Protestantism is a problem if you have the world marveling after the beast. So that means a marker of how close we are to the end is what happens to Protestantism. Very simple. 500 years ago, they were fighting and killing each other and protesting and leaving the church. Today, they're going in the opposite direction. They're saying, the Catholic Church is the truth, and they're running towards Catholicism and Orthodoxy. So that tells you that we don't have too much time left. It really does. It's a very simple marker. 2027 is the 110th anniversary of the Fatima miracle of the sun, which of course happened in 1917, one of the most prolific satanic apparitions in history. If you have read what the Fatima appearance has said, it's extremely blasphemous, claiming that she can forgive sins, and basically you pledge your life to her, and so on and so forth. Very, very blasphemous. And of course, that did a number on people's minds. 2027 also is the 80th anniversary of the transistor. In 1947 was when the first one was published, or made, I should say, in a working model. And that's important for many reasons, because again, if the Bible says that the world will marvel after the beast, and if you don't, you won't be able to buy or sell. That means that the Bible is predicting for you that there's going to be a way to control money. And the way to do that is through digital money. So you need inherently in that prediction to have digital money, digital assets, a digital system, a digital prison that you can be put in to control everything about your life. That's the only way to enforce obedience. And we're very close to that. Now, part of that, you see how all this is connected? Part of that is the transistor. Because in order to have AI and have all these fancy things that do said things like a blockchain or digital ID or whatever else, all these things, all this data, you need a system that can process all of that information, and you need transistors. So looking at the transistor also gives us another layer of meaning of where we're at in history. The transistor became a thing in 1947, but of course there's Moore's law about how certain things become less and less, productive over time. And today, Moore's law is really reaching the limit. I mean, if you've looked into how they make these things, like the chips, it sounds like absolute total science fiction. And there's only one place, like in Taiwan, where they make these chips at a very high degree level. I believe there's another one somewhere. Was it Sweden? Or I forget anywhere. There's only two places, but really Taiwan is the one that makes them without error. The other ones are not very effective because the amount of millions and millions of dollars worth of equipment and training that's involved in creating these little chips. I mean, you're dealing right now, we're going at the time of this year, we're going from 2 nanometer process to 1 nanometer process, which is, if you don't know anything about that, it's a nanometer is like an exponentially small fraction of a human hair. So imagine the technology they need to do these things. It's fallen angel technology as far as I'm concerned. So the point of all this is that you can't, I don't see it going past the nanometer. I really don't. I mean, I'm not an expert on these things. I'm really not, but it's become so grossly expensive. I mean, just simple logic, to go from 2 meters to 1 nanometer, it requires so much effort and it's so grossly expensive and inefficient. There's a lot going on into making these chips. So I can't imagine them going from 1 nanometer to half a nanometer or something like that. I can't. So now we're reaching the limit. We're reaching the limit of the transistor and what can be packed into it, which means that we're also reaching the limit on how much these things can do. And already you see AI happening. Of course, the data centers are very ineffective. They're very unsustainable for the energy grid. Data centers are drawing insane power and raising people's prices. The AI business models are not lucrative in the sense that they're a lot of hype. It's just like the dot-com bubble and the real estate bubble. Of course, it's only going to be worse. So there's a lot of things happening with this whole AI transistor stuff, which of course is a key element of the prophecy of no buy, no sell. Has to be. So watching these things is very interesting because they're reaching their limit, which means that we're really coming to the end of the end. And there's already a structure in place to monitor your behavior. They're trying to get the culture warmed up to the fact that you have a digital ID, digital everything, making money. Like there's things now where all the banks are making it very inconvenient for you to take out cash, physical cash. They're imposing limits on you and say, oh, if you want to take, you can't take more than $500 cash, otherwise we're going to fine you. So people are eventually going to be like, you know what, cash, I don't need cash. Of course, and what's the point? Now we're just going to go to digital. We're just going to go to digital. And once the cash is taken out of the system, then it's a real problem. But we're reaching the maximum of what is technologically possible with these transistors and AI and everything, which tells you that we are close to them enforcing this no buy, no sell, because it's not going to go anywhere beyond that. 2028, of course, the Olympics are in 2028, and those are going to be in America, the false prophet, the United States, and Los Angeles. And with everything switching from dark to light, I think it'll be by then a perfect opportunity for the Olympics, which are very ecumenical. And remember, Catholic. They were started by the Jesuits, Catholic. It became liberal, very woke last time with the trannies and everything they were doing. Now it's time for it to swing to dark to light. Because remember, it's an ecumenical situation. So the Olympics are showing on the world stage what the world wants and what the world is about. When the last Olympics happened, was it 2024? Was it? Because they're every 4 years. Yeah, 2024. When the last Olympics happened, they were very woke because wokeism was still kind of prevalent. By 2028, I expect them to be much more Christian, right? Wholesome, nationalistic. Of course, they're in the United States. We have the first American Pope. The Pope is probably going to be there. He's going to have a very special entrance. So now the Olympics are going to be a way to present the Pope to the rest of the world. So this is very, very significant. Very, very significant. 2028 is also a U.S. election. That year is going to be absolute madness. Of course, election years are always full of shenanigans, especially in the last couple of years with COVID and 2024 and everything else. So I expect 2028 to be full of psyops, false flags, signs and wonders. Everything. People are talking about Trump having a third term. The false light now is dominant, so they're going to do their own false flags. It's going to be crazy. Nevertheless, 2028 is a very, very big year. It's also the 80th anniversary of the State of Israel being created. Now, I'm not a dispensationalist, so please don't take me wrong. I'm not saying it's prophetic in that sense, but it is prophetic and interesting in another sense, because some have said that history, like the fourth turning, goes in sequences of like 80 years. They're like 80-year cycles, right? And 80 years is a nice age, is like a whole generation of people. Very, very interesting. And the fact that it's the 80th anniversary of the State of Israel, and reality and history show us that Israel is collapsing. Support for Zionism and dispensationalism is dropping rapidly. That means that this is coming to an end, which is right in alignment with historical cycles of 80 years, give or take, right? So the 80th anniversary of the State of Israel in 2028, at the rate that things are going now, Zionism, I don't see Zionism continuing beyond 2028. I really don't. I think that there will be some major, major things happening until that point in time. And I don't see Zionism continuing and dispensationalism really continuing after those years. I really don't. Sure, I'm sure people will still be Zionists or whatever. You're still going to have the stragglers. But I think that it's coming to an end. So that is very significant because, again, we got to go back to what? We got to go back to what the beast enjoyed, right? It's the same power coming back. Well, when the beast was enjoying its heyday, what was it like? Well, you had kings, you had religion and politics united, you had monarchies, monarchical systems with feudalism. Now you're going to have techno-feudalism. And you also had it to where Jews were very hated. We got to go back to this Jew-hating stuff because there needs to be a precedent to hate anybody who obeys God and rests on the seventh day so we can persecute them. So this whole pro-Jewish thing was just a ruse, okay? It was a ruse. The Jews are going to be collapsed. Their identity is going to be reinvented. Most of them are going to be judged with deception from Satan. Satan is not doing the executing judgment. He's administering it. God is the one that's executing judgment. But they're going to be judged. So Zionism is collapsing, folks, and it's right on time with the average historical cycles. So if Zionism is collapsing, that means that the Jews are going to be converted, and that means that we really don't have too much time. Does that make sense? All of that is falling in alignment. 2028 is also the 910th anniversary of the creation of the Knights Templar in 1118. Of course, the Knights Templar played a central role in many schemes throughout history, like central banking, Freemasonry, Jesuitism. I've talked about all these things, especially in my Synagogue of Satan series. And very interestingly enough, because history is very interesting, we have this article from the Vatican. On Sunday, filled with spirituality and significance, Rome and the Vatican City witnessed a historic event. Over 600 Templars today, men and women from Italy, France, Germany, yada, 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 gathered to celebrate the Jubilee of the Templars today, marking the first time in history that the members of the order officially entered St. Peter's Basilica. Now, they call them the Templars today, so I don't know, it's maybe a continuation of that, but we know the Templars never really went anywhere, okay? They went underground, they went to Switzerland, they went to Spain, they went up to Ireland and Scotland and Kilwinning, and they started Freemasonry there. So they went everywhere, okay? But the Templars being reconciled with the Vatican on a Jubilee year after 700 plus years or whatever it's been, whatever the anniversary is that they're giving, is a very significant thing. Very, very significant thing in alignment with every other thing we're discussing. Very, very significant. And the fact that the beast is putting these things on display and integrating all of its heads and preparing is just very worrisome. Of course, it's not really worrisome. You should rejoice at these things. But nevertheless, that's what it is. Now, it's also the 550th anniversary of the Spanish Inquisition in 1478. And of course, we are right on the precipice of a digital Inquisition. It is the 100th anniversary of the Opus Dei project, which is very occult, hardcore, right-wing Catholic secret order manipulating politics. They're behind Project 2025. There's a lot of connections to the Heritage Foundation, a lot of really shady stuff. There's books on them you can read. What's her name? Shannon Vavitch. She's a liberal Catholic, but she exposes them quite a bit. Shannon Vavitch. And she talks about a book. I don't remember the name of the book, but she talks about a book specifically. I don't know if a Catholic wrote it or somebody is exposing this Opus Dei quite a bit. Now, Opus Dei and Leo XIV have had a lot of tension, which is interesting because he is disbanding this order and giving them however much time at the time of this video. But that's also very interesting. Of course, you know how these things work. On the surface, they're going to be disbanded, but they're just going to go into other organizations and leapfrog and so on and so forth. So don't buy into that too much. But Opus Dei has been around for 100 years, and that tells you quite a bit because we're at the end of that agenda. We're at the end of the agenda. So maybe they reached their goal, and so now they're going to put on this whole show of, oh my gosh, they're being disbanded, when in fact, they actually attained their goal. Do you get it? It's all just Jesuit theater, folks. And of course, the Pope currently was given his ring by a Jesuit cardinal, so that tells you who's in control. So all these things are just Jesuit theater as far as I'm concerned. 2028 is also the 170th anniversary of Lourdes, the fountain where all of miracles are being attributed to the Catholic faith. There's a lot of false signs and wonders. People are marveling. These things are very important, and they're going to be playing a precedent for many other miracles that are happening. It's also the 230th anniversary of the mortal wound in 1798, which of course is the end of the 1260 period. Very, very significant marker because we can infer that we are now in the healing period. The mortal wound has happened, and that means that we are in the period of time where the beast is healing and ready to come back into the world so that it can be, marveled after. Now, very importantly, it's inferred that the period of time where it heals is not going to be another 1260 years or longer. It's going to be much shorter. So the fact that we are now 230 years after the mortal wound, it's like any day now the beast is going to resurrect. That's the kind of feeling. In other words, we don't have like 100 more years. Does that make sense? Another 200 more years. We're looking at a decade, a couple decades max. But again, with other things on this list, you'll see that it's not a couple decades, it's a couple years. It's the 1490th anniversary of the rise of the Little Horn in 538. Almost 1,500 years have passed since the Little Horn has risen, and Justinian elevated the papacy to the corrector of heresies in 538 and began the 1260 period, which means we are well past the ruling period and nearing the end, because this empire, this fifth empire, rules longer than any other empire that's been, longer than Babylon, Persia, Greece, and Rome put together. Babylon was from around the 6th century BC, and of course, Rome ended around 400 to 476. You're looking at 1,000 plus years. Well, the papacy rules longer than all of these empires put together. So we're at the end of the end, because it's already been almost 1,500 years by 2028. The 60th anniversary of Padre Pio's death. If you know who Padre Pio is, he was a major Catholic mystic. There's a movie actually about him. And of course, Shia LaBeouf, that was his initiation, I think, into these Catholic orders. Shia, he went from dark to light. He went from being like this secular, like party kind of guy, and now he's like this fanatic. Like, you just see his face is different. He's like, his eyes are like this, and he's just super into Catholic mysticism. It's just so sad. But that's an important thing, because again, these things are anniversaries, and the beast does everything according to anniversaries and false signs and wonders. And so expect to see more of these types of things in movies, Catholicization of culture. Hollywood's going to be turning dark to light. These things are very major milestones. 2028 is also the 360th anniversary of the first central bank, the Swedish Riksbank, which was started 360 years ago. Today, central banking has taken over the world, obviously, and it's going to be central, pun intended, to the beast system. You need a central bank in order to enforce no buy, no sell. Because if there's banks, everybody has a bank, or there's nation states with banks, then that doesn't work, because you need everybody to play along. Do you get it? So central banking, digital currencies, digital IDs, all things are pieces to the puzzle the devil had to set up over many hundreds of years in order to enforce this thing. Everything that he's ever done is about this central aim of one day being worshipped. That's all the devil cares about. So central banking, the fact that we are now 360 years after the first centralized bank, is very significant. Unfortunately, most people think that Jews run the world, and they think that they're the ones that are behind central banking, but that's not true. The Templars are the ones who developed central banking, my friends. And the Jesuits are the ones who funded the Rothschilds with all their illicit earnings from their communistic reductions in South America that they held for 150 plus years, oppressing these Guarani Indians. And then they had basically their own little Jesuit empire in South America. They brought all that wealth and they gave it to the Rothschilds. And they married with the House of Rothschild, Rothschild, Red Shield. Of course, before that, his name was Bauer, Mayor Bauer, whatever his name was. Of course, one of them was also inducted into the Order of St. Gregory. These things are not what they seem, folks. These people are Synagogue of Satan, but Synagogue of Satan is not just the Six-Pointed Star Club. It's a realm, it's a group of people who on the outside say that they're worshiping God, but in fact, they're actually worshiping the devil. And that group is not just the Jews. It's not just the Zionists. You have Freemasons, you have Jesuits, you have secret society, you have all papal families, you have lots of things in this web. They're all playing together. Doesn't matter necessarily you have to be dogmatic about how all these things go together, but you have to see that they're more than just the Six-Pointed Star Club. Most people don't, and that's the problem. 940th anniversary of the first university in Bologna in 1088. Of course, today the university model has become the battleground for indoctrinating the next generation, like with Charlie Kirk, TPUSA, which has blown up as a result of his death. So the image of the beast, the devil always comes after the youth, okay? You look at every revolution, especially in the last 120 plus years, it's always been the youth that are manipulated. And that's no different with right now. The youth are coming to this religious paradigm in droves because they grew up. This is the iPad generation. They grew up with Tranny Time Story Hour, and they're missing substance. They're missing connection. They're missing meaning and purpose. They didn't grow up going outside, playing in trees, getting hurt. It's a very, very weird generation. Very, very weird. I'm glad, like I said, I'm glad that God brought me into the world when he did. I'm not too old. I'm not too young. I'm just right? Just like Goldilocks and the Three Bears. I'm just right. So glory to God for that. But this generation is very, very susceptible to spiritual influence because they have no substance. And so The university now, almost 1,000 years later, has become the worldwide indoctrination model. And that's very significant, very, very significant, because universities are everywhere. It's the 140th anniversary of the first attempt at Sunday laws in the United States. Of course, the Adventists are all over this with the whole Alonzo T. Jones thing. And, that's a historical thing that happened. I'm not saying anything about it other than that. The Adventists like to say, look, we're the true church, and, yada, yada, yada. Of course, we know how that goes. But the fact is that we are 140 years after the first sign of the false prophet trying to enforce the beast's morality. It failed. It failed, and there was a secular period. Of course, it failed, but that little blip, a little sign of life, little sign of Antichrist, that's very, very significant. Because that means we're 140 years after that first little blip. And of course, you have other blips too, like in the, was it 60s or 70s with the blue laws. So you see these blips, and you're going to see more blip, 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 as we get closer and closer to the end, because now, especially as the time of this video, with Charlie Kirk's book on the Sabbath being released, 2026, nationalism, Christianity back in view, all of these things are going to start becoming more and more prevalent, and you'll see them more and more. So very, very significant anniversary. I personally anticipate that 2028, by that year, you will see some evidence of Sunday legislations. Maybe they're going to be in various states. I think that's how it's likely going to start. I don't think it's going to be a federal thing. I think they're going to delegate it to the states so it makes it seem like it's an organic thing that's happening. Oh, look, Utah passed this law. Now Texas is passing law, like they're doing with the Ten Commandments thing. The prayer in schools, all these things are happening in states, so that it seems like it's organic. Because if the federal government did it, then it seems like, oh, you're mandating religion. But if the states are passing it, pretty soon all the states do it because all the governors are secret society members. It seems like it's organic. And that's the whole point, is to make you seem like this is organic. So I anticipate by 2028, you will see Sunday laws. I think you will. Very likely. How that is going to look, I don't know to what extent, whether it's going to be maybe in one state or maybe it's going to be in, half of the country. I don't know. But I anticipate by then, with everything I've discussed with you, that there will be those things. Absolutely. 2029, 100th anniversary of the Lateran Pact, where the wound was officially healed politically. In fact, the famous newspaper, I think it was the San Francisco Gazette, was it? One of those. It says, Healing the Wound. It literally was titled Healing the Wound. Very interesting little title there. So 100 years from that situation. 100 years from the anniversary it's a 100th anniversary of the stock market crashing in 1929, which is a huge collapse. And it basically necessitated a financial reset and all the other things that eventually happened with the petrodollar, and eventually we went off the gold standard and everything else. And today you have many bubbles after bubbles after bubbles, because this thing has only gotten more and more corrupt. Okay, after the crash in 29, you've seen other things too, like the 80s, the dot-com bubble, the real estate thing, and now, of course, recently with the financial reset going into crypto and digital money, the AI bubble that's going to really make that happen. I think there'll be a massive AI bubble, and there'll be some sort of crash and bring people back into this new system. So that's very significant. At that time, also, very interesting, 2029 is also, so Leo the 13th, which is by name the predecessor of Leo the 14th, who had many very interesting things about him. I talk about him in my Venerable Day of the Sun on the new Pope, if you want to learn about the parallels between these two papacies. Very, very prophetically significant that Leo the 14th chose his name as it is. Leo the 13th was right at the cusp of the Industrial Revolution. Leo the 13th also wrote Rerum Novarum, which was very important for Catholic social teaching, which is the synthesis that they're driving all of culture to. That's why I said this has to be a synthesis, because this is going towards Catholic social teaching, folks. You have to synthesize the right and the left, and the way to do that is through Catholic social teaching. That gives the liberals what they want, and there's a social justice element, but it's not like woke. It's religious, it's traditional also. It's the best of both worlds, so it gives the traditionalists something as well. So it's the way to synthesize everybody. It is the answer, quote unquote, it's not the answer, but it's the answer to extreme capitalism, communism, which is very atheistic, secularism, all these isms, okay, fascism, these opposites that are put in conflict with one another to make you say, oh, this is not right. This is not right. If you look at, like, for example, fascism and communism, they're just two forms of totalitarian control. They're really the same thing. They're just different orientations. They're both nationalistic. The state is on top. They're slightly differently expressed, but they're essentially secular. So the point is or capitalism too. Capitalism is kind of a third one in there. It's what we have in the United States now, where you have this oligarchy where it's completely greedy. Everything is going to crap day after day. I mean, it's gotten unsustainable because it's extreme capitalism. All of these are tyrannical forms of government where the guy at the bottom is a slave. So you're supposed to see these things and say, you know what? We don't want an atheistic state. We don't want a greedy bunch of corporate people telling us what to do. We need religion back. We need God in the picture. That seems to be the way to do things. We need the religious system to be on top of the state to keep that pesky state in control, because the state is just evil. And of course, that's the whole point. Really, the religion that's going to be in control of the state is evil. But the state has been raised up to you as a false enemy to make you think that the solution to this problem, this invented problem reaction solution, the solution is to bring in the religion and to make that put the controller on the state. That's the way we'll solve this problem. No, the way you're going to solve this problem is for Jesus to return. And for Jesus to be here on earth to rule, get rid of the devil, get rid of all these secret society members, and give everybody eternal life and renew the world. That's how you're going to solve the problem. And that's how God has solved the problem. But until that point in time, people are going to think that religion being in control of the state is the solution. And now going back to Leo the 13th. Leo the 13th had a vision. Had a vision, supposedly, from the Archangel Michael, which of course he wasn't seeing Archangel Michael. He was seeing the devil parading around as Archangel Michael. And this vision, long story short, the devil's like wanting to persecute God's church, which of course is the Roman Catholic Church. And there's this prophetic time period of like 100 years that the church needs to go through before she's reborn and resurrected. Very interesting prophecy. And there's no start time to this, but a lot of Catholics appropriate the end of this period because they begin with the Lateran Pact of 1929, where the Vatican was created again, as a sign that, hey, the church is coming back. It's winning over these secular forces. And the end of that period, supposedly, by the time the church has gone through her passion and now she's resurrecting, the end of that period for a lot of people is 2029. Isn't that interesting? 2029, which is 100 years anniversary from the Lateran Pact and these other things as well. So we'll see how it goes, but nevertheless, I think it's very, very interesting. It's also the 150th anniversary of the Knock Marian apparition, and I believe that's in Ireland. Cookie settings, reject all. How's that? Ireland's International Eucharistic and Marian Shrine. Since the apparition of the 21st of August, 1879, pilgrims and visitors have been welcomed to Knock Shrine from all four corners of the world. We offer a peaceful, contemplative space in which to pray, to reflect, and reconnect. So if you want to connect to demons and even Satan himself, $19.99, it's going fast, pilgrimage at Ireland's International Eucharistic Marian Shrine. Come for the food, stay for the prayer, and frothing at the mouth later if you join us. 150th anniversary. Of course, these things are all lining up. 150th anniversary, 300 of this one, 400 of that one, 500 of that one. All these Marian apparitions are building up because you'll see there's a big one in 2031. 160th anniversary of the First Vatican Council, which of course was a major, major move for papal supremacy, setting the precedent for what the beast wants and what it will return to, which is supremacy. But it's going to return there again, not with an iron fist, but with deception and ecumenism and delusion and synthesis and Catholic social teaching, etc., etc. Another important thing that's happening in 2029, supposedly, is this Apophis. It's a significant thing. They call it an asteroid. Again, if you believe in biblical cosmology, I don't know what these things are. They're obviously there and they're being observed, but what they're telling you they are Who knows what they are? Who knows what they are? God created many things in the firmament, but there's something. And this, anyway, the way that they're explaining is this giant meteor, whatever asteroid is coming very, very close to Earth, and it's a near-Earth asteroid, and it's coming on April 13th, 2029. It's going to come about 20,000 miles, 32,000 kilometers from our planet's surface, closer than the distance of many satellites in geosynchronous orbit. Yeah, right. So there's this giant asteroid that's coming, and of course, that's really important to the occult. I wouldn't put it past them to have many false signs and wonders during this time, and lots of basically signs and wonders and space related things, aliens. Who knows? Who really knows what they're going to do? They might change it and say, oh, last minute it's coming closer to Earth, and look, it's actually a spaceship, and the aliens are talking to us. So who knows what it's going to be, but that's something to watch. 2029 will be very, very crazy. The 500th anniversary of the term Protestant also is in 2029. Luther's followers were called Protestants for the first time in 1529. Today, the Reformation. Again, this is another marker that 500 years later, the Reformation is over, and that's a major timestamp for how close we are for the world marveling after the beast. Because, very simple, if there's nobody protesting, then what do you have? Well, you have people marveling after the beast, my friend. If you're not protesting, then you're going to marvel. If there's no Jews, you're going to marvel. And the people who are not marveling are going to be singled out. Why aren't you marveling? Why aren't you worshiping? Why aren't you doing what we tell you? Warning 1, warning 2, warning 3. Pretty soon, no buy, no sell. Send you to the death camps, whatever else, right? It's also the 240th anniversary of the French Revolution in 1789. Today, we're going backwards from the French Revolution, and we can see that very plainly. Going back to monarchies, religion, Jew hatred, and theocracy. Exactly what the French Revolution undid, temporarily, mind you. It was an intent to do it temporarily. They need kings, okay? They need monarchies. They need Jew hating, but they had to do all this stuff temporarily, backwards, so that people would fall in line. Central banks could take care of the world. They would infiltrate every aspect of society, including Protestantism. And now, once the work is done, it's time to go back to what we had, which was good. We like the kings. We like the theocracies. We need to hate the Jews so we can convert everybody and, kill people who disobey and worship God on the seventh day of the week and rest. Because worship, you can worship any day of the week, but it's the resting that's the issue. And when you rest on the seventh day, they're going to call you a Jew, a Judaizer, yada, yada, all the things that people call you today. So that's 2029. 2030, obviously, 2030 is a very big year. It's the Agenda 2030 target date. So very, very significant year. The 500th anniversary of the Augsburg Confession, again, another marker of 500 years during this decade. That shows you that the Reformation has come to an end and the protest is over. And if the protest is over, then the time to marvel after the beast is right on the horizon. We're not looking at decades and centuries. If the protest is over, we're looking at a couple of years. That's what we're looking at. We're looking at also a 490th anniversary, again, the counterfeit of the 490 for the Messiah, 70 times 7. 490th anniversary from the officiating of the Jesuits. The official year was 1540. So 1534 was the inner circle, 1540 was the, society as a whole. And that's 490th anniversary in 2030. The ISS is, International Space Station, is set for retirement in 2030 to 2031. Again, I don't believe in these things, but expect false signs and wonders, maybe even some collapsing of heliocentrism. I'm not taking that off the table. I'm really not. I can see them doing that. A lot of people are learning about, quote unquote, flat Earth, because flat Earth is a psyop too, but they're learning that NASA has been lying. Every deception has an expiration date. So I wouldn't be surprised if they collapse heliocentrism, because the other option is still controlled. Flat Earth is still controlled. But if you want to destroy atheism in one move, just admit that heliocentrism was a lie and just collapse that whole thing. The atheists have nowhere to go, literally. So that would be very interesting. That would be very much in alignment with all these things. We'll see what happens. I'm not saying it will. I just would not be surprised to see something like that. At the very bare minimum, some sort of false sign and wonder in the sky. So 2030, 2031, that's the ISS retirement window. It's the 260th anniversary of the Industrial Revolution beginning in Britain, 1760. And today we are at the cusp of another industrial revolution with artificial intelligence. You've got robots, digital currencies, AIs. All of these things are going to drastically change reality and set the stage for the final system. That tells you we are very close to the end. We're not decades away, we are years away. Because once they have the ability to enforce no buy, no sell universally, they're going to use it. They're not going to wait. Are you kidding me? They're not going to wait like decades to be able to use it. They're hungry. They're running fast towards this thing. And as soon as they have the power, they're going to do it. They're going to use it. So we are very close with robots, intelligence, AI. All these things are causing, workplace issues and replacing people. There's a need for UBI. It's all aligning very much right on schedule. There's no system after this one. Do you get it? There's no system after this next revolution. The Industrial Revolution was necessary because you need to automate things, you need technology. Satan needs to get this world into a system where he can have control over everybody. So the Industrial Revolution was very important. However, this Industrial Revolution that we are on the cusp of and now experiencing with AI and robots, that's it. Do you get it? Like, there's nothing beyond that point because robots outsource work. So they're going to cause havoc in the workplace, which is going to demand UBI. You've got automated trucks that now it's going to create an absolute disaster because all these truckers are going to be out of a job. You've got AI replacing, these low-level jobs, administrative jobs and whatever else, and making things much easier. So you're going to have a massive, massive workplace shift with this Industrial Revolution. And that's going to cause a lot of unemployment. It's going to cause financial collapse. And there's going to be some sort of democratic, supposedly, solution that's going to be presented, like UBI, like allowances of various kinds. And all of these are going to seduce people into this final system. There's no Industrial Revolution after this one. Do you get it? We're at the final one because that's measured according to what the Bible says. The Bible says no buy, no sell. That means that when we get to the point where there's ability for them to enforce no buy, no sell, that's it. We're at the end. And we are at that point with this Industrial Revolution. So we are now at the end of the end because there is no Industrial Revolution after this one. There's not another 100 years. There's not another 200 years. We're not going to be traveling through space. Okay, there's no Industrial Revolution after this. This is it. So what we're going through here is the final revolution to bring about this system that will enforce obedience. Also, it's the 200th anniversary of the miraculous metal apparition. Here's another false sign and wonder. The chapel was built in 1815. It was dedicated to the Sacred Heart of Jesus. In 1830, it was privileged with the extraordinary events of the apparitions of the Blessed Virgin to Sister Catherine Lebour that marked it forever. So there you go. There's a shrine to the devil and is appearing as a false light. And you can see there she is, right, with a little statue of halo, the sun halo. And that happened 200 years ago. And of course, there's more and more of these apparitions. And I anticipate that there will be one in the next 10 years. It'll be a great one, some point in time. That's why I'm listing all these for you. Because now we're at 2031, and you have lots of really big anniversaries. The crescendo, right? 2000th anniversary of the crucifixion, resurrection, and ascension of Jesus. For me, 2031 is a very high watch year. Very high. Again, I'm not making predictions. I'm just saying, based on all of these things, it's a very high watch year for me. Very, very important year. It's the 110th anniversary of Constantine's pagan Sunday law in 321. It's the 1600th anniversary of the Council of Ephesus, which was a very major Christological council. Very excellent opportunity for ecumenism if the two churches haven't united by 2031. It's the 800th anniversary of the Inquisition, beginning with Gregory IX, deputizing his Dominicans. It's the 500th anniversary of the vision of Our Lady of Guadalupe. Very, very huge sign and wonder. So I'm expecting 2031 to be full of signs and wonders, maybe an apparition of some kind. 140th anniversary of Rerum Novarum, which is the document that I just talked about with Catholic social teaching. And that is exactly the synthesis of the New World Order. When that was written by Leo XIII, that was the beginning of the end, in the sense that this is the direction we're taking the world, this synthesis, the Catholic social teaching synthesis. If you don't know what that is, then get informed on it. It's the synthesis between the dialectics, between the extremes. It's the thing that seems reasonable and good, that seems to combine a little conservatism, a little liberalism, a little social justice, a little religion, everything all in one little hodgepodge satanic flavor. So get edified on that and understand that when you hear the words like common good and you see climate change, all of these things are Catholic social teaching. It is the synthesis that all roads are leading to. And if that was written 140 years before 2031, that's a very interesting anniversary for it to land on 2031. 2031 is also the 70th anniversary of McGowan and Maryland, where the SCOTUS upheld the blue laws in the United States. And again, that's the second blip. You had it in the 1800s, 1888, and then you had it in the, 70s, 60s, something like that, in the 60s, I believe, where you had the second blip. So by then, I anticipate that by 2031, I think that we will see Sunday laws already passed, probably being enforced. We're going to see people in massive delusion and worldwide, New World Order system very much in play. I believe that 2031 is a very big watch year. So we'll see how it goes. Now, if we happen to make it past that, 2032 is the 1400th anniversary of Muhammad's death. And by then, likely, Islam will have collapsed. Immediately after his death, Islam was taken over by Gnostics. Abdullah ibn Mayyam was actually a Jew. He was a Jewish mystic. And Islam has been controlled by secret societies, mysticism, ever since then. It's a harlot daughter of Mystery Babylon. It's very much connected to the Roman Catholic Church. However, there is a nuance there that's very important to understand. So see my video on it. Did the Catholic Church create Islam? 2032 is also the 200th anniversary of the start of the Skull of Bones secret society, which of course has been very influential in American politics. And of course, we know that the role of America is to bring people back to the beast. So 200 years of that, I would expect that by 2032, if we're still around, it'll have accomplished its purpose. 2033, 920th anniversary of the Knights of Malta being created. Very significant political and financial group. Obviously, we've mentioned that. They've been part of many things in the governments, the psyops, wars, banking, just like the Jesuits. They're just one of these orders that have been around. Knights are defenders of a kingdom. Okay, what kingdom are the Knights defending? Well, they're defending the empire of Catholicism because the Roman Catholic Church has always been engaging in its crusades to exterminate people that don't bow down to the Pope. Today, of course, the rhetoric of the Crusades is rising with all of the rhetoric against the Zionist, against Protestantism, against Islam. We have to unite and go on a crusade, my brothers, and eliminate everybody who opposes us. So you're going to see these things repeat. I think it's very appropriate that we're 900 plus years anniversaries of these various things of the Crusades, and now their history is repeating. Very interesting. That's about 10 cycles of history. 1670th anniversary of the Council of Laodicea. That was the first legislation against Christians keeping the Sabbath, warning them not to Judaize, etc. So I expect by 2033 that Sunday laws, if we are still here, Sunday laws will be in full swing. And they will be enforced if Jesus hasn't come already. 140th anniversary of the Parliament of World's Religions. That was the beginning of the ecumenical one world religion meetings. And of course, there's many such meetings that have happened, especially in the last couple decades. They keep getting more and more frequently. These are designed to ultimately bring the world back to the beast, into one, universal mindset. The 100th anniversary of the Reichskonkordat, 1933, between the Vatican and the Nazi Party. They normalized relations. And today we are seeing a repeat of history, because what you see in the United States is a repeat of Nazi Germany. The same various threads, very, very interesting. Because again, history repeats itself in 80-year cycles. Nazi Germany was around 1940s. Now at the time of this video, we're in the 2020s. That's 80 plus years, 80 to 90 years approximately. It's a historical cycle. What do you see again? You see again a fascist state with a charismatic leader rising. Same elements. There's so many parallels. It's truly profound. And also profound is that we have the first American Pope that is American from the country that's supposed to lead the people back to the beast. So you see normalizing relations 80 plus years ago, 90 plus years ago between the Vatican and the Nazi Party. And of course, the Nazis were the practice run for the image of the beast. They failed, so the liberal side won, the dark world order won, but they were the practice run. This time, it's going to win in the opposite direction. Okay, so this time you see fascism rising in America, and you see an American Pope. You see normalizing relations. You're going to see, I think, more and more normalization of relationships between the Pope and America, which is absolutely necessary. Right now, there's a lot of tension between the Pope and all these radical traditionalists that are rejecting him, but I think you're going to see normalization. There has to be. There has to be normalization. And you're going to see something like the Reichskonkordat, maybe, but maybe not written in policy, but you're going to see that normalization, which is very, very key. Certainly by 2033. 2034, our last year in this decade, 2000th anniversary of Stephen's stoning and the end of the 490-year prophecy was in 34 AD. And that's when the gospel was going out into the world as a result of Stephen being stoned and the gospel being rejected officially. And if Jesus hasn't come yet by this year, 2034, I think it's very appropriate that it will be a great tribulation for the saints when you will see typologically the world rejecting the true gospel. Right? They did not love the truth, therefore they suffer the strong delusion. So very, very interesting. If the world's still around by then, I think there's definitely a lot of typological connections there. And it's also, by the way, because the church age really began with Pentecost, but yeah, never mind. I was going to say something about the Pentecost timeline, but that's besides the point. That would be in 2031, because Pentecost began the church after the ascension in 2031, and if the world ends in 2031, then that's 2,000 years. The church age is 2,000 years. But anyway, we're in 2034, so 500th anniversary of the Act of Supremacy, where England basically severed from Rome. Very interesting history there. Let's look into it. Act of Supremacy in 1534, English Act of Parliament. They recognized Henry VIII as the supreme head of the Church of England. The act also required an oath of loyalty from English subjects that recognized his marriage to Anne Boleyn. It was repealed in 1555 under Mary I, but in 1559, Parliament adopted a new Act of Supremacy during the reign of Elizabeth I. So England has had a very sordid history with the beast, uniting, separating, very sordid history. And if you understand that history, England is another prophetic marker for how things are going along. Now, what does modern society tell us? What does the news tell us? Well, here's what the news tells us. This is from The Guardian. This is as a result, what's the date on this thing? Yeah, 23rd October 2025. So, it's fairly recent as the time of this year. And what does the title of the article say? A rift that took 500 years to repair. King Charles prays with the Pope. 500 years, my friends, 500 years. That's about approximately, 8 times 4, 8 times 5 is 400. So, 6, that's about 6 historical cycles. 500 years to repair. And 500 years ago, they had the Act of Supremacy. They severed from the Catholic Church. Henry VIII wanted to be his own Pope, basically. And now, 500 years later, you see England warming its way back to the beast. Here they are shaking hands. And he's bowing down and saying, listen, I acknowledge your power. It's time to do this thing. And it is what it is. Now, almost 500 years later, after Henry's momentous breakaway, his successor, King Charles III, has prayed with Pope Leo XIV beneath the sublime frescoes of the Sistine Chapel in an act of rapprochement between the Roman Catholic Church and the Church of England. And of course, you also have a lot of stuff going on that I did not cite here, but I've talked about it before in other places. You've had, like, the Church of England right now. The Anglican Church is also going through a lot of dialectics, with the liberal side being so woke that it forced the conservative side to split from them. And there's this whole thing. So that's a perfect opportunity to say, listen, we need one shepherd for all of these people to heal the division, to bring peace. By many, he'll destroy by peace, etc., etc. So a lot of very interesting markers with the English, and that tells you that we're very close to the end. 2034 is also the 500th anniversary of the Jesuit Inner Circle formation, where they pledged their vows to one another. 850th anniversary of the Inquisition, beginning in 1184 with Pope Lucius III. Although some say that the Inquisition began even earlier, which is true, the point is that it's been around 1,000 years, 1,000th anniversary since these things have been going on. The Catholic Church inquisiting, or basically inquiring of anybody who is a heretic in their eyes and destroying them. And the Inquisition never ended, folks. It just went underground. And it manifested through other things like revolutions, dialectics. I've said that the Zionist state of Israel is just a papal crusade. It's a papal crusade, and when you see it, you can never unsee it. It's a papal crusade to destroy the Jews, to destroy the Muslims, and to destroy the Protestants all in one go. And certainly that's going to be fulfilled in the next couple of years. So all of these things are in perfect timing for the resurrection of the beast. As you can see, the many false signs and wonders, there's precedence for the return of the beast, major occult and institutional connections, secret society connections, of course, important church dates, even the anniversary of Jesus' ministry and death and resurrection and ascension. Very, very big. I've covered something like over 80 major anniversaries and events in this decade. 80 plus. And all of this is happening in our tiny little chart. If we go back to this big chart here and we zoom in, let's zoom in. Let's click here, and it's happening. All of that action is happening right here, from here to about here. This little tiny sliver. I didn't put an end on this end times timeline because it just said here you are. Here's everything behind you. You can be the judge of how much time is left. I didn't put another sliver here, but today we're putting a sliver right around here. Okay, right around here. So in the period between these two, in fact, let me see how much can I zoom to really give this the full effect. Let's see. Okay, I can do 500. We can do 500. Here we go. All this history. And now here. From here to here. All the things that I've just related to. 80 plus major anniversaries and turnings and historical precedents happening in this tiny little decade. From here to here, approximately. All of that. Quite a time to be alive, isn't it? Now, I find it very interesting that Jesus says in the parable of Good Samaritan, again, that he's going to return in 2 days, and it's been 2,000 years. So, again, I don't take Peter's words as literal. I really don't. I think that those words are more about how timeless God is, and he's not, measured by our standards of time. But I think it's interesting nevertheless. I think it's interesting. And I also think it's interesting when it says in Hosea 6, verse 2, after 2 days he will revive us. On the third day, he will raise us up that we may live before him. So the third day is a very common typology because obviously that relates to the resurrection of Christ. But the third day happens after 2 days. You get it? And then there's the Good Samaritan that happens after 2 days. I'll come back and, I'll see you after 2 days. So very, very interesting. So you see this 3-day pattern in many places in Scripture. Now, I don't believe in the 6,000-year timeline that people believe in. And if you don't understand why, then watch my Masoretic Psyop series. Because the 6,000, 7,000 thing, that's nonsense. That's a Kabbalistic view. It's based on false history. You got to use the Septuagint for Genesis 11, and that results in, probably close more to 7,000 years, which is very interesting. Nevertheless, I think it's very, very interesting that all of these things align, and they're all very much in alignment with each other. Don't be dogmatic about it. I hope that you see what a prolific and incredible time it is to be alive, and have gratitude, have encouragement, and see the unique opportunity that you have to be here. That's all. I'm sure I probably missed a few important dates. So again, if you know any of them, or if you know anything that's meaningful, feel free to leave something in the comments and we can all learn. My goal was to look at significant dates having to do with things like secret societies, Catholic orders, major events, papal supremacy, false signs and wonders, psyops, etc., etc. Of course, the devil has been extremely busy, and all of this is going to culminate in these final years. But either way, the point is that we are at the end of the end. We're at the end of the end, and the big picture shows us that most things have been fulfilled. And at the end, this last decade, things are getting very, very crescendo, right? They're building up. They're getting really big. They're very intense decade. So these two pictures, these two facts, the big picture and the little picture, the big picture is telling us that most things have been ended, and the little picture telling us that there's so much happening, ding, 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 in this last 10 years of history, or next 10 years, let's put it that way, to leave room for mistakes. But the next 10 years, so much, these two pictures, the big picture and the little picture together, tell me personally that we don't have more than 10 years. We really don't. Even if 2031 is the last year of the decade, and the last decade actually began in 2021, There are actually many important anniversaries from 2021 to 2023 as well, including all the ones I listed. If we go to 2021, and the decade, let's say, is 2021 to 2031, then we can look at that. So 2021, 1700th anniversary of Constantine's pagan Sunday law, which set the precedent to basically move the mark of the beast forward through time. The 490th anniversary of the apparition of Guadalupe. 500th anniversary of Ignatius of Loyola's canon incident where he got his leg injured. And basically that was in 1521. And that motivated him to start the Jesuits and everything and redirect him. He had an appearance of an apparition that guided him. So that's a very significant anniversary to the Jesuits. 2021 is also the 410th anniversary of the KJV 1611. Now, in my Masoretic Psyop series, we discuss how the Jews did lots of violence to the Old Testament through the Masoretic after Christ to discredit the letters, especially the Hebrews, the letters of the apostles, to discredit Jesus as the Messiah. So what do you have? Well, you have from about the Septuagint in 200 BC to when these new translations by the Jews happened around, the 3rd century, something like that. You had about 400 years for God's word to be basically taken from something that was good and profitable to now it's being done damage to and violence to. So in that period of time, you see the same amount of time with the KJV. Now, again, I'm not holding up the KJV to some special position. Please don't get me wrong. I have an 18-hour series on why the KJV psyop, the KJV only thing, is a psyop. However, the KJV is an important book. It's an important book historically because it's also another timepiece. It's a clock that we can watch and see how certain things have happened according to the KJV. Because in that same period of time, from the Septuagint to the Jews doing violence to the scriptures, about 400 years, in the same period of time, the KJV was published in an effort to get God's word out. And 400 years later, what do you have? Well, you have, Westcott and Hort. You have Schofield with dispensationalism. You have, poor translations like the New Living Translations or the Message or the Passion Translation. You have various false teachings, countless commentaries by false teachers. It's taken the same amount of time. 400 years later now, God's word has been twisted left and right a million times. This is what I do, because God's word has been twisted a million times. And that's very interesting. It's very telling because it means the great delusion, the delusion here is very, very on the horizon. Very, very on the horizon. That was 2021. 2022, 60th anniversary of the Vatican II meeting beginning. Very important. 450th anniversary of St. Bartholomew Day's massacre. Tens of thousands of Protestants were killed during the Reformation. That's a very interesting number because we are now in very closeness to the next Inquisition, which will be digital, which the Bible warns will be, they'll put you in prison, they'll kill you, they'll do different things. You have the 250th anniversary of the Art of War being translated, quote unquote translated, by the Jesuit Jean-Marie Amyot right before their suppression, and then the French Revolution. That's very significant because the Art of War pretty much reveals to you the tactics of the devil. And if you've read it, you realize that all the things in there have been practically used in the last 250 years, and they're fulfilled. They've fulfilled their role. That's why it's time for this to happen. And we're now in 2025. That was 2022. 2023, 250th anniversary of the suppression of the Jesuits in 1773. Very important time because that led to the mortal wound eventually, and the next phase of history. It was also the 110th anniversary of the Federal Reserve, which of course there's nothing federal about the Federal Reserve, but today we're on the precipice of a brand new centralized type of money scheme using blockchain and Bitcoin and whatever else they want to use so the mark can be enforced. So, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There are many things that happened all of these years, I'm sure, that I didn't write down. Nevertheless, the point is that it's getting faster and faster, folks. It's getting faster and faster. I started with 2024 because it was a major inflection point politically in the world through MAGA, through nationalism in the United States. And of course, the United States is prophetically significant as the false prophet and moving towards the image of the beast. And I think 2034 is a generous time frame. I think it's pretty generous for all these things. And it coincides nicely with many big events, as we've clearly outlined. Again, everything happens in this very, very tiny space of time. If we go back to our little sheet right here, this tiny little teeny tiny space. Everything else is, if you see, let's see, can I zoom out? Oh goodness, okay. That's interesting. It zooms like way in. Let's see, 100%. And if we just go zoom out, there we go. Here's the entire 2,500 plus years of history. And you get to be right at the end here, and you get to look at all of that. Imagine being Daniel, being right here around, Babylon's time. Imagine being Daniel, and Daniel's told all of this, all the bottom, he's told all the bottom square right here, the bottom of this. Imagine being Daniel. No wonder he fell sick in Daniel 8. He didn't know what to do himself. Imagine being Daniel and being told all of these things that are going to come to pass, 2,500 plus years of history. You're on the other side of Daniel. You're at the end, and you get to look backwards and understand it because it's been laid out in sequence for you. Imagine being John sometime around here, like 90 AD, right at the beginning of the church. And all of this being told to you, the seals, the trumpets, the judgments, the various beasts that are coming back. What a thought, what a thought. And yet you are here you are, looking back at all of these colorful things in history, ready for the rock to return, ready for the New World Order to happen. What a thought. What a thought. So, what a time to be alive. Now, there's a challenge with all this that I want to end on and kind of address, which is that nobody knows the day or the hour. This often comes up in topics and discussions like these, and it's the idea that Jesus doesn't know even the time of his own return, only the Father knows. It's based on Mark 13:32. But concerning that day or the hour, no one knows, not even the angels in heaven, nor the Son, but only the Father. Now, this is a very important thing to get right, because if there's only two ways to read this, because the word know here can mean lots of things. It could mean to tell. It has a semantic range. And so it could mean to tell, to make known. And so there's only two ways to read this. There's the subordinationist way, which is that Jesus doesn't know the time of his return. Very, very important time. He doesn't know that. Or he does know it, but God is not going to reveal that time to anybody. Only the Father is going to reveal it in said time. One of these interpretations, which unfortunately most people cling to, results in a subordinationist Christology. In other words, you are subordinating Jesus to the Father. You're saying the Father knows something that Jesus doesn't. Yet Jesus says that I and the Father are one. If you've seen me, you've seen the Father. You got to honor the Son as you do the Father. All of these things that are claims to deity and equality with God. So it is impossible for Jesus not to know the time of his return. Jesus knows the time of his return. He is the Yahweh made flesh. He's the God incarnate. He knows everything, and that includes the time of his return. So there's not something that the Father knows that Jesus doesn't know. That means the translation is the problem. And usually whenever you run into situations that create contradictions, you have to ask yourself, there's got to be something here in the original language that's maybe not happening in the language it was translated. Because if you read 1 Corinthians chapter 2, verse 2, it says, "For I decided to know nothing among you except Jesus Christ and him crucified." The way this is being used, the sense is, I decided to make known nothing among you except Jesus Christ and him crucified. I talked to you about nothing except the gospel. That was my focus when I came to you. Paul is not saying literally, before I came to you, I decided I'm going to erase my memory. I'm going to wipe my memory. I'm not going to know anything but the gospel. I'm not even going to know my own name. I'm going to erase all that. I'm just going to know my gospel. That would be the literal way to read this. Obviously, that's not true. So what does he mean? Well, he means I decided to make known nothing other than the gospel. That was my focus when I came to you. We didn't talk about other stuff. So that means that Mark 13 is not a subordinationist reading. Mark 13 is actually a very interesting statement. Jesus is telling you that nobody is going to make known the day or the hour to you. Not even the Son, only the Father. Okay, that's really interesting. That's a very, very interesting situation. Because this means that it's a warning against false revelation. We're not reading it as subordinationists, but we're reading it as a warning from Jesus against false revelation, because there's a lot of false prophets, false teachers, false signs and wonders. There's a lot of these things as part of the end times. And of course, as Satan comes into power, we expect more and more of these things. You can certainly see that on YouTube. God told me this in a dream. Yeah, sure he did. How do you know? How do you test it with the word? Most of the time, that's not true. So, in other words, the point is this. An angel is not going to come and tell you when I'm returning. Not even if you claim to see a vision about me. If you see Jesus, whatever you think Jesus looks like. Even if that happens, it's not me. Don't believe it. That's the point being made here. So the point is not, I don't even know when I'm coming, guys, so don't try to calculate. That's not the point. The point is, be warned, do not be deceived against false revelations. People claiming to have heard from God, Jesus, or an angel about the day of coming, because only the Father is the one who reveals these things in their time. Now, the Father is transcendent. You don't see the Father. You see Jesus, you see the Father. But the Father himself is transcendent, purely transcendent. The Father is the one who works in people's hearts. Like with Peter, he granted him the awareness. He just changed the awareness in Peter's mind with supernatural, consciousness, basically changing his consciousness and giving him the awareness of Jesus. So the Father is the transcendent aspect, right? The Father did not become incarnate. The Son became incarnate. The Father is transcendent, and the Father works in people's hearts, in people's minds. And that's a very profound statement, meaning that the Father is the one who gives the revelation. So you have to test all things and see if it's from God, because you're not going to get a vision about the end of the world in terms of the precise date of Christ's return. You're not going to get a vision about that. That's what Jesus is warning. You're not going to get a visitation. You're not going to get a vision. You'll get an awareness, I'm sure. Like I said, as time moves forward and these things get closer, I think we're going to come into these awarenesses more and more. We're going to come into these awarenesses more and more. Today, for example, I still have several questions, despite all of the things that I've studied, and I feel that my position is probably the most accurate out of all the positions in eschatology. I'm not patting myself on the back. I just think I've eliminated as much error as possible, where there's a lot of error with preterism, futurism, dispensationalism, et cetera, even amillennialism. So I've done the best I possibly can to give you the best possible take on the end times with as little possible error as possible, okay? I'm not saying I don't have error. I'm just saying I've proven these things as much as I possibly can. Yet, I still have lots of questions that I don't have explanations to. For example, how will Satan deceive the nations into fighting against Jesus on the sixth pole? How's that going to happen? How is he going to pull this off to deceive people into believing that the return of Christ is either the devil or aliens or something? I don't know. I don't know how that's going to happen. I'm sure we will find out as time gets closer. How will the beast cannibalize the harlot at the end? How's that going to happen? How is this system going to collapse on itself? How exactly will they enforce Sunday laws in all places? How long do we have until the bowls drop once they're, basically starting to enforce Sunday laws, right? How long is it going to happen? Is it going to be a year? Is it going to be 6 months? I don't know. I don't have an answer to that. Is this the last pope or is there another one? I think it's the last pope because he's certainly fitting all the right characteristics, but maybe he's not. Will they get rid of Trump, or is he in for the long haul and he's going to basically pass the baton to this pope? How is that going to work? I don't know. Very, very interesting. So it doesn't matter that these things are not clear because the main things are clear. Okay, these things are just, garnish. They're details. The main things are clear. We know who the beast is. We know who the false prophet is. We can identify the beast in history, 1260 period. We know where we are in time. The question is, how are these last little pieces going to play? How long exactly do they have? I don't really know. I don't. Today is an attempt at mapping that out, but again, don't be dogmatic. The big things are very clear, and even certain things, personally, I've only realized recently. For example, with the Jews. In 2024, after I released my now famous Why the Jews Are Not God's Chosen People video, I don't know what it's up to now, probably over 1.5 million views, which is just insane. But after I released that video in early 2024, I eventually realized a couple months later that the Jews have to be converted because this Zionism stuff is really collapsing. People are starting to notice this is becoming very mainstream. So the Jews have to be converted. And then I had this aha moment of of course they have to be converted. Judaism and Zionism cannot exist if the world has to marvel after the beast and take its mark. Because as long as there's Jews and there's, pro-Jewish stuff and Christian Zionism and liberal attitudes towards Jews, then Sabbath keepers can always hide behind that. You can always hide behind the Jews. But once the Jews are taken out of the way, there's no more excuse. And we're going back to what it was before, where they called you a Jew, a Judaizer, for keeping the Sabbath. So it occurred to me, something that didn't occur to me when I was making my end time series, that the Jews have to be converted. When I was making my end time series in 2022, right, 2022 to early 2023, I guess, I don't remember the exact times, but somewhere around there. When I was making that series, I was very much trying to fight dispensationalism and explain why it's wrong. But I didn't have a clue, it didn't occur to me that the Jews had to be converted. You know, it didn't occur to me how the mark would be enforced and all this kind of stuff. That happened later. And then I created the Great Delusion series as a result of that revelation. And all of these things have successively piled on. Same thing with today. The idea that we have 10 years left occurred to me in 2023. Didn't occur to me when I was writing my end time series. I figured, probably not too much longer. But then I put all these things on a chart. I arranged them. And then I was like, oh my gosh, we don't have too much time. We're at the end of the end of the end. So little by little, God has given revelation. I didn't receive a vision from Jesus. I'm never going to claim to do that. I didn't have a visitation from an angel telling me these things. I just looked at the evidence, and God opened the books up for me. He gave me time. He brought all the right resources to my doorstep. And I believe that these revelations, in that sense, the awarenesses, have been God-given. I'm not claiming I'm a prophet. I'm not claiming any of that. I'm just saying I don't give credit to myself for being smart or whatever to figure this out. Am I smart? Yeah, I'm a little bit smarter probably than the average person. I've taken IQ tests and things like that, but I'm not patting myself back on the back. I'm good at seeing patterns. God has given me intelligence. I'm creative. Yeah, I am smart, but smarts don't automatically mean good theology. God has used my smarts and my time to help me learn things that are very precious. So I give credit and glory to God for the things that I've learned, not credit to any skill or talent that I have. So the point of all of this is that God reveals these things in due time. And some of these questions and specifics, I think, will be revealed by the Father, because God is the one revealing these things. Again, that doesn't mean there's a difference between God the Father and God the Son, okay? The point that I think Jesus is making is that you're not going to receive a vision telling you when I'm returning. This is a matter of intimate relationship with God. As these things come to pass, if you're left alive, you're going to get a deeper and deeper sense of the world around you. Like, I think it's getting closer. Look, we're going to realize something more about the beast system and how it's doing things. And it's going to come more and more into your mind. I just think that's the way it's going to be. And that relationship is not this carnal, like, oh, I saw Jesus in the vision and he told me he's coming back on April 5th or whatever else. No, you're going to get a sense. You're going to get an awareness change. It's an intellectual thing, not an intellectual thing like a stuffy intellectual thing. But what I mean is you're consciously engaging with God's word. You're consciously engaging with history, and you're paying attention. And because of that, God is giving you revelation and understanding. That's the important thing to get here. And I think that's what it means, which is that God is the one that's in charge of that situation. He basically gives that revelation as they go. For example, if you look in the Reformation, the Reformers pretty much agreed universally on the fact that the papacy was the fulfillment of the beast and the man of sin. In fact, you see caricatures with, Antichristus Papas, and they're like, and he's got a beast face and the papal outfit, which is really funny. The early memes, of the Reformation. And these things were very much agreed upon, but they couldn't agree necessarily on when the period started because they were still in the 1260 period. They were still in the 1260 period. They couldn't agree on when that period was, and as a result, they couldn't have full understanding, but they did have a peace. They saw this Antichrist power. This is the fulfillment. Has to be based on all these things. But they had questions that were not answered. What was the mark of the beast? How is it going to enforce? How is it going to enforce worship? It was a very tumultuous time. Now, hundreds and hundreds of years later, 500 years after the Reformers, we have all of that history. And we can look back and see. That's why I organized that timeline. So you have a visual of, okay, how is this all played out? And where's the alignments? And we can see proof and documentation of the historicist perspective, which is the true way to interpret the scriptures. And again, God gave that revelation to the Reformers. Look, you're under the beast system. The man of lawlessness was revealed. That's why Paul says that he has to be revealed, not because he's like at the very end of time. No, Satan's been around since the very beginning, but his scheme in the church age needs to be revealed. Why? Because remember that letter from Boniface the Eighth, Unam Sanctam? We decree that every every person that resists this power ordained by God. Well, what power is that? Well, that's the papacy. And the papacy claims that it is the will of God on earth. And if you refuse this thing, then you are a heretic and need to be destroyed. So the thing that the devil is doing appears as the will of God. And if that's the case, it needs to be revealed that it's not, because it's operating by the power of the devil through deception. And it appears that it's the will of God. And the Reformation revealed that. God revealed. He moved his spirit through the reformers. I'm not saying they had perfect theology, but he moved and he showed them. Look. He turned their heads. Look. Look at this thing. Now you see it, don't you? And once you see it, like, oh, you can never go back. Now, 500 years later, we see lots of things about how all of this is going to come together with the false prophet, with the mark, with the destination of history, with the Zionism, with the Jews, everything that we've been talking about. And like I said, the closer we get to the end, I think more and more of these unanswered questions will be answered one way or another. And you'll have a sense of what's going on. Either way, today we have a lot more history, and we have the luxury of things like the internet, of AI, of our phones. We can do research very quickly. We can summarize information. It's a brilliant time to be alive, man. Every generation before us would be so envious of our ability to learn quickly. And yet people are so complacent in their learning still, which is very sad. So we can learn a lot. Make sure you're taking advantage of that. And that's why history is so important as a second witness to Bible prophecy. So in conclusion of all this, Jesus is not saying, nobody knows, not even me, I have no clue when I'm returning. Or he's not even saying, don't try to discern when I'm coming. Don't do that. When in fact, God gave us countless prophecies in order to have a sense of where we are in history. I don't think God wants you to calculate his return. That's not what we're doing here. God wants you to look at the evidence and understand and discern, okay, we're here, we're closer to the end, we're closer here, we're closer to the end. So that you live in anticipation and longing, and you're watching like a bridesmaid is watching for the groom. When's he coming? Nobody knows when he's coming. It's a surprise. You gotta watch, gotta be watchful. Stay up with your candle lit, right? That's the point. So there are lots of statements in the Bible to remain awake. There's specific warnings. There's time prophecies. God wants you to be watching for his return. God does not want you to think, oh, we can't know anything, and therefore we shouldn't even think about it. Then what is the point of all the eschatology that the Bible provides you with? But of course, this is what people do. Either way, everything happens in its appointed time. In the meantime, do not believe anybody who's claiming that Jesus appeared to them and told them the time of his return, or angels, or whatever else. Even if God told me this or God showed me that, it's very dangerous language. I am extremely conservative with that kind of language. I rarely, if at all, use it. I do give credit and glory to God for all the things that I've created in a short amount of time, because it would have been impossible without that. 950 plus hours of content in 3 years time, 4 years time, 3.5 years, something like that, is impossible, especially becoming a new Christian. It's impossible. God definitely guided my life, forced my nose into books, and gave me awareness very rapidly. I give glory and credit to God. That's very different than saying, God showed me this and God told me this in a dream or whatever else. I do not say those kind of things. I really don't. Because I don't want to speak on behalf of God. I really don't. I don't want to take that risk. Nevertheless, we give credit where credit is due. So I do give credit for God, to God, for all of these things that I've learned. So either way, I believe I've presented and articulated a very accurate picture of the end times. Like I said, I'm not patting myself on the back. I have lots of receipts, and I believe that it is the most accurate possible. Are there mistakes? Maybe. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm saying it's the most accurate as we can get. Probably more accurate than anybody else I know. Adventists are good with historicism, but they have so many issues because of Ellen White. So many problems. Ellen White has done a number on these people, and they're so blinded by religion, even when they're confronted with the evening Sabbath issue, the premillennial thing, the heliocentric model, their legalistic investigative judgment, the whole Sabbath evening thing, just over and over and over again, nothing but nonsense. And You try to confront them on that, and they just don't get it. They don't get it. They're just like Catholics. Sadly, they're just like Catholics. So that's why I said I think that the things that I've presented are the most accurate as possible without any fluff and any false prophets or any false religion. I don't take credit for it again, but I also don't claim that God showed me this and showed me in a dream or whatever else. I'm very careful with that. I like to show you the evidence. I like to show you the evidence so that you can look at the evidence, be honest with the evidence, build a case, and see ample evidence for judging rightly. And of course, in this presentation today, I hope that I've shown you ample evidence for my claims. My claim is that by 2034, I think the world will end. Could I be wrong? Yes. I'm not claiming to be a prophet. I'm not claiming that God came down to me in a vision and told me that. I'm saying, based on the overwhelming amount of evidence that I've presented to you, not only here, but in the hundreds of hours of my eschatological studies, my end-times prophetic timeline, everything else put together, bird's eye view, I don't see the world lasting past 2034. I don't. Could it be? Yes. But if it does, it's not going to be decades. It's going to be a couple years, 2035, 2036, maybe. I don't know. It's getting gray, getting shady. I'm like trying to project my mind outward. I'm like, I just don't see it. I really don't. I don't see it. That's the best that I can present because the evidence leads me there. And I hope that you're judging according to the evidence. Another great piece of evidence for a claim that I made is that Jesus will return on the Sabbath. Can he return on any number of the other days? Absolutely. He can. He can do whatever he wants. But I think that given his patterns and the fact that God is very intentional about what he does, I think that out of all the 7 days that exist, if I were to be a betting man, the day that Jesus will return on is a Sabbath. Because the Sabbath has immense significance for the gospel, for salvation, for judgment, etc., etc. And I gave you plenty of precedents, both in the Bible and in history, to show you that this is the case. So, I think that Jesus will return on a Sabbath. And I think that it's very appropriate that as they start persecuting people, that makes the Sabbath even more meaningful to the people who are left alive. Because as you're running away from those Templar robots and those grenade launching dogs and drones that are moving at 200 kilometers an hour in 2 seconds or whatever, you are going to be looking up every Sabbath and saying, is this the one? Is this the one? Is he here yet? Is he here yet? What an appropriate situation. What an appropriate situation. So again, I could be wrong about these things, but I think the evidence points us there. Now, as to which Sabbath it is, I don't know. I'm probably never going to know that. Maybe as we get really close, there's some revelation that happens and we figure out, oh my gosh, maybe this is it. We've missed this entire thing. I think it's going to be this one. Maybe that's going to be the case. I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying which one it is. I'm saying it's on a Sabbath. As to when it is, who really knows? Some people have these ideas that it's, fall feast, spring feast, it's a feast of trumpets, feast of this, feast of that. I don't know. I don't think so. It could be. I'm not, but here's the problem with that, folks. Here's the problem, okay? The feasts, number one, were initiated on a calendar that doesn't exist again. Or it doesn't exist, it hasn't been used. Let me put it this way because it still exists, obviously, but it hasn't been used. Okay, it hasn't been used for like thousands of years. So here's my challenge to you, all you people who like to say it's according to the feast. Okay, get yourself the program Stellarium. Figure out how to coordinate that to where you go back in time 2,500 plus years, 3,500 years, back to the Exodus. Figure out what the astronomical positions of the constellations were during that time so that you reference the month of Abib and what constellation that was in at that time. I think it was Aries. I could be wrong. Nevertheless, that was the beginning of the year. And then do the math according to that and proleptically use it outward to the modern day and see how the feast would occur on what actual day of the year of the Gregorian calendar today. Because the feast timing that people use is wrong. They use the Hebrew calendar, which is a Jewish invention based on their lunar reckoning, which is Babylonian, or they use the Enochian calendar or the Zadok calendar. There's so many, and these legalistic groups get so frothing at the mouth against each other. No, it's this calendar. Oh, it's this calendar. It's that calendar. We got to keep, because they're so obsessed about keeping the feasts. I don't think you need to keep the feasts as a Christian. I don't think that's warranted. You can't even time them correctly because they were initiated in a calendar that's not used. So you're just running through religion. The Sabbath is a moral command, but keeping a feast is not inherently moral. Keeping the Sabbath is inherently moral because it's a moral command and it has to do with the gospel. So you're following the pattern of the Creator. Very, very important. Nevertheless, here's the thing with the feast. Number one is the calculation, which I just said. You got to be able to calculate it in the calendar in which it was originated, which is the sun's positions in the constellations. If you need an understanding of what that means, watch my 6.5-hour episode in the Sabbath series on why the lunar Sabbath is wrong and God's true calendar. Very, very interesting stuff. Nevertheless, it's long gone, that calendar. It's not been used for a while. That's problem number one. Problem number two is that both sets of feasts are dealing with the Messiah, right? Obviously. But those things are just showing you necessarily typologically that both aspects of the Messiah are in one person. Okay, today the Jews, for example, believe in two Messiahs, Ben Yosef and Ben David. One's the suffering one, one's the conquering one. Because if you don't have the truth, then you read the scriptures and you say, oh, there must be two Messiahs. There's a suffering one and there's a conquering one. You don't realize that the suffering and the conquering one are the same person. Okay, that's the revelation of the incarnation of Jesus Christ. There's that. So the fall feasts show you that you have the spring feast, the Passover, unleavened bread, etc. That's the sacrificial aspect of the submissive, propitiatory Son of Man. Then, like the Feast of Trumpets, the Feast of Tabernacles, etc. All those fall feasts are feasts that show you, like, hey, the conquering Messiah is also the same person. They don't automatically say that this is when Jesus is returning, because they're typological of who Jesus is. They're pointing to who Jesus is. Jesus wasn't born on a Passover, okay? Passover is a feast that pointed to the fact that Jesus was the sacrifice. Tabernacles points to the fact that Jesus is going to live with us, tabernacling amongst men. Behold, the dwelling place of God is with man. It's the Feast of Trumpets. Behold, the one who's judging the earth is also the one who got sacrificed. So these are typological, so they don't automatically put you have to be, what's the point? You got to use the same hermeneutic, okay? If your hermeneutic for the Passover is that, well, it's pointing to who Jesus is functionally. It's not saying that he came on Passover, like he didn't start his ministry on Passover, or he was born on Passover. So it's not pointing to an actual date. It's pointing to a function. Okay, you can't use that hermeneutic and then say, well, the other feast, the Feast of the Trumpets or Tabernacles or whatever else, is pointing to an actual time when Jesus will return. Those are two different hermeneutics. You got to be consistent. And the correct hermeneutic is that these feasts are pointing to who Jesus is and his function and what he does. So that means that they're not actually pointing to future time periods when he's returning, but rather they're pointing to who he is. So this whole calculation thing, it's just nonsense. It's nonsense. So I don't encourage you to calculate according to the feasts. Even so, if you're going to try, then at least use Stellarium and use the true calendar. Good luck with that. That's quite the project, quite the science project. Nevertheless, who knows? Who knows what it is? The question now is, my friends, the $1 million question is, what will you do? What will you do with this information? How has this presentation changed your life? How has it impacted you to impact others? How has it changed your plans, your desires, what you think is important in the coming years? How has it changed you? I believe God has a plan for everyone, and I believe also that God wants us to be part of his plan to reveal himself, to bring, others to himself, to awaken the elect. I believe everybody has different gifts of different kinds, whether that's, financial, that's, spiritual, creative, kindness, eloquence. Everybody has different gifts. And I believe we're all called to use them in the service of God and our fellow man. So use those gifts. Use this knowledge to encourage others, to spread the truth, because again, the gospel is not just about evangelizing atheists. The gospel, again, very important, is not divorceable from eschatology. Because the reason there's good news is because you have the bad news of Jesus returning in flame and fury to destroy this system. So the gospel gets you out of that. So good news, bad news, can't divorce them. Okay? But the gospel also warns you, Jesus' warnings, the apostles' warnings, the letters, the prophecies also warn you that there's going to be a false gospel at the end of time. Do you understand? There's going to be a false gospel that people are headed to. That means that the majority of people are going to be wrapped up in this religious system. And so evangelization for our generation is not going against secularism. Yes, you should, try to evangelize your Muslim friends, your secular friends. But look, folks, I'm telling you right now, that's not where the battle's at. Don't let me discourage you from battling that battle if you have an opportunity. But I'm telling you, that's not where the battle's at. In our generation, because of the special circumstances of our generation, the battle is with religion. You need to evangelize people out of this religious system, out of this institutional model, because it's all going to go back into Babylon. People are going back towards the devil, believing it is the will of God. That's where evangelization is at. Of course, with the Sabbath issue coming more and more prescient into people's minds over the coming months and years, it's going to be a major opportunity for that evangelization. So the battle is with religion, folks. And use your gifts, use your knowledge that you have to help others and help discover who it is that is remaining in Babylon that we need to help get out. That's the game. It's a game. It's not. Remember, God is going to save everybody he has ordained to save, whether you lift a finger or not. But the mystery of faith is that God has called you to participate in his plan, to treat it as a game, to discover. It's not about effort here, okay? It's not about we got to save as many people before the clock runs out. No, God has appointed who he's going to save. Don't worry. He's going to figure it out. The game is to figure out who it is that God is going to save. Do you get it? That's the game. So you approach life from a perspective of discovery, not effort. Life is a game of discovering God's will because God has already decreed his will, and that will is perfect. So it's not about you putting effort in and trying and, I got to do this thing, otherwise it's not going to happen. It's about discovering what God has preordained because he's perfect. It's already there, just waiting for you to be discovered and revealed and marveled at. So it's a very different way to relate to reality, but nevertheless, it does call you into action. The difference is we frame, as monergists, we frame that action properly, not from a perspective of lacking and unless we do it, it's not going to happen, but from the perspective of a sovereign God who is perfect, who reveals everything in its time, and who we get to delight in and discover his will. So action is very much present part of our lives, but how you frame that action is very important. So I am encouraging you to act while remembering at the same time that God is sovereign. Very, very important to balance those two. Nevertheless, most of the world is going to be deceived, and all of the things that I have just relayed to you today, quite a long podcast, all of these things I've mentioned to you are on top of the expected countless psyops, AI, holograms, weather manipulations, false signs and wonders, miracles, ecumenism, spiritual delusions, propaganda, nationalism, wars, dialectics, etc., false flags, all of that on top of everything I've just relayed to you today. It's going to be a crazy time, folks. It's going to be a crazy time. That's why the Bible tells you in many places, especially in Revelation, that here is a call for the endurance of the saints. You have to have endurance. You must endure. But the good news is that God mysteriously is the one enduring you. So we pursue action. We pursue our gifts while remembering eternal security that God is the one in control. So don't get discouraged by all of these things. I know it's a lot. My goal isn't to discourage you. I know it's exhausting. My goal is actually to encourage you and to empower you and to inspire you. If you frame all of these things correctly, they're very inspiring. They're very inspiring, especially if you have your own personal struggles or health issues, or if you have financial issues or family issues. On top of all of these things, I know it's a very hard thing to think of, but remember that God will get you through it. And just hang in there for a couple more years, and then all of this is going to be just nothing. When Jesus returns and finally it's all over, that's it. It's over forever. Forever it's over. It's over forever. What a thought. What a thought that all of this is going to be over forever. And finally it's going to be the world as God intended it to be. And you are going to have an immortal body that doesn't have pain or death or dying or wrinkles. You're going to be ripped probably. We're going to have all tans and beautiful smiles and radiating life, and you're going to be like that forever. And you're not going to have a sinful thought in your mind, and you're not going to be capable of sinning. What a thought. What a thought. So far away from where we are now, but nevertheless, it gives us the longing for that final reality. Try to balance what you focus on in the coming months and years with gratitude, studying theology, devotionals. I have a lot of content on eschatology on my channel. I have a lot of stuff on secret societies and the occult and, a lot of stuff. But that's not all of my content. The other half are devotionals, the gratitude map. I have a book that I wrote with a workbook designed to help you develop a habit of gratitude. I even published the audiobook, which I had to re-record after adding 20,000 words to that book to make it in alignment with what I believe today, because it was very new agey when I first wrote it. I took it down from Audible. I re-recorded the book, however many hours it was. I published it on YouTube, and probably it's gotten maybe 200, 300 views every single time a track has been published. Nobody's listening to this thing. And yet it's so important. It's so important as a complement to all of this end times stuff. So don't neglect these things, folks, because once the end times are over, this stuff is over. What really matters is your ability to marvel at God and to be grateful and to have joy and to be generous, etc., etc. So I have a very balanced library on purpose. I've got the dark stuff, right? The eschatology and, the world is ending and oh my gosh, and I've got the light stuff. I've got the things that are, very light on the soul. They're very encouraging. A lot of recordings, a lot of stuff on gratitude, a lot of recordings of the Psalms, the Proverbs, the book of Ecclesiastes, free to listen to. So don't neglect these things as part of your practice to meditate on God's word and to pray. Use the resources available to you in the library. Again, you have the library. You can buy that for yourself and have it on your computer. 900 plus hours of content, ad-free, no sponsorships on any of my videos. I never interrupt my videos with any sponsorships. I think it's a pretty good deal. And you can get an End Times poster. You can get some postcards. I have lots of different kinds of postcards. I have the End Times postcards. I have the pastor resources postcards to hand out to pastors, where they can go to a special page where they can access. I had a little bit of Southern accent there. Access some important resources for them, training materials, whatever. There's also a Lord's Day postcard. So there's 3 different postcards. There's posters of all kinds. There's books of all kinds that you can get for starting home churches, Bible groups, and edifying people around you and recruiting people from the institutional model into your home church, because this is the future, folks. There's a dividing line coming. That dividing line is going to be between the counterfeit universal church and the true universal Catholic church. Catholic means universal. Okay, the Catholic Church is just a counterfeit. The true Catholic Church is the invisible church that God has created through his elect people that he's given to Christ. And that division is going to become more and more obvious as time goes on. One is going to be very carnal and in the world and big and obvious and revival and yada yada. The other one is going to be super quiet and teeny tiny in little pockets everywhere. That's the true church. So be part of the true church, and I always encourage people to have their own Bible studies, their own groups. Because that's how you will enter a more leadership role. You're going to see the last pages of the book of Revelation being fulfilled in your lifetime. God is coming back to the earth. And that's a profound thought. He's coming back to rule forever in a physical form that you'll be able to look at. And you won't die, like with Moses. You'll get to see God and live. And you get to enjoy his rest physically and spiritually for all of eternity. What a thought. That's what truly matters, folks. In all of this, all of these things that we looked at, what truly matters is that you get to be with God. Because once eternity comes, none of these anniversaries or end times revelations are going to matter. They're not. So what really matters is putting your focus on the final result, which is that you get to be with God forever. Satan is going to be destroyed. The beast is going to be nowhere. Death is going to be a figment of the past. The world is going to be completely renewed. Your body is going to be perfect. Everything is going to be amazing. We're going to be in a completely different reality forever. Everything that you know today, that you're dealing with today, is going to be done, and you're going to be transformed. And this is what all of this should remind you of. The blessed hope that we have on the horizon being in the final generation in the last decade. We'll see you next time. Take care, and God bless.